At the beginning of the story, we see a boy going to a store. He was looking very sad and dejected. While buying a thing from the store, he thinks in his mind, I am sick of this. Instead of a triangle kimbap that has hard rice and very little content, I want a shiny warm rice with different ingredients in it. Instead of a can of beer that has a mild taste and little bubbles, I want a beer with a strong scent and the right amount of bubbles. Then he bought kimbap, our beer, and ordered us to come to our house. Again, he starts thinking sadly while eating food. Instead of this place, I would like to go somewhere else where I can enjoy with everyone. Then we know that this boy belonged to an ordinary family. His family was very hardworking. After completing his school, he studied in a good university, and then by chance, he got a job in a good company. But suddenly one day, both his mother and father pass away, due to which he goes into depression. He remains in depression like this for 4 years. Then suddenly he gets his job, and now he's working in a small game developing company. While thinking all this, he smells the smoke of cigarette from the direction of the window, and he goes to see who is smoking the cigarette. As soon as he opens the window, he sees a gate of a different dimension, seeing which he becomes quite surprised. Then he gets a notification on his phone about the Seoul gate. He thinks, am I the only one who can see this gate? If this was some future gate, it would be better. But still, if this is a way to change my life, I would like to try it once. But how should I use it? Then he tries to put an item inside that gate, but that item doesn't go in. Then he gets confirmed that none of his item can go inside this gate except him. Then he thinks further that this can also happen if I went inside and could not come back. Well, it does not make any difference. Let's go. Inside. Going inside that dimensional gate, he reaches an old house, and after looking at it, he thinks that this house looks very old. All this is really very expensive. Then he looks outside from the window, and after looking at it, he likes the view of these villages very much. Then after a while, he sees a shiny paper on the side table, in which it was written about the contract of this dimensional gate. Actually, with this gate, he can go from one place to another whenever he wants. But this gate will work only 2 times. Then there was one more thing kept there, whose name is Subspace Pocket. This pocket is connected with this gate. This is such a pocket with the help of which anything can be lifted from the earth, but the weight of the thing in this pocket should be limited. Otherwise, you can lift any type of thing from the earth. Only you will have to keep your right hand on that item and your left hand in the empty space. There are no restrictions on what you bring in, but the only thing you can take back is gold. That boy gets very surprised because initially he was being given 1,000 gold rupees for staying here. Then he reads the contract further, in which it was written, if you sign this contract, then you will learn the language of Erman Empire. You have 7 days to think about it if you do not sign it. Within 7 days, then all the memories related to this dimension gate will be erased from your mind. And if due to any reason you die, then the contract of this dimensional gate will get destroyed automatically. If you want to sign it, then you will have to keep your right hand on this paper. That boy thinks 7 days is too much. I would like to think and sign it. Then he signs it, as if he also learns the language of the Erman Empire. The boy is then welcomed into the German Empire and given the name Cho Ishu. Then the boy thinks, but I am thinking what I can do on this world. Will I become a nobleman, or a feudal lord, or a wizard? Anyway, it does not matter. For now, I would like to stay here and stay away from small problems of my life. We see a lady saying to him, did you not like this food? He says, no, it is not like that. I was thinking about something. Anyway, maybe this food will not be enough to satisfy me. He says that I once went to his room to check whether he exchanges all the gold for cash or not. Then, I was planning to return to that place again, but I lost my eye and fell asleep. Then I noticed one thing, that I was looking much younger. My skin had become quite shiny. The color of my hair had changed, and along with that my nose had become a bit higher. Maybe money must have been deducted from my money for this face also. Then he again goes to the same village where he thinks my phone will work here. Well, I don't need to use the phone while I am here. Then he opens the window of his room and sees the view outside and is shocked because this time the view was also beautiful. Then he sees a lady in the room next to his. That lady sees him too. Ishu thinks she is a villager. Well, my eyes made contact with her. Now should I greet her? Then that lady herself asks, who are you? Ishu tells his name. Then the lady says that the house was empty for a long time. Did you perhaps just move in? Who are you? Did you get permission from the village chief? Ishu says, I'm an adventurer. I am planning to stay for a week, and if I decide to stay longer, I will ask for permission from the chief then. Then the lady says to Ishu, since you are here, come and have a meal. Ishu did not think that she would be so polite. Then he goes to have a meal with them. In the next scene, we see he is sitting to eat, but that lady gives him just one bowl of soup, seeing which he feels that this food is very simple, but looking at it, it looks delicious. Anyway, it is better to try eating here than sitting alone at home and eating beer and triangle kimbap. Anyway, I am going to stay here for some time, so I will have to get into the habit of eating here. Then he asks that lady her name. That lady tells her name is Maggie Humphrey. He further asks, "Do you stay here alone?" Aunt Maggie tells me my husband has gone to the bar to work and my son lives in another town. Tell me, where have you come from? Issue says I have come from Seoul City of Korea. Aunt Maggie says you have really come from quite far. Then Issue says, now I would like to try eating this. Anyway, there is no spoon or fork here, which means I will have to dip this bread in it and eat it. Seeing the soup, Issue thinks that this type of soup is also sold in our city, but many other types of ingredients are mixed in it. Then Aunt Maggie says, won't you eat this? Issue says, no, I will eat this also. Aunt Maggie says, eat it before it gets cold. Issue thinks the bread is a bit hard, but when I dip it in the warm soup, it becomes very soft and really it tastes good to eat, but something is missing in it. Oh, black pepper. Then he says to Maggie, excuse me, ma'am, do you have black pepper? Maggie gets a bit surprised. Aunt Maggie says, did you not like this food? Issue says, no, it is not like that. In our city, black pepper is put in every kind of soup. That is why I was asking. Aunt Maggie says, maybe it would be cheaper at your place, but it is very expensive here, so expensive that only the noble people here can eat it. I have never bought it till date. Issue thinks maybe he doesn't like talking about black pepper. Then he says this bread and soup is really very delicious. There is a deep bit of corn in it, due to which it tastes very good. Aunt Maggie says, don't say so much. Just eat it now. Issue says, forgive me, but if you don't mind, can I know its recipe? Aunt Maggie was making something. She says, okay, do you want to know the recipe? Fine, come behind me. Then both of them go out of the room. He thinks the air of this place is much nicer and fresher than the air of the act. Aunt Maggie says to him, come here. Issue starts following them. Then he asks Aunt Maggie, by the way, what is the name of this village? Aunt Maggie says this is Lauderen. Issue starts looking nearby. Aunt Maggie says, what are you doing? Come here and see this carefully. We see some things kept there, which included corn powder, Aunt Maggie's homemade butter, onion grown in Lauderen. Then, Aunt Maggie tells him the process of making the soup. First, the butter has to be melted, then fry the chopped onions till they turn brown in color. Onion acts as a sweetener, so there is no need to give us any other sweet thing. Issue thinks, I did not know it could also be used in corn soup. Aunt Maggie says next, this corn powder, I bought this corn from a local trader. He said it is a new crop, so we will not be able to get it for some time. Issue thinks it seems corn is not that famous here. Maggie says, I thought I should try making powder of this crop. Then it really worked, so I made it this way only. Then eat a little more of that powder with onion. After that, give water and milk together and boil it in a slow flame. Just add this much salt. Now, it is ready. Issue gets amazed, watching the soup being made. After the soup is made, Issue thinks that the process of making it is very simple, but still if I try it, it will never be so tasty. Aunt Maggie starts going inside the house with that soup. Then Issue takes out something from his pocket and gives it to her as a gift. Aunt Maggie sees that thing and gets very surprised. It was a mirror which seemed quite expensive. Issue says that you invited me to your house to have food, so this is a small gift from me. Aunt Maggie thanked him and then rudely handed over the mirror to Issue. Issue thinks, but why is she so rough? Then Issue asks them for the way to the library, which Aunt Maggie tells him. And Issue leaves the rest of the thoughts and moves ahead towards the library. Then we see Issue going and seeing a girl through the window. When Issue notices her, the girl runs away. Issue thinks maybe she is shy. Then he moves ahead towards the library. In the next scene, we see him reaching the library. Going inside, he sees a boy with a tag sharer who is eating something. That boy welcomes Issue. Issue wishes good morning, and then he thinks in his mind, this man must be at least 30 years old, by the way. What is he eating? The boy says, maybe we have not met the poet before. Issue says, I am an adventurer who has come to this village for some time. My name is Issue. I have come from Seoul City of Korea. Then Issue looks around the library and thinks, this is a library, but it is better than the bookshelf at my home. Are there only 50 books here? Maybe all these are rare books, but I am not able to understand one thing. Why is such a good man taking care of this library? The boy asks Ishu, have you come here to see something? Ishu says yes. Can you give me a map of the Erman Empire? The boy brings a map. Ishu asks, can I borrow it? The boy says no. Only people of this village can take books from this library. You have to read them here. When Ishu starts looking at the map, that boy also starts looking at it with great curiosity, seeing which he thinks. Seeing him, it seems that he is very worried. I will have to flip the pages carefully. If a page gets torn by mistake, it will probably cause me a lot of trouble. Looking at the map, Ishu says to the boy, this is a map. There is nothing on this except the sketch of the coastline and the continent. Then the boy says in Erman, it's illegal to put cities or villages on the map. There that guy points at a place and says, is this Ladoran village? Ishu says to the boy, is it because of war? The boy says yes. That is why a detailed map can only be read by the royals and the military. Ishu thinks, I hope there will be no war here at this time. I wouldn't like to live in this world and suffer the wrath and serve only the military people. Ishu asks that boy if war often happens here. The man says it is not like that. Recently, a wizard's family had prevented the war on our empire. So seeing this situation, it does not seem that anyone would have the courage to attack our empire. Ishu gets happy and thinks in his mind, it is good that I will not have to serve the military people. Then the boy gives his introduction and says, his name is Hans. He is in charge of all the things that require strength in this village. He says to Ishu, if you are around my age, let's be friends. Then Ishu tells her age, that is 23. Hans was shocked and said to Ishu, do you use any drink or lotion etc. to look young? Because he is 17 years old. Ishu gets shocked hearing the age of Hans. Ishu did not think that he would be so young in age. Then both of them became friends. Then Ishu asks him about this food. Hans says that it is bread with raspberries on it. First we have to cook the flatbread and leave it for a few days. Then top it up with different kinds of food on it. On this one, I used crushed raspberries. After that, Hans says to Ishu, do you want to have a bite? Ishu thinks in his mind that after seeing this it doesn't look so tasty. Then Ishu asks Hans, by the way, which is the nearest city here? Hans says pushing the city is the closest, but it takes 3 days to reach there by car. Then Ishu asks, then which is the biggest city? Hans says, Armenia City, but I have never been there. Some merchants come to our village from whom I heard about it. This place is the capital city of our empire. It takes more than a month to go to this city by car. When Hans hears the sound of some people coming, he thinks that the merchants have returned. He asks Ishu if he can take care of the library at this time tomorrow, because Hans has to go to meet the merchants. Ishu gets a little confused. Then Hans says that he can also get the things he needs from the library. Then Ishu couldn't refuse. Then both of them come out where we see some merchants. Ishu feels very cool seeing those merchants. He goes to tell something to Hans and sees that Hans has gone from there. We see that Hans asks Aunt Maggie, where did they go? Everyone is in a hurry. We see that he feels long to come back to his home because he had to buy something, so he needs the gold. After coming home, he thinks he should take a shower. Then he thinks further that I cannot go from this world to the other world with anything. Going to another world with anything. Going to another world wearing just underwear is a bit too much. It is strange. But what can I do? But yes, it is better to take my box of gold coins to the other world than coming and going again and again. And that is why I need a subspace pocket. Then he goes to another place and takes his 2 gold coins and goes out to see the merchants. Then he goes to a restaurant where the merchants were going to stay. There are a lot of people there whom Ishu likes a lot. He sees Aunt Maggie there. Aunt asks Ishu, have you come to eat food? Well, you will have to wait for this. Ishu says no problem. Then Aunt says, I will bring food for you in a while. Till then, drink this. Ishu says thank you. And then he starts thinking. And then he starts thinking, if he gives beer, then how will it taste? Like I had father earlier. Will this taste different? Then Aunt serves him beer, seeing which he gets very surprised. Because he has been drinking such beer for quite some time, he does not let even a single drop of beer fall and keeps it whole. He finds the taste of this beer very delicious. He drinks it again. Then Aunt comes there. Aunt Maggie says you will have to give 1 silver and 5 copper coins in exchange for this drink. Ishu gives him a gold coin, in exchange of which he gets 8 silver coins and 5 copper coins in change. He thinks that this means 10 silver coins are equal to 1 gold coin, which means the cost of 1 cup of beer is ours. 15,000? Then he asks, will we have to pay separately for food also? Aunt Maggie says, don't worry. You have already paid for both. By the way, is the price of beer also less in your city? Because here in our city we get 1 cup of beer in exchange for 2 copper coins. Well, now I'm going to prepare food for you, Ishu says. Till then I will enjoy this beer. Then Ishu looks around. There are a lot of people. He thinks he should go and talk to some people. Then Hans comes calling Isu. Hans says, have you also come here to eat? Isu says, would you like to join me? Hans says, no, I came here to eat with my family. In our village, it is a rule to spend time with your family while eating. But my family gave me permission to go and meet the merchants. That's why I came here. That's when he gets to eat. This time, the food was pork stew with bread. He thinks I also feel like eating with my parents. That's when Hans says your food has come. Hans looks at the food and says, it is usually eaten in winters and now it is summer, but I am sure it will still taste very good. After the meal, let's go to meet the merchants. Isu says it is fine. Then he looks at the food and starts thinking, generally people keep pork like this for 2 days, but this can spoil it. That is why common people eat it as quickly as they can. Fresh pork juice and vegetable soup preparation tastes very delicious, and at the same time they have used essential herbs and salt in it, which gives it a new taste. I remember this taste. My mother also used to cook food like this. My mother used to make very spicy food, which I used to like a lot earlier, but now I do not like spicy food. While thinking about all this, he remembers his mother a lot. Ishu is done eating. Hans asks Ishu again. Mr. Ishu, what will you do now? Ishu says, I will go to see the merchants. Hans gets excited and says, it's okay, let's go quickly. Then both of them go towards a small festival. Hans says you will find a lot of things here. Their Aunt Maggie asks the price of a mirror. The shopkeeper says 8 silver. Mamisu sees Aunt Maggie asking the price of the mirror, and he thinks I'm sure the one I tried to give her had the better quality. Anyway, 8 silver is 80,000 won. If I were to sell 3 a day, 90 a month, then I would earn 7 million a month. Awesome. Then Aunt Maggie asks her for a cheap mirror. The shopkeeper shows her 3 silver wizard's mirror, seeing which Aunt Maggie also understands this is a mirror made by a wizard. On the other side, Isu sees a man, and upon seeing him, he thinks I have never seen this face here. The old man says to Isu, where did you come from? Isu replied, I am an adventurer from Korea. My name is Izu. The old man says it's my first time hearing such a name. It must be really far from here. Then Izu told him it's a miracle that I came this far alive. By the way, how much does the spice cost nowadays? The old man says 6 gold per pound for black pepper, 6 gold for nutmeg, 1 gold for sugar, and salt is 2 copper. Isu thinks very carefully. 1 pound is about 450. Then with 1 count is about 450. Then with 1 key of black pepper, it's 12 gold. So it's about 1.2 million won. That's awesome. Then he asked, does that standard followed everywhere in Armenia? The old man replied, well, we can say that the price is similar here and there. Hearing all this, Izu starts making a terrible business plan in his mind. He thinks, considering the transportation fee and city taxes and store rental fee, I think it's okay to sell it a little cheaper in this place. Seeing how he reacts, they must have increased the prices since they are dealing with innocent rural peasants. Anyway, the spices are quite expensive in this place. If I just find a route to sell these, I might be able to become the richest one in the Armenian Empire. If that happens, I will be done with you, Manager Park. We see that the same girl starts watching Ishu from behind the tree. Isu starts asking that old man, how much did it cost you to get the black pepper from the port? The old man replied, of course, I can't say that. Then Isu again says, did I mention that black pepper is really cheap in the place where I came from? Then Isu says, giving an evil smile, if we talk about this, I might be able to provide those at a reasonable price. Then the old man replied to the Isu that 3 gold. And where is that continent anyway? Isu says that since they come here and that reduces their burden of having to go to the big city. I think they will buy it for 2 gold coins, right? By the way, I will ask other merchants too before deciding on the exact price. Hearing his lines then, the old man says so. Why don't you sell all the black pepper you have? Isu starts looking at the man with suspicious eyes and says, looks like you are lacking in supplies. Is that it? The old man replied, of course I am. Every time this crop grows, the royal family and the elite people buy it. Because of this, ordinary people like us are not able to buy it, even if we want to. That is why this time I could buy only 5 pounds of black pepper. Isu thinks, I can understand why it is so expensive. It is brought from such a far distance. If they can bring even 2 kg of black pepper from that far, it is a big thing. Then he says, forgive me, but for today I don't have anything. Then the old man gives him a card and says, take this. It was written on the card, Spy Store, Colin Mugwall, the central market of Amania City, Spy Street. No. 5. Then the old man says, if a trade route opens to your continent, come to my store, and now goodbye. In the next scene, Izu sees a kid sitting. He thinks he should go and talk to that kid. He goes to the kid and asks, hey kid, do you live here? The kid says, I am not a kid. I am 10 years old. Isu says, forgive me. Then the boy asks, where do you come from? Isu says, from Korea. The kid says, liar. I have read 100 books, but still I have not heard about Korea what you are talking about. Isu says, do you know I am 23 years old and I have read more than thousands of books, but still there are many things about which I still have to know, and do you think you know more than me? That boy says, I am the son of a general merchandiser, Mino strives. What about you? Isu tells his name, to which that boy says, this is a very intellectual name, and by the way, seeing that you have read thousands of books, are you rich? Because in this place, thousands of books are equivalent to several 100 million won. Then Isu says, anyway, I have a question. The boy gets surprised and asks, what do you want to ask me? Then Isu gives the same mirror and says, can you check this out? How much do you think this mirror would be worth? The boy replied, as long as it's sold officially, about 3 golds. Then Isu asks, sold officially? Then the boy says, with this quality, I'm sure it's made with magic, but there isn't a seal. That means this is made by an illegal wizard who wasn't approved by the royals. Then Ishu asks, so you mean it can't be sold? I guess I should just quietly sell it. Then the boy says, yes, you can sell it on the black market. Noble families go crazy collecting unique things, so this would be an easy way out. We see that the boy likes that mirror very much. Izu says, can you keep this? The boy gets very shocked and says, really? I can keep this? But for 1 second, will you have any condition in place of this? Because there is no such thing as free in this world. After that, Isu asked the boy then, let me ask a question. You came from Pussing, right? Aren't there any other villages around? The boy replied, there is a big village named Rushen. That's 2 hours away from here, but I like Lauterin more. Isu asks why. The boy says because the people here aren't greedy, and they also sell good quality hay at the cheap price, so the horses like it. And of course I can't forget the delicious food made by our Aunt Humphrey. Isu thinks in his mind it seems everybody loves Aunt Humphrey's food. Then Izu asks, what about Armenia City? The boy says it's really a good place to live. It's just that the houses are really expensive. Isu asks, is it too expensive? Then Isu thinks, his words remind me of Sil's price. Then the boy told a hut in this village is 20 golds, and that's about the price of a horse. By the way, Mr. Isu, wait for a while. I want to give something. Then the boy gives something to Isu and says, this is our house. The first floor is a store. If you have any thoughts of working, you are always welcome. Isu asks, so suddenly, the boy says, looking at you, I can tell that you belong to a rich family. That is why I'm suggesting you here, and it looks like you will be popular with women there. But of course you aren't my type. Then Isu replied that it was too bad. But you are not my type too. Then the boy says, I will go back to my father now. While leaving, the boy tells, if you get us another mirror, I will sell it for you. Isu asks, you will? The boy says yes. With this quality, if we put it in an auction, it will be worth a lot. If you promise to supply us the most, we will give you the best rate. Then in the next scene is Ishu back to his home and thinks, I want to go back again. He is feeling very hot, so he is on the ache and thinks, when will this hot season end? I just want to live in Lauterin, selling black pepper. Then he opens the fridge and takes out ice cream. He enjoys eating ice cream. Then he says that soft ice cream inside this fluffy bread, and the sweetness of the cookies and cream inside, and the pieces of little cookies embedded, are giving a nice chewing texture. Then he becomes happy and finally decides that he will leave his job. Then he starts searching for the amount of black pepper on the computer, and he sees 1 kg black pepper 10,000 won, which is very cheap. Then he thinks if I were to stay that I will get 2 gold per pound, means 4 gold per pound, means 4 gold per cow. I want to get 4 million won for 10 kg. Thinking about all this, he becomes very happy and then says, tomorrow I will go to the office and submit my resignation. In the next scene, we see Isu going to his manager Park. Manager Park tells him, I have told you a couple of times already. Why are you changing the source code? You don't like it, Isu says in distress. What? The manager Park shouts and says, shouldn't you be trying to find a more efficient way instead of just using an open source? Isu thoda pareshan hokara kata he. But that efficient source is where the error came from before. Then Sisu starts thinking in his mind about all those things which require a lot of hard work as a programmer. Then his manager shouts and says, hey, are you even listening to me? His manager drops some of the papers that Isu had done for work and then scolds him saying, are you thinking of using your dead parents as an excuse to zone out like that? Isu gets surprised and thinks to himself, is he really crazy? Then his manager continuously says, this is the problem with the brats with weak mental health. They affect other innocent people too. Then Isu makes a decision. Now he will have to resign, and he resigned. In the next scene, he goes to someone's room. That guy asks me to sit politely. Then Isu says to the guy, I think I have to resign for some personal reasons. The guy asks, is this because of the manager Park, right? Isu tells that boy that till now I have done each and everything that they said to me. And I have also heard each and every taunt and abuse that they said to me. But now they are saying wrong things about my parents, which I'm finding very difficult to tolerate anymore. That boy says that all of us together are thinking of complaining against the park manager. He thinks so in his mind, but the CEO is only listening to our complaints. He is not able to do anything against him because the people who are supporting him are very few. This is what he says. And when we talk about his ability, he does not do that bad work. It is only because of this that we were not able to fire him. I could not even concentrate on my work while remembering what Manager Park had said. The man says, I can understand. I kept you on the job because I knew your situation. But now the situation is such that things have worsened. Well, I can understand your situation. That is why I will not keep you. Even I myself do not know for how long this company will survive, but I am hopeful that we will get poets again. He says, you are really a very good person. You should take care of yourself. He thinks in his mind, if this dimension gate was not there, then I would have to give some more years to the park manager. Then he says to that guy, thank you for making me understand. Now I want permission to leave from here. That guy says, okay. Coming outside the office, he thinks, I hope this company will run well without me. Even if I go away, even then the people who are left, I believe, will take care of this company. But I'm thinking what will happen to the park manager. Well, now I have nothing to do with him. In the next scene, we see he will go to another world with both black pepper and sugar to do business. Then he says to himself, I had 41 in my bank and I had 1,001. Both together made 141, in which I bought black pepper and sugar. Now I feel scared to do new things. But now I feel scared to do new things. But now I feel scared to do new things. But I can do anything and now nobody can stop me. Then he goes to another world and after looking at his room he says, this place is really very comfortable and I have also made a secret place to keep black pepper and sugar, which is under my bed. Then we see that he goes to Aunt Humphrey's house. Aunt Humphrey thinks that he has come to eat food, but he says that he has to show something to her and also give something to Aunt. Aunt says, what is this? This is what he says. These are barley flour and apricot seed flour and honey. I am going to make something called a mask pack. We will mix the ingredients and put them on our faces. Aunt asks, all this on our face? Isu says yes. This will lighten the blemishes and give our skin elasticity. The aunt feeling so weird and say, but I don't feel like putting food on my face. Then Isu becomes happy and says, this is how women in our continent take care of their skin. Try it once. Aunt agreed and wore the face mask, which looked very strange. Aunt Maggie did not keep a gap at all while wearing a face mask. Seeing this, Isu starts laughing and says, Aunt, you should have kept a gap in both your eyes and nose. Then, Aunt thanked him for this. Isu says it's nothing much. In the next scene, he goes to his room and says happily that he likes this freedom very much. This is how he gets healed, and this is how he was spending his life in Seal City. Then there is a knock on the door of his house. Hans is happy. Isu opens the door and Hans says, I have not seen you for a long time. That is why I thought you must have left. Isu says, no. Then Hans says, can you spare me some time? Would you like to join me in picking up some hops? Isu asks Hans. What is hops? Hans says it is used in making beer, and I make it myself. Anyway, how long are you going to stay here? Isu says, I am not sure. I am going to talk with the village chief first. Then Hans says he will like it if you say that you will stay for a long time. We always need manpower. He says there are a lot of things to do. Harvesting hay, feeding animals, getting water, making beer, grinding grains, and also, I have to protect the library. Then, Isu asks Hans recently, I saw a blonde-haired girl. Who is she? Hans is surprised and says blonde hair. There is no such girl in our village. There is only one girl in this village, but she is a little weird. Then Isu asks weird, how? Then Hans told him it's been 10 years since she came here. She lives with her mother, but they don't interact much with their neighbors. Then Isu says, really? Then Hans continues saying, but they do everything they are told to do and people have to work if they want to stay in the village after all. Then Isu says, is that why you want me to go with you to pick up the hops? Hans says that this is not the only reason. If we think about it carefully, then we come to know that when we earn money, excluding taxes, the rest of the money is spent like this. That is why when merchants come, then everything including rent collection etc. is managed by them. This is what Isu is saying. Do you consider them your wallet? Hans starts laughing. Then Isu thinks, remembering the words of that kid, the villagers here only make a living that can barely get them through the day, so they will take whatever you give without bargaining. It's hard to imagine this in our current society. I guess this is what it's like to live like flowing water. It's good. Both of them reach the place where they were going. Then Hans shows Isu a fruit and says that you have to bring all the fruits that look like this. Isu takes the fruit in his hand and starts smelling it. He thinks it smells good. It smells like a mixture of grass and fruit. Then Isu says, I heard that the world without a hope would have its beer taste like shit. It's fortunate that there is hope here. Is lost in these thoughts. And Hans tells him, Mr. Isu, what are you doing? Then Isu says, nothing. I was just thinking about something else. I just have to put this in the basket, right? Hans says yes. Then we see that they collect a lot of fruit, filling the baskets. Hans says this is enough. Isu says it finished earlier than I imagined. Then Hans says, let's go now. On the way home, Hans tells Isu the firewood is running out. Well, can you come tomorrow as well? We have to shave the sheep before it gets hotter. Do you know how? Isu doesn't say anything. Then Hans says, I will take this to the inn. By the way, you must be tired. Take some rest for a while. Isu says, okay, thanks. Then Isu starts running towards his home. He goes home and takes a bath, which makes him feel really good. Then he thinks to his mind, a beer would be perfect after a nice shower. If I am going to drink beer in another world, I should take some food there. Then he starts thinking about a lot of food and says to himself, I feel like eating all this. Then he starts seeing the food on his phone. He plans to take this food to the other world and eat it. After a lot of thinking, he likes a food which he orders online. After some time, its delivery also arrives. He will take the food to the other world with the help of Subspace Pocket. He thinks that it will be great to eat this food in the other world. Come on now, let's go to enjoy the taste of Korea in the other world. After reaching the other world, he thinks, but how can I eat this food by chance? There is not even a plastic bowl in this world. If you look closely, I have not brought any of my essential things here till now. I'll go back and get some things first. Then he brings some bowls from Korea. At this time, Hans comes. Hans says after coming inside, I was going to the door knock for a long time, but I could not hear anyone's voice from inside. Isu was without clothes, and suddenly he was stunned to see Hans. Hans says, sorry I came inside without permission. Next time I will come inside after taking permission. Isu says, okay. Then both of them go to the garden and start talking. Then Hans says, I've been working hard to cover up your quota while you weren't here. Isu asks work. Then Hans says, the hops we picked a while ago. We have to remove the dust from the fruits so that we can make it into a beer. Since you weren't here, I did all that by myself. Isu was very surprised. Then he said thanks. Isu was very surprised. Then he said thanks to himself. This place is nothing like Seoul, but it is much better. Then he thanks Hans and says, I will also help the next time. By the way, where are you here again? Hans says, do you want to have dinner with me? Isu remembers the food he had decided to eat after ordering it online and bringing it into this world. He is not sure what will happen to the food, but still he says yes to Hans. Seeing Isu's reaction, Hans starts saying to him, "If you are saying yes, then why are you reacting like this?" Isu says no. "It's not that I don't like it, but it's just sudden. There is something I cooked." Hans gets very surprised and says, "Do you also know how to cook?" Isu says yes, but why do you act like this? Hans says nothing. "You just look like someone who only eats food that was cooked by others." Then Isu says, "I was planning to share with my Aunt Humphrey." Then Hans says, "Then let's eat at Aunt Humphrey." Isu says, "Can we do that?" Hans says, "Of course. I will get permission from my parents first. Don't start eating until I get there." Isu says, "Then I guess I will use a wooden bowl." The next scene we see that Isu has prepared a delicious meal. Everyone is asking, "What is this?" Isu said that it's called roasted chicken. It's a food made by boiling chicken with different veggies. Aunt Humphrey asks, "Lime stew?" "Yeah," replied, "yes, it's similar. Eat it before it gets cold." After everyone has eaten their share, they start giving such strange reactions that Isu begins to get extremely nervous. Isu says to Hans, "You don't like it. Isn't it to your liking?" Hans says, "Flip. This food just flipped my whole world." Isu says, "What?" Aunt Humphrey says to his husband, "Are you all right?" Her husband says, "I lost consciousness because it was so delicious." Then Aunt Humphrey asked to Isu this food, "Did you use spices in it?" Isu thinks, in his mind, Aunt Humphrey is indeed someone who has a lot of experience with cooking. That's why they caught on so quickly that I had spiced up the food. Then he says, "Yes, it's a common spice used in my hometown." Aunt Humphrey said, "Is it not your type?" Hans shouts, and says, "It's completely my type." Aunt Humphrey's husband says, "It's my type too." Then Aunt Humphrey said to everyone, "Start eating now." Everyone enjoys eating it very much. The next day, morning time is shown. Isu says, "All right, let's go sell some black pepper." While he goes in search of a merchant, he sees a girl riding a horse. Isu thinks in his mind she is very beautiful. Seeing that the people are getting her, is she a noble? Seeing the man standing next to the girl, Jesus thinks to himself, how cool does this boy show? That girl looked at Isu very excitedly and said, "My love." Isu thinks nervously to himself, "Love and me." This is the first time I am hearing something like this. That girl got down from the horse. She is coming towards me. We see the girl pass Isu and go over to Aunt Maggie, who is standing behind him. We get to know that this girl's name is Rose. Rose said to Aunt Maggie, "How long have you been working here? You are the reason I keep sneaking out of the house." Aunt Maggie says, "Then I will have to leave this place now." Rose says, "What? I might die if I don't eat the food that Maggie cooks for me every day." Aunt Maggie says rudely to Rose, "I will tell you this again. I like to live my life freely, and if I made up my mind, I would have been the best chef in the royal family in no time." Then Rose says in horror, "If you refuse to make my food, I will cut off that hand and take it with me." Isu thinks in his mind how scary she is. Aunt Humphrey says, "Then you can't eat the food I make anymore." Rose said to her, "It means hurry up and give me the most delicious food. I bought the ingredients, so use them as much as you want." Aunt Humphrey said, "Okay, now go and wash up first." Then the girl runs away to freshen up. Before leaving, the girl says, "If you add black pepper, I am not going to let you go." Aunt Humphrey says, "That's not possible." Isu think in his mind that she hates black pepper. Hans said to Isu that Miss JJ is so beautiful, right? Isu says yeah. Then Hans says of course she is a bit bad-tempered. Hans is just about to comment on Rose when she arrives and says bad-tempered. But who, seeing Rose so closely, makes Hans' heart skip a beat. Rose says, "Don't be scared. It's all good. I was furious when that rumor about my shitty temper was spread. Now it's too late to take that back. I bet that my driver played a huge role in spreading that rumor, because it's a really cunning rumor." Then she says, pointing to Isu, "By the way, who's this person?" Isu says, "Let me introduce myself. I'm an adventurer, Isu from Korea." Hans says he will stay in the village for a while. Rose begins asking a lot of questions at once, just like he first asks Isu, "What is this Korea? It's my first time hearing it. Must be far away from here. Which family are you from? How much wealth do you have?" Hearing so many questions, Jesus' head starts spinning. Then the same man comes there and takes away Miss Rose. Rose shouts and says, "Hey, let go of me. Let me go." Isu looks at that girl and thinks in his mind, what a crazy young girl. Then Isu asks, "Hans, her name is Jace Rose?" Hans replied, "Yes. You can call her Miss JJ in short." "I see. Miss JJ must be very interested in you." Isu pokes Hans and asks, Do you like Miss Jaja? Hans replied. What are you saying? It's not like that. Mrs. Humphrey's food is really good. Even if I use the same recipe and ingredients, it doesn't taste as good as hers. Then the swan becomes very happy after seeing a man and says that, Mr. Joseph, I am here. The man, his name Joseph, he says. All right, Hans, get me a beer. Then Hans brings beer. Isu asks the beer price. Hans says we don't charge money today because it's Miss GJ's day after all. Uncle Joseph says to Isu, since we are here, let's have a drink together. Isu says, yeah, of course, by the way, I heard him call you Mr. Joseph. And I am Isu, sir. If you don't mind, may I ask what kind of business you do? Uncle Joseph says I sell spices in Armania City. Isu asks by any chance do you know Mr. Mugwall? Uncle Joseph says, you mean Colin Mugwall? Uncle Joseph says, you mean Colin Mugwall? Of course I know him. We are very close. Isu says, how did you know him? He came here last week. Uncle Joseph asks, did he perhaps sell some black pepper here? Isu replied, yes, but he said he only got a little of it. Uncle Joseph says, come on. Isu confused and says, any problem? Then Uncle Joseph says, I am the owner of the biggest spice shop in Armenia. I couldn't even get a grain of black pepper because the Medits family swept it all. Now wonder the Medits bathe in pepper water. There's a rumor that they even use pepper perfume. Isu thinks it sounds like the other way around. Then Uncle Joseph asks, that man Mugwall, how did he even get a little of black pepper? Isu thinks in his mind, come to think of it, isn't it what Hans ate before? It wasn't that good back then. Would it be any better with the beer? Thinking about all this, he starts eating something, which is very hard, and he does not like it at all. Then Isu says to Uncle Joseph, I don't think Miss JJ actually likes the black pepper though. Uncle Joseph says, don't even say it. There's a big trouble in Pusing because of that. Isu asks Joseph, Uncle, what? You were planning to set a fire on the carriage that's carrying black pepper. Uncle says it was pretty hard to distract the knights. Isu says, wow. Just then Rose comes there. Rose tells both of them, don't you both think that you should not talk about me behind my back? He suddenly gets scared, and Uncle Joseph says to Rose, of course not. Come and have a seat. Have a drink too. Rose tells Uncle Joseph, how about we stole that carriage? We will earn a lot if we succeed. Then she picks up Isu's beer and drinks it. Rose asks Isu, do you want this beer back? Isu says, I don't want it. Rose asks Isu to answer the question she had asked earlier. Then Isu says, my father was a scholar, and my mother was just a regular housewife. I was traveling after graduation from an academy. The Rose says, that must be why you looked rich. So since you have enrolled in an academy, you aren't just a commoner. Right, sir? Rose suddenly changes her expression towards Isu. Then Isu says, in our continent, even the commoners can enroll in an academy. Rise asks, really? Isu says yes. Then Rose asks, what about women? Isu replied that women can enroll too. After that, Rose says, then, we will run away to that continent right now. Then his bodyguard says, don't even dream about it, miss. Then Maggie prepares food for them and brings it to them, which makes Rose very happy. Rose is about to go to eat food when her bodyguard interrupts her and says, I can't let you eat something that looks suspicious. I have never seen this type of food before, Rose says. Then should I starve? You really want that? Don't you? Then she used to eat it silently. She enjoys eating this food so much that she feels like she is in heaven. Maggie says, I will explain about the food. Rose suddenly says, wait, I will explain. The soup has a taste of soft cream. That's a mix of veggies, butter, and milk all together. The texture of the barley popping inside my mouth feels so refreshing, and the scent of truffle mushroom is added, making it luxurious. And it's a food called potato, and it's also my first time trying it. It's somehow crumbly yet soft and tasty. Isu gets very surprised seeing Rose's taste sense. Here, Rose says, of course, it was magic. I spent some money on some wizard bastards. I did well, right? Uncle Joseph says, yes, you did really well. Isu thinks in his mind it looks like she isn't really fond of wizards. I wonder how the soup tastes. It tastes like clam chowder soup. It's delicious. But it wouldn't have been easy to harmonize the taste of the potatoes and the clams. She made this with ingredients she had never seen before. She's great. Don't overreact and sit down. I said that because it was so delicious. Then she looks at something and asks, what is that? Aunt Humphrey says, cabbage is pickled in boiling water with lemon juice, raspberry juice, and bay leaves. I also put sugar to give you when you arrive. Rose gets very excited and says, I love you, Maggie. Everyone will suspect me if I kidnap Maggie, right? Her bodyguard says, if you want, I can kidnap her for you. Rose says, hey, don't say that out loud. In the next scene, Isu says, then since we are full now, Let's go sell some black pepper. Then he comes out and sees the night view, which he likes very much. He thinks it's definitely different from Seoul Sky. He goes to Uncle Joseph's house to sell black peppers. Uncle Joseph is very surprised to see so many black peppers. Uncle Joseph says, "How did you get that?" Isu says, "I bought it from my hometown." Then Uncle Joseph says, "I will buy them all." Isu sauce, "I have about 20 pounds. Uncle Joseph says, "I will give you 3 golds per pound. Isu thinks in his mind, then a total of 60 golds. It means 6 million won in cash. He is very shocked. Then Uncle Joseph gives him cash. Isu says, "But isn't it uncomfortable to bring such a huge amount of money?" Uncle Joseph says, "That is why we hire merchants. We were just lucky this time that we met Miss GJ and her people along the way. There would be no bandits who are stupid enough to attack people accompanying the Meditz family." Next morning, when Isu wakes up, he feels much better. He says this is what rich people wake up to. But it kind of feels awkward to have a lot of money, because people normally use 3 gold a month for living here. So, how much should I spend? Thinking about this, he starts looking at his wallet. Then Isu does decide, shall I go have a look at the market first? Then he comes to the market and goes to the candle shop and asks the price of the candle. The men say oil candles are 5 copper per pound, and wax candles are 2 silvers. Isu says, "Give me 4 pounds of oil candle." Then a girl comes there, seeing whom Isu remembers that this is the same girl who used to live next to Isu's house. That girl had come to buy fish. The shopkeeper says that's an expensive fish that requires magic to catch it, so we only get the stock if someone orders it. The girl says then, "I would like to order some." Shopkeeper says you need to pay 5 silver in advance. "It will take about 2 months for me to come back. Is that okay?" Isu was shocked and he thinks in mind 500,000 won for some fish. The girl says then, "Just give me 1 cooked red herring." The shopkeeper says the total amount of 2 copper. The girl says, "Wait, I will go get a container." Isu thinks in his mind, "I guess I was wrong about her being a blonde." In the next scene, Rose comes to the market and starts calling Isu. Isu says, "Miss JJ, did you come here to buy something?" Rose says, "I was looking for you." Isu. Then Rose gets scared and says, "Would you go on a walk with me?" Isu says, "Okay." In the next scene, Rose asks, "I heard that you sold black pepper to Joseph." Isu says nervously, "Did Mr. Joseph say that?" Isu think in his mind it would have been better to keep that a secret tough. Rose says, "No, I just met him in the morning and I could smell it." Isu thinks his mind smells it. Isu thinks his mind smells it. I think we could say she is sensitive to black pepper at least. Isu says, "Actually, I really like black pepper, so I bought some of it from my hometown, and I sold them here to get some money for transportation." Rose says, "I don't understand why people are crazy for such a thing." Isu thinks because she is just sick of black pepper, or does she really hate it? Then Isu says, "But I like them. It's really delicious when used on ramen. When black pepper is used as a topping on spicy and sweet ramen soup." Rose asks, "Are you eating something?" Isu replied, "No, it's nothing. Maybe the reason you hate it is because Guy just uses it excessively." Rose says, "It's not that kind of problem. I don't care about that. It just makes me sick when I just smell it." Rose gets very angry and everyone asks her to be calm. Then Rose says, "Sorry, I have been a bit on the edge nowadays." Isu says it's all right. Then Rose says to Isu, "You are also some kind of a noble traveling around while hiding your true identity, right? My eldest brother is also traveling to gain some experience." Isu says, "So, did you say that you wanted to study?" Rose says, "No, I want to inherit my family's business." After that, Isu says, "Even if you can't inherit their business, can't you at least get a store in the capital?" "If you talk to your father," Rose says, "No, it won't work. My father is planning to get me married into a wizard family. You know, wizards are the descendants of elves, and people serve elves like a god. And even the families who are married into the wizard families are praised, saying that they were chosen by gods. So for that honor, he is going to marry me into a wizard family." Isu says, "It must be hard for you for an arranged marriage." Then Rose says, "So, take me to your continent. I can offer you 5,000 golds." Isu says, "I understand how you feel, but would you be all right in a foreign land with no family members?" Then Isu gets emotional and says, "One day, I suddenly lost my parents and got lost. The saying that time is the medicine was all a lie. The more time passed by, the more I missed the days I spent with my parents." Rose says, "It looks like your parents are good people." Isu says, "Yes." Then Rose says, "Actually, my parents are good people too. It's just that it made me think that they are eventually the same as the others." She continues his line, "It's not important to them whether there is something I like or hate. They just want me to live up to the standards the adults made. Then Rose again says, well, my house is about 4 days away from here, so you can visit sometime. Isu says, okay, after I get used to this place. Then Rose says it would be better if you kidnap Maggie too on your way there. Isu says, I guess I should rather not go. Rose says, I will give you 5,000 golds. Isu says, wouldn't it be better to give Aunt Humphrey that? After the conversation is over, Rose leaves from there. Then Isu sees an old man there and he goes to talk to him. The man knows Isu's name. He asks Isu, are you going to stay in this village? Isu says, so, you knew me. I should have visited you first. Sorry. I am late. Actually, this man is the head of the village. Then the old man says it's okay. So go ahead with your thing. We are already like neighbors now. Isu says okay. That's it. So can I just live here? Isu gets very shocked. In the next scene, we see a car coming into the village. Then Maggie shouts and says, old men. Maggie gets angry and says, where the hell have you been? Oh my God, you got a kid now. We see some people arriving there bringing a baby with them. Then Maggie says the lady is the baby healthy. Then the lady says yes, he's a perfectly healthy boy. Maggie gets emotional after seeing the baby. Then we come to know that she is Maggie's son and daughter-in-law. Isu feels very good seeing this. In the next scene, we see Hans coming to Isu's house. Isu says, what is it? You need some more firewood. Hans says no. Let's go see the baby. Then both of them go to see the baby. Both of them think that the baby is very cute. Then Hans says, Mr. Isu, I need to tell you something. Isu asks, what is it? Hans says a noble is trying to buy our village. Isu asks seriously, what do you mean by that? Hans says, I mean our village can be sold at any moment now. Isu says, what? Isn't that a serious problem? Then the baby starts laughing, seeing which Isu says it's not as important as this situation, right? Hans says, I guess so. Then in the next scene, Isu brings Hans to a different place and asks him, by the way, the thing you mentioned earlier, isn't that a serious problem? Hans says, what? Which one? Isu says, the thing you told me about a noble. Hans says, that. Actually, it doesn't have much to do with you, because you are a traveler and you can leave at any time. Isu thinking in his mind that the lines kind of hurt me. Then Hans says, anyway, there is something I wanted to give you. He gives me some books and says, it's one of the nobles I like. It can help you better understand this place. Isu says, thank you. Then, in the next scene, he comes to Korea with the help of the gate. Looking at his budget, he starts thinking about what he can sell this time. Then he remembers the girl in the market who is buying fish. Then he goes to the market at night to buy something. He sees a lot of food items and feels like eating them, so he eats them to his heart's content. Then he thinks, let's have a walk to digest the food. Then while walking, he reaches the fish market, and seeing so many fish, he becomes very happy. When he sees a fish, it looks just like a hand's. Then he sees the same fish that the girl was buying that day. Shopkeeper says, do you need some mackerel fish? Isu says yes, but please remove the organs. The shopkeeper says okay. Isu buys a lot of that fish. Then he goes home with so many fish and thinks it's been a while since I ate some proper mackerel fish. Then we see a type of sauce called ssamjang. Isu says they don't have ssamjang sauce there, so let's make some tasty sauce with ssamjang sauce. He continues things in his mind. I learned this when I was studying abroad. And lastly, if I put the nuts and mix, then it's done. Then he collects all the things to eat the fish and says I took some barley just in case, because porridge is more common than rice in this place. Then Isu remembers what her mother had said. She says controlling fire is essential when cooking rice in a pot. You should fry the outer layer when frying a fish so that the oil will come out and prevents the fish from sticking to the pan. Isu gets a little emotional, remembering his mother's words. In the next scene, he goes to the house of his neighbor. The girl's mother opens the door and asks who is it. Isu says I am Isu living next door. That girl's mom says hi. I am Mesa. But what brought you here? Then Isu says I just realized that I didn't introduce myself properly, so I decided to treat you to a meal. Then the girl comes and asks her mother what happened, mother. Her mother says Mr. Isu just moved into the house next door. Then she tells Isu this is my daughter. Her name is Hyen. Both mother and daughter are quite surprised that Isu is suddenly asking her to join the meal with him. Then Isu says I saw your daughter in the market looking for some mackerel fish. So I went to the neighboring village and bought some, as I remembered that. If it's alright with you, may I cook it? That girl's mother says sure. I wonder how it tastes. Isu says I hope it will suit your taste. Okay then. Let's eat in my backyard later. In the next scene, we see him cooking fish with great fun. He thinks I should fry the fish like this, to make it crispy on the outside but soft on the inside. He is done cooking the fish, which looks very tasty. The three of them sit together to eat. Issy says, "This is steamed cabbage, but a piece of mackerel fish along with some sauce on it. Then wrap it and eat it." That girl's mother says to Ishu, "Did you live in a coastal village before coming here?" Isu replied, "Well, somehow. Yes." Her mother eats that fish, and then after eating, she says, "You have a talent for cooking, especially this sauce. It's my first time tasting something like this. It's really delicious." Isu feels very happy to hear his compliments and says, "I'm glad that you liked it, and now I want to try too." He finds it so tasty after eating it. He thinks he is in the ocean. He thinks his mind about the cabbage's sweetness and the barley's texture suit well. But still, this part of the fish is the most delicious one. That girl's mother says people who know how to eat should start eating from here. By the way, you should throw away the bones. Why would you eat those? Isu thinks somehow. They don't seem like any ordinary mother and daughter. After eating, the girl says to Isu, "Thanks for the meal. I will clean the dishes and return them later." Isu says, "It's okay. I will do that." That girl's mother says, "Let her be. She just wants to repay you somehow." Then she holds Isu's hand and says, "Thank you so much. I will treat you to a meal someday too." Isu says, "Okay, call me anytime." A scene of a few days later is shown. Isu thinks it's been a month. He further thinks, "I get very tired doing all that work with Hans." Just then Hans arrives there, then Hans arrives there, then Hans arrives. Jesus thinks that Hans has come to call him to do that work again. Isu asks, in a very weary tone, "What are we going to do today?" Hans says it isn't for work. "Would you like to go to Lucian village with me?" He is surprised to hear the name of the new village, but then he says yes. Hans becomes very happy. In the next scene, Isu starts vomiting profusely due to traveling on such a dangerous road. He thinks I should have taken meds for motion sickness. That was one murderous road. Then Hans says there is someone I have to meet, so I will go that way. Isu says, "Okay, let's meet at this spot after about an hour. I will be at the pub if it gets too late." Hans says okay. Then he goes to meet someone. Isu thinks that he can take advantage of this opportunity to do some shopping from this village. Then Isu goes to a fabric shop and asks the shopkeeper, "What kind of fabric is this?" The shopkeeper says, "You are really observant. This is a new kind of fabric called cambric. It's commonly used for handkerchiefs, curtains, and clothes. These are pretty popular among the nobles." Isu says it's really soft, by the way. "How much for it?" The shopkeeper says 1 gold each. Isu says, "Okay, then give me 2 of those." The shopkeeper says, "Anyway, where are you going to use these?" Isu says, "Baby diapers." The shopkeeper was very surprised. In the next scene, Isu is about to go to another place when he sees a swordsman holding a heavy sword. Isu thinks in his mind, "I want to try raising that sword." The way that swordman looks at Isu, Isu gets scared. Then he sees Miss JJ going from there. Miss JJ also sees him. Miss JJ also sees him. Miss JJ asks Isu, "What are you doing here?" Isu says, "I followed Hans here." "By the way, were you just passing by this place, right?" Rose says, "It's not that. I came out to observe. Haven't you heard the news?" Isu asks, "What news?" Rose says, "The new noble buys this land. They will be neighbors of my family. That's why I came here to observe." "Anyway, what are you bringing around the town like that? Isn't that the cambric cloth?" Isu says, "Yes, Aunt Humphrey got a grandson, so I wanted to give her a gift." Rose gets shocked after hearing this news and she says, "What?" "Then I won't sit still either." She asks Isu to follow her. Then both of them go to a shop where Ria shows him soap and many other things. Then she says, "I would like to give her more," but then Maggie will refuse to accept it or tell her that I will visit soon and that I would like to congratulate her. Isu says, "I will, and if you hear any important news about the village, please tell me." Then Rose says the people in Lotterin must be worried too, aren't they? If the new nobles buy the land in that village too, I have to get Maggie out before that happens. Isu thinks her eyes don't seem normal. Then she says, "You think I am obsessed, right? Whatever, this can't be helped." Then she calls the waiter to give her a special meal. Isu thinks his mind is a special meal. Rose says normally. Every inn has a special meal for the nobles. Their special meal arrives. Isu doesn't like the food at all. Rose says, "Try it." Isu says thanks for the meal. Then he eats the food, and after eating it, he feels like vomiting because the food taste was too bad. Raya says smilingly, "What do you think? Isn't it tasty? Try the bread too." Then he comes home with the Hans in the next scene, and he is just thinking about eating it and says it's really killing me. Now I understand why Miss GJ is obsessed with Aunt Humphrey. I know that Aunt Humphrey shouldn't leave Lauder no matter what. Then the next scene we see Isu returning to Seal City with the help of the gate. He hurriedly opens the freezer and thinks I am sure there is some plum syrup in there. He gets a lot of relief after having a few drinks. After that, he says something chilly and fresh is the best when feeling full. Now I feel better. Then he thinks while looking at the laptop anyway, is there anything else I can sell other than black pepper? I'm kind of getting sick of selling black pepper. Even the subspace pocket is a waste to only use for black pepper. Then something comes to his mind and he starts searching for something. Then we see the scene a few days later. Isu is trying to grow some crops by digging the soil. He thinks there are other things I can do instead of selling things. If I grow these myself, my stock would be much more than the quantity I can bring from Korea. Then Hans comes there and asks Mr. Isu, what are you doing? Isu says, just wanted to plant something. Hans asks, what are you planting? Isu says, do you remember the soup Aunt Humphrey cooked when Miss Jeju come? The veggies in there. That's called potato, and I am planting those. Isu continues saying, it's easy to cook, quite delicious, and has a lot of uses. Hans says, okay, so invite me too someday. Isu says, sure, I will cook you some food called potato jaune. Hans asks, potato jaune? Then Isu says, yes. It's made by grinding some potatoes and deep frying it like a pancake on a frying pan. Hans says, that's a promise, okay. Isu says, I will keep my promise as long as these grow well. After that, Hans says, by the way, the merchants have arrived. Let's go together. Isu says, okay. In the next scene, we see the same kid to whom Isu gave the mirror. His name is Mino. Isu recognizes him, and Mino is very happy to see him because Isu remembered him even after so long. Then Mino says the mirror was sold for 5 golds. Do you perhaps have more of those? Isu says, I have about 5 more. Then Mino says, I will take it later. Then Mino goes away from there. Then Isu thinks if Aunt Humphrey has made sausages today, I am wondering how tasty it will be to eat. I want to eat too. Just then, Hans comes there and gives some food to Isu and asks him to eat it. Isu looks at the food and thinks it looks similar to salami. Then he eats that food, which makes him feel very salty. Hans asks, don't you like it, Isu? Isu says nervously, it's a bit salty, but I think it would be better if I ate this alongside some other food. Hans says we have no choice since it has to be preserved for a long time. It will go bad quickly if we don't use at least that much salt. Then Aunt Humphrey comes in with some food. She says to Hans over there, stop talking and help me serve the food. Hans says, okay. Isu says, looking at the food, there are only sausages and bread for today. Then he thinks I am sure it will taste good since Aunt Humphrey made this. Then he sees some people sitting in front of him eating food. At the same time, Hans calls him, who is at the dining table with his family. Hans invites him to have dinner with his family. Hans' family also happily invites Isu. Hans' father says to Isu, I have heard a lot about you. Then everyone says, thanks for the meal. Isu eats the food and thinks it still tastes all right when I eat this with bread. Scent of the fermented meat and this chewy texture. Is this similar to salami too? Then while eating, he starts thinking about food in his mind. Then he asks anyway, I don't see Miss Mesa and Hyan. Hans' mother says I heard that Mesa isn't feeling well nowadays. Isu was getting shocked. Then the Hans' mother gives some food to Jesus and says, can you take the leftover food to your place? Isu says of course. Then when he starts leaving from there, he hears a lot of shouting and fighting. When Isu hears the voice, he understands that it is the voice of Hyan and his mother's fight. Then Hyan comes out of the room in anger. She and Isu come face to face, but Hyan doesn't say anything and goes away in anger. It is then that the mother comes out to call him, and then they start coughing up a lot of blood. In the next scene, we see Isu and the girl's mother at the dining table. Isu says, please eat before the food gets cold. This girl's mom says I will eat together with Hyan when she comes back. We see that she is very worried about her daughter. Then she says that Hyan isn't her real daughter. She is her nanny, who has been looking after her ever since she was young. Isu thinks his mind, so that's why I felt weird that time. I think there is a problem with her attitude too. That girl's nanny says, well, young miss doesn't have a warm attitude, but she isn't a bad child either. There is a valid reason why she shouted at me like that. Isu asks, is it somehow related to why you told the whole village that she is your daughter? Nanny says, because we have kept this a secret. Our miss has a lot of talents. She wants to use those talents to earn money in a huge city and get me treated, but I am not allowing her. He's crazy. Izu thinks of his mind. I also understand Hyan. Even I would have felt frustrated if someone important to me wouldn't want to get treated for an illness. Then Nani says to Isu that she has a favor. Isu asks what? Nani says, when I die, please help our Miss Hyan to settle down in this place. The next day we see Jesus going to his parents' grave. After getting there, he repeats in his mind the thought that the girl's nanny told him. After that he says it won't be easy, but I will try. Then he remembers something that his nanny had said at that time. She said, "That's a lot more convincing to hear than you confidently telling me that you would definitely do it just to keep me happy." In the next scene, Ishu thinks his mind, I am not someone who is good enough to be responsible for a girl that I barely even know. And it doesn't feel like Hyan is someone with whom I can get along well. But the reason why I said that was because I know the feeling of being left alone. In the next scene we see Mino and Ishu. Ishu gives him the remaining 5 mirrors, which Mino becomes very happy after seeing. Mino says, "Okay, I will give you 3 golds per mirror, and I will give you more if these get sold at a higher price." Ishu says, "You work with your conscience." Huh. Then Ishu says, "What about soap instead of a mirror?" Mino says soaps aren't in as much demand as mirrors. Mino says, "Anyway, Mr. Isu, what are you?" Isu says, with some surprises, "I said I am an adventurer." Mino says, "What I mean is, are you a noble or a commoner?" Mino continues to say, "You have a scent that I can only smell from nobles. Commoners can't take a shower as frequently because water is rare." Ishu asks then, "How do the people in Armenia take a bath?" Mino says there are several public baths that the wizard's family runs. Even the commoners use them because the price is affordable. Isu asks the wizard's family. Then Mino says yes, Armenia doesn't have much water, so they gather weather with magic. Isu thinking of his mind then, this country is so bad that they can't even survive without the wizards. In the next scene we see Hyan sitting next to her Nani. Her Nani says, "Miss, sorry for not being able to be with you till the end." Hyan says, "You have been protecting me for 30 years. You did your best and you have done enough. So you don't have to cry and leave peacefully." Nani's health deteriorates. Everyone understands that Nani will not live any longer. It is time for her to leave. Nani starts crying a lot. Then she dies. Isu says in his mind, Hyan eventually didn't even cry during Mesa's funeral. "I visited her house to share some food, but I only saw the empty dishes in front of the house, but not her." The next day, Isu came to his home in Seoul City. He goes to a cake shop. Isu remembers a scene of his parents when his mother was eating bread. Then Isu asks her mom, "Are you eating bread again?" His mother says, "I can live without rice, but I can't live without bread." His father says, "Dad, do you love bread more than me?" Her mother starts thinking about this, due to which her father gets worried. Then we see that Isu's family was very happy. Back to present, Isu buys the same bread. Then he comes to another world and starts eating his mother's favorite bread. Then he sees a packet on the table. He does not remember what that packet contains. Then, suddenly, he remembers that the packet contains the same fabric, soap, and lotion that he and Rose had bought for Maggie's grandchild. Then he sets out to give it to Maggie. Maggie asks, "What is that?" Isu says, "Cambric cloth, and I also put soap and lotion from Miss Jeji in here. It's a gift for getting a grandchild." Isu says, "Oh my, you are so thoughtful." Isu says, "It's nothing much." Then Maggie says, "Compared to you, males in my family are so lazy." Then Isu get nervous and say, "I will see you later." He thinks his mind, "I better get out of here for the sake of peace in this family." Then he goes from there to see his crop which he had grown long ago. He sees Hyan there, and on seeing her he gets very surprised and says, "It's been a while. Were you looking at the potato flower?" Then he plucks a flower and gives it to her and says, "How is it? It's simple but beautiful, right?" Hyan looks at him with a very strange look and says, "Why did you pluck that flower?" Isu says nervously, "You should pluck the flower for the potato to grow well." Hyan asks, "What is potato?" Isu says, "Something you eat. It's buried under the ground right now. We can harvest it after a month, so I will let you taste it." Hyan says, "Forget it." Isu thinks in his mind, anyway, is she eating properly? Looks like she lost some weight. The Isu asks Hyan, "Do you perhaps like bread?" Hyan asks bread. Isu says, "Yes, I got some of it recently. I like bread." Hyan gets excited. Isu says, "Come on in then, let's eat together." Then she eats bread, and Isu thinks, look like she loves bread too. But I was wondering why her hair's color altered so frequently, so she was indeed a witch. While saying this, Isu starts looking at him carefully. At that time, Hyan asks, "Is it your first time seeing someone eating bread?" Isu gets nervous again and says, "No, I was just amazed by your ears." Hien says, "You could have just asked if I am a witch." Isu says, "How could I when you were trying to hide it?" Hien says, Yeah. Anyway, you better not tell this to anybody else. And don't talk to me when I am eating." Isu is surprised by her behavior and says, "Okay." After finishing the food, Hien says, "I get it now. You can fool the others, but not me." Isu does not understand what she is saying. Then Hien asks, "You aren't an ordinary person, right?" Isu says, sounding very nervous. "What do you mean?" Then he thinks, "Did she somehow notice that I came from another dimension?" Then Hien says, "You are a wizard, a bread wizard." Isu is absolutely stunned by his words. Then Hien says, "The texture is soft, but also not greasy. The egg and butter give a good taste to the bread, and the scent spreads all over my mouth. Unless you are a bread wizard, it's not possible for someone to make such delicious bread." Then she says, "You fed me such delicious bread. In return, I will help you in taking care of the potato flour." Isu says, Sure. Then Hien says, "I also haven't forgotten about the cooked mackerel. I will definitely repay you for that too." Isu says, "Okay, just tell me if you want to eat that again." Hien says, "I hate fish." Isu says, "That's good to know. Anyway, what kind of magic do you use?" Hien says, "You want me to tell you that for free? I don't think I'm asking that for free." In the next scene, we see that Isu has to eat bread again, so he collects all the ingredients to make bread. Then he thinks pound cake has simple ingredients, and it's easy to make. In the traditional way, flour, egg, sugar, and butter are mixed. It's also delicious if we put veggies and bacon in here. Chocolate and green tea are good too, also lemon. Then, in the next scene, he starts making bread and thinks if it will be tasty for her. I don't know what she will say. Just then Hien comes there. She asks, "Is that bread? When can we eat it? You do know that I am diligently harvesting the potato flowers, right?" Isu says, "How would I know if those fell off because of the wind, or if it was really you? It's the information I want in return for making this bread." Hien says, "I am a witch with the power to control water." Isu gets shocked and thinks, is she somehow related to the family that manages the water in Armenia? Then he says, "Can you show me some magic?" Hien says, "Give me bread, delicious ones, 10 of them, and cook it faster." Isu says, Yes. The cake is ready." Hien can't wait to eat the cake. She asks Isu to cut the cake quickly. Isu says, "Just wait for a while." The cake doesn't come out of the bowl. Then Isu remembers that he forgot to put butter in the bowl. Then Isu says it's a little burnt at the edges. "But try it. I wonder what it tastes like." They both used to eat cake. Hien loves that cake. Isu thinks that cake is very sweet. Then he asks, "How does it taste?" Hien says it's delicious. Isu says, "Is that so? Then Hien days anyway. Do you have any milk?" Isu says, "Do I owe you milk? Go get it by yourself from the cow." Hien says, "I hate animals. By the way, why do you leave alone?" Isu says in a sad tone, "My parents passed away." Then Hien says, in a sad tone, "It's better for useless parents to die early." This reminds Isu that her grandmother had said that Hien has a problem in his heart. That's why she behaves like this. He starts wondering whether this means that Hien is a psychopath. Then Isu asks, "What do you feel when you see an animal?" Hien replied, "I feel like killing them." Isu says, "What?" Hien says, "Do you also think that something is wrong with what I just said?" Isu thinking, "How did she end up like this?" He says, "I came to this place to get some comfort. You should go now." Then Hien asks, "Why? Are you going to finish the rest of the bread all by yourself?" Then Jesus gives her a piece of bread. After that, Hien says, "You are a good person." In the next scene, we see Isu lying on his bed, thinking to himself, "I understand what it feels like to lose someone important to you." In such a situation, we don't have enough energy to consider other people's feelings. But still, Hien is a bit worse. In the next scene, we see some people killing the people of this village very brutally. During this fight, one man escapes with great difficulty. Then in the next scene, that boy is brought in front of the village head. That boy has fainted. Then he regains consciousness and he starts getting very frightened. The village head says, "Clam down, you passed out as soon as you got off the carriage. Then the boy says, "Father, hurry up, Lucian village is attacked. They might come this way, so we better go." The village head says it's all right. If they were really planning to attack this place, they would have arrived here already. Isu was also present there, who listens to everything and thinks he is right. The two villages are only 2 hours apart, if they were going. After that, the village head says to everyone, "It's late already. Let's gather again next time." Next day, Miss JG's bodyguard comes and announces something. He tells everyone I'm going to stay here for a while and observe their movement. Seeing this soldier, all the villagers start asking what will happen next. At that very moment, Jesus comes there, who is asking, why is the Medith family stepping up into this? That soldier replied that all I can say is that we were also affected. If you choose representatives among you, I will assign you a knight to go there with you. In the next scene, Isu thinks this is weird. A lot of injured but no casualties. I'm sure there is a reason why they only injured those people and didn't kill them. Then Isu goes to Haiyan. He first calls Haiyan, but she does not come out. Then he says bread, which makes Haiyan come out immediately. Isu thinks I am sure she will even follow a stranger if they offer her bread. Then Haiyan says I will make you some bread. Isu asks instead, can I ask you something? What's with the poker face? Haiyan says, what do you want? Then Isu says, what are the positions of the nobles in the Ermin nation? You know, something like count and marquis. Then Haiyan says, we have counts, but no marquises. Isu says, oh, elaborate it. Then Haiyan says angrily, one question is enough. Then he continues saying from now on, asking questions isn't free. 1 bread loaf per question. Isu says you are a savage robber. Then Sisu is forced to go and make a cake. Then Haiyan asks, are you gonna make bread with these this time? Then she gets very happy. Then Isu starts telling the recipe while making it. He says, first I'm going to put this meringue and mix it several times. And then put some oil on the pan and place the batter on it. Then Haiyan says, cook it already. I am hungry. Isu says we have to cook this slowly on a slim fire. Haiyan says you must not be good yet with your magic. Isu says, this isn't magic. We see that he makes a pancake, which is ready. Haiyan just staring at the food, and Isu says stop staring and eat it. Then she eats it and she likes it very much, and she asks, what is this? How can a piece of bread be this soft? Isu says that's called a pancake. Then Haiyan eats the whole pancake. Isu says, if you are eating, can you answer my question now? Haiyan says, don't be so impatient. Isu says, oh, sorry. Then she says, first, the highest position is the emperor. That bastard rules this entire kingdom. Isu says, are you really allowed to say it that way? Haiyan says, I am going to kill him with my own hands anyway. Isu thinks in his mind what a troublesome kid she is. Then he says, okay, continue. Haiyan says, next is Duke. It's the position given to the wizard family and the indirect royal descendants. Next are the counts, the rest of the nobles. Isu asks, that's all. Then Haiyan says, next is the people who buy the certificate of nobility. Isu asks, how much is that certificate? Haiyan replied, 5,000 gold coins. Then Isu asks, by the way, why do you want to kill the king? Haiyan replied, he is the enemy of my kind. Isu asks, but don't the other wizards get along well with the emperor? Haiyan says, don't act like you know everything. You aren't even a wizard. Haiyan says this in anger. Then Isu says, what a terrible mistake on my part. Then Haiyan says, anyway, I am gonna go to Ermania City. All right, from now on, give me 1 gold per question. Isu asks, you don't have a transportation fee. Then Isu again asks, bread or gold? Choose one. Haiyan says, that's a hard question. I will think about it. The next scene we see is Isu riding in a horse-drawn carriage somewhere, and he begins vomiting again due to riding in a horse-drawn carriage there. He thinks, without the pill for motion sickness, I am no better than a dog. Han says, Mr. Isu, are you all right? Isu replied, yes. Then he asks anyway. The village looks so much better in just 2 weeks. Hans asks, don't I tell you? Okay, now I am telling you. Actually, Pang family spent a huge sum of money and hired a healing wizard. They helped to cure the villagers and restore the village. Isu asks Pang's family, the one who was buying the lands here. Hans replied, that's right. Then Isu think his mind the land they were planning to buy just got ambushed by bandits, but they restored it for free. Then Isu asks, what's their condition? Hans asks, condition. Actually, they don't say anything about a condition. Isu thinks this is suspicious. Then he says, anyway, I am glad the people are okay. Hans says, right. Then, shall we meet here after finishing our own business? Isu says, sure. In the next scene, Isu says, I finally sold all the black pepper I brought. He sees that some people are talking in front of him. One man says, I meet the bandits on my way here to Count Medith's territory. Second men say, really? Then the same man says, they say that the bandits are wandering around with this area as their center, but I heard that Count Medith isn't even putting on a guard. Second man says, what if the bandits have something to do with the Medith family? Isu thinks lies. The knights of the Madeth family have been guarding the streets for the last 2 weeks. Then 3-man says I will kick their asses if they try to come here again. He continues, says, you know, when I met them a few days ago, I glared at them without getting scared, and that bastard had an awful looking scar on his jaw. But I still acted bravely. Started to beg after I stabbed him. Isu listens to him and remembers that this man is talking about a man he had met before. In the next scene, we see Hyen coming to Isu and shouting, bread. Where is my bread? Isu replied, today. I will harvest potatoes. Hyen says, bread first. Then a small fight starts between the two. One says she wants bread. The other says he wants potatoes. Then Isu says, I will show you how to do this. So watch carefully and learn. Then Isu begins to explain to her how to get the potatoes out from under the dust. He says, dig the dirt under these roots as carefully as possible. Then some big round roots will show up like this. Hyen says, it's ugly. Isu says, doesn't this look like you? Then Isu again says, have you ever seen a mirror in your life? You said you were 23 years old. Right. Now I understand why you couldn't get married until now. Today I am going to cook with this one. Hyen asks, not bread. Isu says, if you don't want to, don't eat this. Hyen says, let's see what you got first. Then he washes both the potatoes thoroughly and refreshes them. Hyen asks, so, what are you going to make using these things? Isu replied, potato pancake. It's a simple food you can cook with just potatoes and oil. Hyen says, it doesn't sound tasty. Isu says, just help me. I will make you some bread later. Then Hyen says, give me the knife. Isu gets scared and says, have you ever even used this before? He says, just grind the potatoes that I give you using this. Hyen says, okay. Sure, she can do something as simple as this. Then we see that she starts grinding the potatoes very fast. Isu is afraid and says, hey, let me do it. Then we watch as they grind their potatoes. Isu says, I didn't expect that you can't even simply peel a potato properly. Hyen says it took a long time even for you. Isu says, didn't know that you had no idea how to grind potatoes. Hyen says, shut up. Then Isu says, now, we will place this grounded potato on the sieve, throw away the water floating above and mix the residue of potato starch with the grate, and then spread a layer of oil on the frying pan and fry it. Hyen says, that's delicious to you. Isu says, if you want to add texture to this food, you just need to use some potato slices in it. You can also put some veggies if you want. It all depends on your personal taste. Now it's done. Go ahead and try this. Hyen starts looking at her food carefully. Isu says, eat it before it gets cold. Hyen says, don't rush me. Hyen's changes. Looking at her, it seems that she liked that food very much. Eating, I guess. Hyen says these edge parts are especially tasty. Isu thinks she knows how to enjoy this even though she doesn't know how to enjoy expensive ribs. Then, Isu says to Hyen, next time, I will make you some potato bread with the potatoes you harvest. Hyen says, I like the pound cake more. Isu says, but you seem like you are really enjoying that potato pancake right now. We see that Rose has come to Maggie's house after a long time. Maggie says you are here. Rose says, yes, by the way, you've been doing fine, didn't you? This time, I will be staying here for about 3 days. Cook me lots of delicious food, okay? Then Isu comes there and tells Rose, miss, can I have some of your time? Rose gets shocked. In the next scene, Rose says so. What is this all about? Isu replied. I have a favor to ask of you. Rose says, a favor. Isu says, there is something I heard from the villagers in Lushan. Rose asks, then? Isu says, first, I would like to tell you that I am not suspecting the Medith family, so don't be offended by me. I also know that your family has assigned the guards too. Rose asks, what is it that you want to say? Isu says someone has already started spreading fake rumors about the Medith family. So before the rumors spread further, a scare on the chin. Could you check if someone has a knife scar on the chin in your land? Hyen says, are you saying that you think the culprit is in our land? Let's say it's him. What are we gonna do when we find him? Isu says, I already have a plan for that. Rose says, if you are planning to harm the reputation of a noble, try to think again. If this goes wrong, as a punishment. In the next scene we see Rose eating something and saying no punishment or that the food has been cooked by Isu. Rose says, what is this? It's so soft. Did you make it taste like this with butter? If you knew how to do this since long ago, why didn't you make me one before? Isu says, I am glad that you like it. So about my favor, Rose says, don't worry. All you want is a letter when I find him, right? Isu says, yes. Then I will go there, Rose says. Okay, I can do that. It's nothing hard. Anyway, how did you make this? Isu says, do you remember the potato you brought me? First, I washed it clean and then sliced it. Rose says seriously, this country people are so easy to fool. Isu says what? Rose says what? Rose says, why are you revealing the information that only you know to others? You should sell that information in exchange for money. Why do you think craft masters earn more than the farmers? It's because they have a special trick they only know. They only teach those tricks to their children. And when they get healthy, they will buy the certificate of nobility and become a noble. Isu says, then I guess I can't tell you the recipe. Rose says then, instead of that, along with Miss Guy. Isu says, okay, enjoy your meal. After a few days, we see Rose who has come to someone's house. Rose says the guard step aside. The guard says I was told not to let anyone in. Rose says, is that so? Then someone from inside says I heard that someone was spouting bullshit. Let's see who that is. Rose says it's us who hired the bandits to attack the Lucian village. What kind of fucking childish asshole dares to fucking use their long tongue in that way? Someone from inside tells Rose to come in. One man says, hello, Miss Jane Rose. Have you been well? Rose tells a person to lift your face. That person does not give any answer, Rose says while pulling his hair. Didn't you hear me? Lift your head up before I smash it. The person sitting in front says to that man to lift your face. We see that it is the same man that we encountered Isu once before. The man in front is Rose's father. Rose says, Father. Rose says, Father, there is something I would like to tell you. Just the two of us. Rose tells everything to her father. Then she asks, what are you going to do now? Her father says that the man who just confessed is the territory manager of our family. I knew that the other nobles were planning something, but I didn't expect them to try pulling our honor down by buying our manager. Rose says we should tie him upside down and beat him until his insides fall out of his mouth. He still hasn't said anything about the one who paid him to do that, right? Her father says yes, he claims that everything was planned by himself. Rose says then, let's just torture him by drowning him for a week straight. The next day we see Isu going to a place in a beautiful looking carriage. Isu reaches the place. We see Rose waiting for him. Isu is quite surprised to see Rose's new getup. He thinks she is definitely the daughter of a duke. Rose says, what is with that reaction? Anyway, this isn't right to test a guest who has just arrived like this, but let's take care of that first. Isu says, okay. Then Rose asks, so what is your plan? Isu says, this is a treasure of my family. It's made by a wizard with the power of Thunder God and God of Wisdom. Then he shows her something, and he says it's called a lie detector. Rose says, you don't have to explain it with such minute details. So it's an artifact, right? Isu says, yes, it's an artifact. Then Rose says, so this distinguishes lies from the truth. Isu says, you are right. Rose thinks, who the hell is he? Really? Got an artifact as an heirloom. And there is also a wizard in his continent, because artifacts aren't things that ordinary civilians can see. Then she replied, okay, let's use this right away. Isu asks, don't you want to check what would happen if someone lies? Rose gets a little scared and says, why? Will it kill me? Isu says, no. Then we see that both of them together try to get the truth out of that man's mouth with the help of that man's mouth with the help of that machine. Isu says, from now on, if you tell the truth, God will be on your side. But if you lie, he will punish you by tearing your blood vessels apart. That man says, why should I believe that? Isu says, I will prove it in a simple way. Just say no to all my questions. Then Isu asks him, the first question, Miss JJ likes Aunt Humphrey food. Because of this question, everyone starts looking at Rose. That man says no. Then the machine detects the lie and gives an electric shock to the man. Then Isu says, see? Now we are done with the practice. Isu says in horror face, if you lie once again, your family, children, and even grandchildren will be punished for your sin. You will be punished by God by getting your limbs apart. That man gets scared and says, please leave my family out of this. I just did what I was told to do. Isu becomes happy. Rose's father says to Isu, I will continue from here. You can wait outside. Please take your artifact with you. Then we see Isu and Rose coming out of that room. Rose says that was quick. Isu says, what should we do now? Rose says, there is something I prepared for you. Isu asks what? Rose says, I am sure you will like it a lot. We see a basket of cakes being brought to Isu for thanks. Isu gets shocked. Then Rose says, it looks tasty, right? Try this. This is a flour dessert and is very popular among the nobles and royals. Isu thinks this will be a very tasty dessert, but after eating it he smells a lot of perfume, which he doesn't like very much. Rose says, what do you think? Isu says, no comments. Then Rose says, try the others too. Then he says, okay, and he thinks, I hope that would taste better. Rose says, you can try each one of them. Then he ate another one. Then he thinks, I don't understand these tastes. It tastes like cosmetic. So terrible. After the lie detecting incident, Isu has earned the trust of the Medici family, and now we see him relaxing after the incident. Rose and Isu are seen having a fun banter after the incident when she asks, by the way. Yu replies yes. Rose continues, can I borrow this? Isu is confused and asks, what are you going to use it for, if I may ask? Rose with determination speaks up, I was thinking of disciplining some of the guards. Isu is scared for the guards and denies her request. Later, in the evening, Isu arrives before the Count Medici and properly introduces himself. Rose asks his father, how did it go? Is the Fanchi family really related to all of this? Count Medici replies, yes, the royal family has decided to impose separate punishments. The man they instigated will be sentenced to prison for life. We see the Count Medici being grateful to Isu, as he was the most helpful. The next morning, Isu wakes up from a comfortable sleep, then walks towards the window to watch the bustling town. And as he felt the chilly air, he quickly shuts the window, and in the meantime his butler arrives and brings him morning tea and snacks. Also a bathrobe for him to cover himself. To Isu, it felt weird that he was relaxing in this new world, but he made up his mind that this world is his new home when he heard a voice calling for him, stating that the meal was prepared and he is called to have a meal with Count Medici. At the dining table, we see Rose all excited as she's watching Isu wear formal noble clothes, and also commenting, you look as shiny as a new gold coin in that outfit. Isu feels embarrassed since he's not used to Bible's clothing, but decided to have the meal with the Medici family. Rose was interrupted by her personal maid for her informal way of speaking. Feeling lectured, she orders the maid to bring the food. The dishes looked delicious. There were fruits, chicken and fish, yet when Isu tried the fish, it was bland and only tasted of salt and pepper. Rose, bored of the same taste, speaks up when she notices the reaction of Isu. Now you know why I keep going back to Mrs. Humphrey. Not wanting to make the Medici family feel bad, he compliments the food, and then he was served mutton ribs. They tasted good, and they weren't gamey according to Isu. Rose's mother is feeling worried for her child and speaks up, goodness dear. Aren't you a little picky about your food? Rose answers in frustration, you won't say that once you've tried Mrs. Humphrey's food, mother. Her mother says, that's why I'm telling you to invite her over. After the meal, Rose and Isu are gone out to explore the town, and while they were leaving, Count Medici and his personal butler had a deep conversation about Isu's rewards. But Lord Medici had something else for Isu, and he proposes money isn't enough to express gratitude for what he has done for us. The butler was shocked, and he realized that the Lord Medici was thinking of writing a recommendation letter to Isu for becoming a noble. The butler explained that through Count's recommendation, Isu can buy the noble privileges without any restriction, but he also mentioned that Count rarely writes recommendations. After the discussion of recommendations, Count Medici and his butler have a fun conversation about I for people and his hiring for his butler. After a few days, we see a posh carriage with metal wheels and 2 horses pulling it, and a familiar man sitting inside. It's Isu. He had the recommendation letter and 5,000 gold coin for buying the noble's privilege. He thinks the money is too much for him, so he's planning to save some in the bank soon. They reach Rotterdam. Examining the weak fencing, he musters his idea for a new fencing around the village. A beautiful morning, we see Isu and Hans working hard on the walls of Hans's house, since the winter is coming. Hans was a bit curious as to how Isu's hometown prepared for winter, so he asks, how do people in your hometown prepare for the winter? Isu was a bit confused as to how he should explain the idea of central heating, but tries to explain we have something called ondol, which is an underfloor heating system. Basically, we lay stones on the floor and light a fire underneath, which warms the air and heats the stone. Hans was shocked and terrified and spoke in a scared tone. So you grill people alive? Isu had a rough idea how Hans would react, so he didn't press the topic any further. But he thinks of a plan for his underfloor heating. When he becomes a lord himself, he has to build a designated room for ondol. He had another idea and wanted to try it out, so he asks Hans for his help. Later, Hans shows up to Isu's living quarters in the village with pork feet. Isu thanks him and asks him to place it on the table. We see Humphrey a bit excited and shouts to announce that Isu will be in charge of today's dinner. She later asks everyone, raise your hands if you're going to eat here. The rest who have family waiting back home can leave. Isu was shocked by the number of people wanting to try his cooking. So he asks them politely, it's gonna take a while. Why don't you all wait outside until it's ready? As the last person steps out, the air around Izu changes, and he brings out his secret weapon from another world: spices and condiments. He starts by cooking the pig's feet with water, beer and bay leaves and allowing it to boil. After the first boiling, he removes the water and adds fresh water again to boil the legs after they're ridden of the gammy smell. Isu takes them in a bowl and adds soy sauce and herb tonic tea for marination, also adding salt and sugar for seasoning. After hours of hard labor and cooking, the dish was done, and he announced there, "Dinner is served, everyone." The people were shocked to see Isu's cooking, and some were salivating to taste it. People were shocked to taste the pig's feet, as they have never tried it this way, and some were also pestering Isu to share his recipe. Hans, who was mesmerized by Isu's cooking, asks him something. "Isu, the chewy skin is awesome. How did you make the sauce?" Isu knew if he told him that he's from another world, he wouldn't be alive, so he masks the secret by telling it's a family secret sauce that has been passed down for generations. "So I can't tell you. Sorry." Hans was a bit disappointed, but understood later. Isu wanted to enjoy the meal and found an empty spot near a man. He asked for his permission to sit next to him. The man agrees and says, "Sure, I'm Joka." Isu found this man interesting, as he was a new face, and wanted to know more about him. "I haven't seen you before. Are you a merchant? How did you come all the way here in such cold weather?" The man replied in an exciting and playful laughter, "Yes, I run a fish shop. Fish sells well in weather like this." Isu replies back with a thoughtful answer, "I guess it's because the costs for preservation magic are lower in this cold weather." The man was impressed by Isu's answer and replied, "That's right. Preservation magic is pretty expensive. Besides, climbing the Mount Knots in this freezing weather is like wanting to get closer to the Lord. So this is a great opportunity to make a lot of money by selling fresh fish." The man said in a tired tone, but after having a bite of Isu's cooking, he was delighted, and a new source of energy was found, as he screams in delight and keeps showering Isu compliments for this wonderful treat. Isu was a bit taken aback, but the tenacity of the man and his riskier way of earning money, so he asked the man for his business card for his future needs. A few days later, the terrifying and harsh cold hits the village, and Isu, who doesn't have any proper heating system, is shown sitting near the fireplace for warming up his body. He thinks of this as his trial, and that this trial won't be for long. As he was deep in his thinking, he was interrupted by a villager, screaming, "There's a fire!" As he rushed out of his cottage, he saw the rising fire, and he stood there devastated and confused to why there was a fire. Later, he was awakened by Hans to ask him bring water to stop the fire from spreading. The village was in terror. Every person ran and brought water to stop the fires from spreading. A lady cries out, "Oh no, my house! Please save my house! Please save my house!" Just as the panic was rising, Heian entered the scene, and with her water magic chanting Mon Kurito no Onariu de Heian, asking the water spirits for help, she summons large amount of water to save the village from burning down. As the villagers saw the unexpected sight of magic, they were shocked to see a royal descendant of elves arriving to help them and their town. As Heian enters to save the village from burning down, Isu was shocked to see her come forward for others, and put herself in danger for others. As Heian chants a spell in Latin, and forming a huge water ball which bursts and comes down as rain, and stops the fire from spreading any further. As the fire calms down, the villagers are in shock. How did it happen? And few are gossiping, saying, "Wasn't that magic just now? What is a mage doing in our village?" As she was feeling low from using her mana, an old man speaks up in soft voice and bows down in gratitude, thanking her for her immense help. Seeing the old man bow, the rest of them do the same and express their gratitude. Isu was proud of her and tried calling her, but she ignored him and went back to her living quarters. The villagers were discussing their plan and how to renovate the burning houses, and few of them come up with good ideas. Isu was still worried about Heian and couldn't help but be worried for her. Next morning, Isu rushes to Heian's quarters and knocks on her door softly. "Hey Heian, it's me." He also had a brown bag for her. She slowly opens the door and feels gloomy and tired from using her mana yesterday. Seeing him, she asks him in a frustrated voice, "What do you want?" Isu tries to convince her to talk to him, but she shuts the door on his face and says, "You're wasting my precious time." She knew she was in a bad mood. Sanjay brought her a treat and decided to lure her. Guess what the bread mage brought you? Heian, feeling hungry and needy, opens the door slowly and speaks up in disgusted yet warm tone, "You're becoming more and more cunning by the day." Isu laughs softly and replies, "And you still wear your heart on your sleeves." As his laughter dies down, he sees her tired and bags forming under her eyes. He feels scared and worried for her, so he asked her what happened. She replied nonchalantly, Magical powers don't pop out of nowhere, you know. Isu realized that she used up a lot of her mana and thanked her for saving the village. Feeling embarrassed by his compliment and gratitude, she speaks in a pouty and half-angry tone. I didn't do it for the village. I did it to protect the bread mage. Isu knows she's a bit moody, so he doesn't bother her much and asked her in a serious tone, by the way, are you okay with the villagers knowing your identity? She knew her identity is out, so many people might disturb her, but she's in a foul mood, so she speaks up in an irritated tone that's none of your business. I'll take care of it. I need to rest, so hand over what you have and beat it. Isu knew that she's tired, so he does as she says, and then explained what type of bread he brought today. Those are called egg cookies. As he was going to explain more, she shuts the door hardly, and he's left to stand there all alone, and he thinks that she needs to work on her temper as he was leaving. He thought, well, I'm sure they have egg cookies here as well, so I can skip the explanation. As Heian saw Isu leaving, she stares at his walking figure for a little while before turning her attention to the egg cookies. She was quite mesmerized by the cookies and speaks, cookies baked with eggs, but they don't smell like the one I know. As she took one of the cookies, they were extremely delicious looking and crispy. As she took the first bite, it melted on her tongue, and only one sentence left her mouth. They're delicious. A few while later, we see villagers gather around the riverside for some festival, but Isu is confused to why everyone is gathered here till he meets Hans, who had shown up by the riverside all excited and dressed in new clothing, confused by the occasion. And that's when Hans hands him a pot, confused. He asks, a pot? Hans replied. Yes, we put a stone in the pot every year, which signifies our age. Make sure you find a pretty stone by the riverside later on. Isu was still confused, but he accepted the gift by Hans and complies with the ritual. But he was still curious to what this occasion is called and asks Hans, by the way, is it some kind of a special day? This place is packed. Hans, knowing he's not from the village and he's an outsider, replied, oh, you probably don't know, Isu. Today's the village festival called Kwasaluna. That's when we place the stones in the pot. He understood the significance of the festival and enjoyed it with his fellow beings. The moon starts coming out and the village chief is standing on the platform waiting to speak as the crowd goes quiet. He speaks, please watch over our Rodron throughout the coming year as well. As the speech continues, the fireworks going off in a distance and the people laughing and enjoying can be seen. That's when we see Hans and Isu talking about how long the ritual goes on for. As the people start gathering, Isu has a small talk with the chief and asks him for his permission to continue staying here in this village. The chief nods and approves him. Later, the chief calls out everyone to form a line, and the villagers are excited. Since they know it's the time for the Kwasaluna, the chief marks everyone's head with a red powder mixed with water and slowly marking everyone. Isu was nervous, as this was his first Kwasaluna, and he awaits his marking turn. After he's been marked, Hans tells him, next, we put the stone in our pots and make a wish. Isu nods and does as Hans said, and he wished, I wish for this year to be happier than the last one. He adds, Mom, Dad, I'm doing good, and I really miss you both. After Kwasaluna days passed and we see Isu preparing himself to leave the village, he makes sure to pack all of the essential things like food, water, first aid kit, and the most important thing, money gifted by Count Medici. Later he meets up with Rose and they have a conversation on how Isu can buy the noble's privilege, and also mentioned that he can buy the status in Pusing. Rose explains, Pusing is a port city run by us, the Medici family. We initially used the Manga port, but the family that controlled that port started imposing heavy taxes, so we had to find a new port. Isu understands their situation, and Rose continues explaining, every port has a royal administration that issues rank certificates, and since you have my father's recommendation letter, you can easily buy one in Pusing. Isu feels the generosity gifted to him by the Count Medici and feels indebted to the Medici family for this amazing opportunity. But he was disturbed by Rose again stating, but before that, you need to overcome one more hurdle, and that's... Isu was in deep thinking, as he was enlightened by the fact that he has to pay a hefty price for the noble privilege, and thinks whether he's getting pulled into a huge scam or something, but he shakes his head and trusts the Count Medici. He felt he was in a rush to buy the noble status, and he kept on thinking other ways to use his 8,000 gold, such as buying a great house back in his original world, but he shakes and removes that idea. He speaks to himself, but the reason I decided to buy the status first is, because I wanted to find my purpose in life here. Since I've come all the way to another world, why not make good use of my time and at least become a feudal lord? He had made up his mind. Later we see Isu and Heian having a delightful chatting with each other when Heian speaks with a stuffed mouth. I want to go do fushing too. Isu smiles at her clumsiness and asks her to swallow her food before speaking. She nods and finishes the bread Isu brought, coughing and hitting her chest to swallow, which made her really childish and cute, and after she swallows the food with a proud and loud voice, she says, "Take me with you too. Fusing, I'll be your god." Isu was a bit shocked and laughed softly while saying, "I doubt someone so feeble can protect me." Heian pouts at him, and he felt a little bad but enjoyed seeing her pout. That's when Heian decided to show her skills when she collected water using magic and brought it close to Isu's weak points. The icicles were so sharp that if it hits Isu's weak points, he would lose his life. Isu was scared for his life and spoke in a frightened manner. "Hey, what's the big idea? Get this away from me." It was obvious that Isu was scared for his own life, but Haran decided to scare him more and says, "Haven't used this magic in a while, Sony might struggle to control my power." Isu was furious and said with worry in his voice, "Another reason to not take you. You're staying here." But Heian doesn't agree, and she refuses Isu's rejection. It seems she had another motive, and that's when she says, "It's Martha. I want to pay you back for what you've done for her. If you decide to accept my offer, I plan to use my powers solely for you for a year." Isu was a bit taken aback by her sentiments, and when he was going to speak something, she interrupted. "Besides, I also need to continue having the bread mage's bread." She was a bit irritated as the offering today wasn't a bread. Heian was still irritated and in a moody mood, saying, "It wasn't bread this time, but it was still delicious." Isu was confused as to why she was irritated, as he was sure she would like this dessert since it was made with the cheese that he and Humphrey made it together. She explained, "I also like the crunchy biscuit at the base. The savoriness goes well with the saltines of the cheese." She gave compliments to him, but still said that breads are better. Isu smiles at her and then asks her, "By the way, what will you do if I decline?" She replies in a nonchalant and irritated look, "I'll take you for the worst dimwit ever and flees this village." Isu sighs and thought that taking Heian will be a better option than going alone. Everything was set, money was prepared, and working with the mage, who controls water, but he felt that 1 year is short, so he asks her, "Hey, but does it have to be a year?" Heian was shocked by Isu's smartness and replied back in a mocking tone, "I guess you're smarter than I thought." She then explained that she has her royal duties too and cannot follow him forever. Isu understands the situation and thinks that today is the first day, and that's when Heian drops her demands. "Instead, provide me a loaf of tasty bread every single week." Isu was a bit confused, saying to himself, she clearly said she wanted to show gratitude. So why is she talking about conditions? He starts up calculating his gains and losses about her demands, and it ends up with him in a huge loss. But then, he smiles wickedly and decided that he'll make sure to use Heian and her powers to cover up his losses. This was a way how a human mind works, and it's really terrifying. She felt Isu's stare and asks him, why is he staring at him with his yucky eyes? And he responds back in a polite and cute manner, "Excuse me, what are you talking about?" This showed his cleverness and how mysterious he can be. The next morning they leave for Pusing, and we see expensive carriages and lots of materials for camping on the way. And that's when we see a kid pops up and says, "Isu, thanks for the ride. An expensive carriage sure feels nice." Isu smiles and welcomes him, the kid, and Isu had a conversation where they discussed how Isu got the carriage and how Rose gifted him the carriage. And that's when the kid whispered into Isu's ears, "Anyway, when did you and Heian become a you-know-what?" Isu was confused, and he rejected his allegations. That's when Heian laughs pretty loudly and appreciates the joke. Isu was hurt a bit and refused her to be his type. It was obvious she wasn't interested in him that way, except for his breads. We get a glimpse of Heian past life, and she explained how there are only one descendant of half-elves and how the pure elves have been long extinct. It was a difficult time, but they managed to survive, and she thinks that hiding her appearance can bring all kinds of misunderstandings. As she went out, she realized that going out also feels nice. The fresh air hitting on her skin makes her feel alive. But she also had a deep sadness relating to her family and cannot afford to goof around like Isu. She was curious about Isu and asked him, "Isu, you said you're a voyager, right?" Isu nods and agrees with her, understanding his answer. She further questions, "That means you're not going to stay in Rodarin for long. Where are you planning to go next?" Isu replies with an unsure answer, that "I'm not sure yet, but for now, I'm going to become a feudal lord." She felt a bit suspicious that if he's a feudal lord, why doesn't he have guards? So she commented, "I've never seen a feudal lord wander around without guards." Izu replies, "That's because I'm not a feudal lord yet." She was still suspicious about his true identity and said if he was an aristocrat who came to the real world for experience. Izu politely declines and ensures her that he's really a commoner. She was a bit unsure whether he knows that becoming a feudal lord is not easy, and said, "Do you think it's easy to become a feudal lord?" Isu replies in a polite manner with a hint of teasing, "Careful, you're talking to a future baron here." They both had a deep conversation on the title of baron and counts, and how 9 out of 10 barons are stripped of their titles just because they're not able to pay the taxes. But Isu seems calm and said, "No worries, I'm gonna get filthy rich anyway." She was feeling a bit anxious and asks him, "That's interesting. And how do you plan to do that?" He smirks and reminds her that he's the bread mage and can always open a bakery shop in a Romanian city. She was on board with his plans and agreed to his fantastic idea. As they travel more, it was turning dark, so they planted their camp near a safe spot and rested. As the dawn starts breaking, all of the people start gathering their stuff and cleaning up, becoming ready to leave for their journey ahead. We see Isu searching for Heian, and that's when Heian pops out from the forest. Isu was happy, and he went to speak with her, but at that moment Heian ignored him. But he doesn't feel bad since he's used to her coldness. He was curious to what she was doing in the forest this early, so he tries to peek, and that's when he found the wild dogs to be dead. As they both were traveling in carriages, Yu asks, "You're the one who killed those wild dogs, right?" She replies nonchalantly, "Why do you ask?" Isu was proud of her because she stepped up to protect them from wild dogs and felt happy she was doing something good. As they traveled further, they come to a halt, and confused Isu asks, "Why did you suddenly stop?" The boy replies that they have to pay toll. That's when Isu had an idea and picked his recommendation letter he got from Count Medici, which allowed him to save money. The boy and Isu had a light banter about his recommendation letter from Count Medici, which shocked the boy, as the Count doesn't write recommendations a lot. As Isu reaches the registration office, he submitted the letter and 5,000 gold coins to buy his title. The clerk was happy with the recommendation letter, and he asks, "So, your name is Isu. May I have your surname?" He was a bit dazed since he didn't have a surname, which was pretty common, and the clerk suggests him to pick a surname from the book. He rampages through the paper, not finding anything suitable when he comes across a beautiful name, Bloom, which he picks for his surname. After his selection, the clerk asks him to sign the papers and announced him, Sir Isu Bloom, granting him the title of Baron. After the signature, he asks the clerk if he's allowed to leave, and that's when clerk explained, from here on, to earn the title of a Count, you must undergo training at a Count's estate for 3 years, and pay an annual tax of at least 1,000 gold each year, until you have satisfied the 50,000 gold requirements. Isu almost forgot the conditions, and then he speaks up. I'm thinking of getting my training from the Medici family. Do I have any other options? The clerk offers him a shortcut method by paying 1,000 gold coin for a completion certificate. Isu felt a bit weird and asks him whether he can give some time to this and then answer about it later, which was fine with the clerk. As he steps out, Haitian approaches him with a disgusted look on her face, saying, "Did you seriously buy that certificate?" Isu replies, careful speaking, "From now on, I'm Baron Bloom." This irritated Haran and cracked a joke about making him kneel in front of the Grand Mage, which terrified Isu, but it was a joke. Later she says she's hungry, and they both visit a fancy restaurant and ordered food which came to them, but Heian looked at it with weird looks. Isu was a bit skeptical of her not liking seafood, but still tries to feed her the shrimp, and he places the shrimp on her plate. As she tries the shrimp, she feels the waves and the saltiness of the ocean, which mesmerized her with delight. Isu feels happy that she enjoys it and feels proud of him to make her eat the shrimp. She enjoyed it, though she felt something missing, and orders the server to bring the lemon water as it goes well with seafood. Her tone was a bit rude. Seeing this, Isu feels bad for the server and speaks to Heian. Isu feels bad for the server and speaks to Heian. Be a little more polite. Heian was irritated by Isu and spoke in an irritated tone. "This is how I talk. I can't help it." Isu then speaks after deliberately thinking. "But that's not how you talk when you ask for bread." Heian replies, "Because I'm getting free delicious bread that's better than what I can find at an upscale bakery. Obviously, I'll be kind." Isu agrees in the back of his head with her. She then explained that lobster isn't cheap and not bringing lemon water shows unprofessionalism. Isu had newfound respect for her after her explanation and felt that she's right. Heian orders Isu to peel shrimps for her, which he complies without any restraints, which made her smile a little. The next morning, both Isu and Heian are wandering around the city when Haran speaks up. This place reeks of fish. It's stinging my nose. Isu was a bit worried and asked her, "That's the smell of the ocean. Hang in there." "Have you ever seen an ocean before?" Realizing it's her first visit to the ocean, he smiles and also realizes that despite being grumpy, she's actually excited. After walking some distance, they both arrived at the port, which was a beautiful scenery that made Heian lost in the wonderful scenery. The fresh waves and cold air from the sea and the bustling town. It was a whole new scenery that she never experienced ever before. First word that comes out of her after the breathtaking scene, it's so big. Meanwhile, Isu finds a perfect flat stone and calls out, "Haran." Wanna see something cool, confused by what he means, and wants to show she doesn't speak. Isu, meanwhile, had a grin on his face and stretches himself to skip the stone. As he was done stretching, he pulls his hand back and throws the stone from side, which makes the stone skip in the ocean water for 7 times. Heian was confused by his act, was silent the whole time, but eager to replicate Isu's skipping action, she takes a stone and throws it on the ocean. We all know it ends up drowning instead of skipping, and Isu says politely, "That's not how you throw it." But he doesn't know that Heian uses magic and makes the stone skips for more than 7 times, which is cheating according to him. But Heian smirks and replies back nonchalantly, "Too bad you're not a mage." This irritated Isu and wanted to have some kind of revenge. That's when Heian calls out, "Let's go, Baron Bloom." Isu felt a shock running down his body, as he was not used to be called Baron, and says, "Don't call me that in the openly side. I need some time to get used to it." Heian agrees and they both walk in the city for a few while before stumbling across the Architecture Guild, which he was finding for a long time. He enters the guild and gets greeted by a middle-aged man in his 40s and asks what help can he provide. Isu speaks his mind. "I would like to build an underground storage." The clerk understands his requests and asks him to be seated while he formulates plans. After some time, he asks, "What size do you have in mind?" Isu speaks up right after his question. "It'll be a shared storage for the entire village." Understanding Isu's requests, he nods and starts formulating the structure and shape. Meanwhile, Isu explains, "It's a village called Raudaran, with 70 residents. It's a 3-day distance from here, if you take the East Provincial Road." After listening to his information, the clerk sums up by saying, "Considering the travel expenses, materials, and labor costs, that will cost a total of 52 gold. Isu thinks that building cost of log cabin is 20 gold, so he thinks that building cost of underground storage is pretty reasonable. Isu had a doubt that creeped into his brain and asks the clerk, "How much does it cost to build a feudal lord estate?" The clerk replies, "That really depends." Isu then replies while thinking, "As big as the Mangadex family's castle, for example." After giving it a thought about the query and the size of the castle Isu mentioned, he replied, "If we're only talking about the inner castle, it would cost around 50,000 gold with today's money." Isu was in huge shock after listening to his amount, which was an overwhelming amount of 5 billion won in his world, which is a long way for him. The clerk speaks with pride. "Our great-great-grandfather built the Mangadex family's castle, so I believe it's fair to say that I have inherited the know-how." After listening to his prideful speech, Isu asks for his business card and takes it with the clerk. In return, asks him for his name. Isu speaks with pride. "It's Isu Bloom, Baron Bloom." Listening to his name and title, the clerk feels scared and says loudly that he asks for forgiveness and he'll personally go and build that storage in the village. Isu felt a bit weird being called Lord by a person older than him, but he shakes the thought and then requested the clerk to meet him at the shop by dusk, which the clerk accepts by nodding in fear. This way of the demeanor made Isu felt a bit weird, which makes him feel like he's the boss. This way of bossing is not suitable in Korea, according to Isu, and he felt a bit weird. After walking out of the guild, he thinks that, "I hope this is enough of a farewell gift." As he was walking, he was stumbled upon the cute dog which caught his attention. Heian, waiting for him to go back home, speaks up irritatedly, "Stop getting sidetracked, and let's head home already." Isu asks her to wait for a while, but Heian was irritated and said him to be hurry. He felt Haven was a bit stingy but avoids her and enjoys the love of dogs and asks the man which breed are they. The man replies, "They're border collies. They're border collies." The man explained proudly that the dogs were trained in sheephound dog and specialized in sheep herding. This makes Isu wanting to adopt them and gift them to Raudaran, which helps the villagers and farms. As Isu was fond of the dogs, the man explained when herding sheep, send them signals by blowing a grass blade or a whistle. Isu was really impressed by the dogs and asked the man curiously, "How many would I need to herd a flock of 50 sheep? The man examines the query and replies with sure answer, "One should be more than enough." Isu then queries, "How much do I need to pay?" The man replied, 3 gold, sir, Isu replies excitedly. In that case, I'll take them in pairs. Isu was really excited and paid the man the money straight away and was really excited. Isu thought of the villagers by buying the dogs and also thinks that if they didn't have the need of the dogs, then he himself will raise the dogs since he adores the dogs too much. Isu then realized something and it strikes him really hard that Heian hates animals and what he did now was really big mistake. He examined Heian's face and it clear that she hated animals and wondered what traumatized her and what kind of experience she had to go through. As the time passes and a new day arrives, the clerk from Architecture Guild was waiting for Isu on time. The dogs were really energetic to see Isu and licked all over his face, which made Heian disgusted and replies his loving and endearing name for the dogs with irritated tone. You call them babies. Since when were you a dog? Heian was irritated due to dogs getting best seats and that makes her feel even more irritated with Isu. After settling down the dogs in the carriage, he calls for the clerk and asks him politely, "By the way, I have a request." The man replies with a genuine smile, "What would that be, sir?" Isu replies, "The villagers don't know I've become a baron yet, so I would like you to address me as Isu for today." The clerk agrees with a smile and takes his leave. After conversing with the clerk, Isu goes back to his carriage and starts riding with Heian, and he was a bit curious to what Heian thinks of Pusing City, so he asks, "So, how did you like Pusing?" Heian was irritated and replies back to him with a loud, irritated voice, "Why did you even bother becoming a noble instead of just traveling?" Isu understands that she's a bit shy and speaks in a lightened mood. "Sounds like you had fun." Later he smiles softly at her and says, "Let's travel together here and there for the next year." Heian had an understanding look on her face and she speaks with a gentle voice. "You said you're going to get trained at the MangaSee household, correct?" Isu agreed, and Heian continues to speak. "When are you planning to leave?" Isu replies, "About a week from now." "Why do you ask, Hei?" After understanding his reply and question, Heian speaks again, "Because I need to get prepared before we leave." Isu was a bit taken aback by her reply and asked her with a curious tone, "Are you sure? You might draw people's attention?" Heian replies, "I have a plan, so all you need to do is follow my lead." As the days continued to pass on, and Isu and Heian reached Routeren, and the villagers were really excited to see them back. Few of them started announcing his arrival, which made everyone excited and happy. One of the villagers was shocked by the gifts brought by Isu and speaks in a surprised tone, "Goodness, look at all these. He brought us this expensive seafood and is even planning to build us an underground storage. And he even brought us these sheepdogs." The dogs were really fond of the village chief and started licking and showing affection to them. The chief speaks in a delightful tone, "This is your home from now on." As Isu enjoyed the dogs and chief playing together, that's when he was interrupted by a crying Hans. "Are you really leaving?" Isu replies with a warm tone, "Yeah, I'm thinking of exploring other places." Hans then replies while crying softly, "Not showing much sadness, I see. So it was true. That makes me a bit sad." Isu was a bit shocked that Hans wasn't very much sad for his departure, and that kinda made him sad, but he kept a smile covering his sadness. After living in Routeren for a few days, his departure time arrives. We see him packing his essentials like toothbrush, soap, and towel for his travel. While packing, he thinks to himself, "I need to complete an 800-hour training course to be officially titled a baron." He kept on thinking and planning his future. "So if I were to take 8 hours of lessons per day, it's a waste to open a new portal when I'm only gone for 3 to 4 months. So let's leave it here." While thinking, his mind wanders around Heian because he was worried about her. He remembers his talk with Martha about Heian, that she refuses to go to city due to her identity exposure. He kept wondering whether to take her or not. We see Heian all alone next to Martha's grave and mourning for her, and then starts speaking to her. "Martha, I feel uneasy thinking about leaving you here and going away. You are a great mother and a good friend." We see a little bit of Heian's past, where she's bratty and screaming at someone. "Are you saying she wasn't my mother? Then where is my real mother? Get rid of that woman and bring my real mother to me." We see Martha in her memories too, and she was really a sweet person. Even after being harshly said to leave, she returns to Heian's side with a bright smile. But Heian was still angry and screamed at her, but after noticing she's smiling and brought something for her, she calms down and started to trust her again. We see an incident where Martha is wrongly accused of stealing by someone and is begging and screaming her innocence to the Duke. "I really didn't steal that necklace. I'm innocent, madam." The Duke was furious as he thought Martha really had done the crime and spoke in an angry and stern tone. "You aren't even showing a hint of remorse. Have you no shame?" As she was getting scolded, Heian interrupts by jumping into side with Martha. Martha would never do such a thing. It's that witch, she set her up. Martha was surprised to find Heian standing up for her, and that warmed her heart. But the Duke didn't trust her own daughter, that she was stating truth, and ordered the guards to lock Haran in her room and let Martha be executed. Worried for Martha, Heian takes a hand and fled from the castle to the village. While remembering her memories, she adds up, "Thank you, Martha. And I love you." She was sad and regretted when Martha wanted to have the grilled mackerel and the special sauce Isu made. She regrets not asking Isu to cook for her again and speaks to Martha's grave about what happened a while ago. "A while ago, he peeled some shrimp for me, and it was hard to hold back tears because it reminded me of you. I had my doubts about him at first, but perhaps he's not that bad of a guy like you said. Actually more like interesting, I should say. That's why I decided to go with him." Right as she gets up to leave, we see Isu running towards her, calling for her. Before leaving her grave, she speaks to Martha one last time. "I want to see if he really becomes a duke." With this, she leaves Martha's grave, hoping that her soul is in heaven and she's happily watching over her. As Isu's final packing is going on, we see him grinning and smiling to himself while holding a gold packet. When looking at it closer, it's ramyeon, a dish from his home world. Isu thinks he's done a good job preparing it before his departure from the village. Isu cries tears of joy while nuzzling his cheeks against the ramyeon packet, which is very cute and wholesome as he has gone through a lot, and he is showing his cute side after a long time. We see him prepare these noodles in a very unique way. Let's see the recipe by the cook himself. This doesn't need many ingredients, so let's get this made quickly. First, we see Isu break the noodles very aggressively, and the style used by him to break these noodles makes him look cute and funny. After break these noodles, break up the noodles and cook them on a pan. Once they turn all golden, sprinkle some sugar over them. And lastly, good stuff, which is the spice flavorings from the ramen packets that are used to sprinkle on top of the golden fried or roasted noodles for a tangy experience. After mixing all of the spice flavorings and the noodles, they're ready to be eaten, and they're called ramyeon tang, which he packs in an individual brown packaging for the villagers as he was leaving the village. After packing it and stretching himself, he feels sadness overcome him, as this was his home for a while, and leaving it makes his heart sink with guilt, sadness, and loneliness. As Isu was handing out the ramyeon tang, he was suddenly called by a crying Hans, who hugged him tightly and asked while crying, "Promise me you'll visit us again." Feeling overwhelming power from Hans, Isu was in a bit of pain and agreed to it. As Isu was relaxing from Hans's tight hug, he was called out by the village chief, who talked to him with a bright smile and warm and thankful tone. "Thank you. From the sheepdogs to the basement storage. We're truly grateful." Isu had a warm smile on his face and welcomed the chief, but he had a request, so he asked the chief that his cottage be untouched. Chief understands his request and promised him that his cottage will not be touched by anyone. Feeling relaxed by the chief's promising tone, he finally walks to his carriage that takes him to the Medici family. The people were crying and screaming, "How they'll miss Isu," quite a touching way of departure. As the carriage is out of the village and on the pathway of his training in the Medici family, he calls out Heian to come out of the carriage, as there is no one to see her. But there was something going on Isu's mind, and asks Heian, "Why did you decide to hide?" After listening to his question, Hayden answers in an irritated tone, "I didn't want them to think that we're somewhat intimately close. That would be unacceptable." As Isu hears her answer, he smiles brightly and agrees with her and compliments her on how wise she is and how smart she is. After a long traveling and tiring days, they reach at the Medici castle, where they were stopped by the guards. "Halt. What brings you here?" Isu answers politely. "Inform Lady G's that Baron Isu Bloom has arrived. She'll know who I am." The knights understood his words and went and informed Rose. Hearing his arrival, she ran out to welcome Isu with a bright smile and a warm tone. She sees that Isu had a long trip, so she calms her teasing nerve and asks him in a polite tone, "Welcome, Baron Bloom. I hope you had a safe trip." Isu nods and jumps down of the horses with a warm smile, but calls Rose closer to him and speaks, "There's something you need to know before we head in." We see Heian stepping out of the carriage in her elven form, striking an aura of confidence and royalty around herself. The sudden appearance of a woman made Rose shocked. She asks, "Who is this silver-haired woman That's when Isu announced in an authoritative tone, "Please inform everyone that Heron of the Silverwood family has arrived." After hearing the surname, Rose was angry and irritated and speaks up in an irritated tone. "Did you say Silverwood? You mean that petty?" Complete her sentence. The butler swoops in and muffles her mouth with his hands, stopping her from saying anything bad or throwing mud over the Silverwood royalty. She was then dragged into the castle by the butler. Even while being dragged, she remained furious and kept talking even though her mouth was covered. It was clear that she's really pissed off by the Silverwood family and doesn't have any good thoughts about them. After this banter, Hyen asks Isu, "I hope that Shrew didn't mean petty, little family, or did she?" Isu felt a sharp gaze on his back and turned and denied by saying, "Of course not, and don't call her a shrew." He laughs nervously to calm himself and her nerves. This first meeting between the two young women was very hectic, and he prays to the gods that nothing else happens. After entering the castle, he went straight to Count Medici and properly introduced. "Greetings, my lord. Allow me to reintroduce myself as Baron Isu Bloom." After his introduction, the Count asks him politely, "I've heard all about you, Baron Bloom. If you don't mind, I'd like to greet the person you're traveling with first." Isu had no obligation, and after his approval, the Count bends in front of Hyen and formally welcomes her. "Duchess Silverwood, welcome, it's an honor to meet you." After hearing her title, Isu was in a bit of shock and talked to himself in his mind. "Come to think of it," Hyen said, "mages are of the dukedom." He remembers all of the memories that he and Haken made together, the fun times and the insults he called her back and forth. He wishes that Hyen forgives him for this mistake and doesn't kill him. The dukes are the second most important after the king, and they have the power to send forces to battles and aid the king himself. Realizing this, Isu is truly terrified of his mistakes and wonders what she'll do to him after this. After the arrival of Baron Bloom and Duchess Silverwood in the Medici castle, the warm welcome by the Count himself was a delightful treat and a blessing to Hyen. The narrator gives us information on the dukes and their heritage. A mage can only have one child by fate. Once one of the elven parents passes away, the title is inherited by their child. Wealth, estate, and fortress are not of importance to a mage. Nothing matters more to a mage. Nothing matters more to a mage than their bloodline. Hyen had a gloomy look and spoke in a soft voice to the Count. "Did father pass away?" The Count replies back with sad and polite tone. "Yes, he passed away due to old age a while ago, my lady. I also attended his funeral," informed the Count. There was deep anger inside Hyen, and she spoke through her gritted teeth. "What about those people?" The Count could understand her fury and pain and spoke. "They purchased a mansion with the inheritance in a Romanian city. Her anger doesn't reside and her blood keeps boiling because of what the witch did to her family." She thanks the Count for informing her. The Count bows graciously and welcomes the Duchess, but a doubt creeped his mind and humbly asked, "No problem, my lady, but may I ask how you're acquainted with Baron Bloom?" Hyen replies coldly while masking her anger, "Let's just say that we had a connection." She then calms down a bit and asks politely, "Speaking of which, may I ask you a favor?" The Count agrees and asks, "Sure." "What is it?" Hyen replies, "I would like to stay here with Baron Bloom while he's here. Also, I would appreciate it if you could keep my identity a secret." The Count agrees and swears himself to keep her identity a secret. She then asks whether he knew about her abilities, which the Count replied with an affirmative answer, "Of course. I'm very well aware, my lady." She replies, "I'll be glad to assist you in time." After saying this, she excuses herself and leaves the Count's room. After her departure, the Count gets excited and screams in joy. "This is my chance." He then calls out for his butler, which he arrives quickly, and then gets ordered by the Count to call all of his sons, since it's an emergency. Rose was very angry and irritated by Hyen, and we can see her throwing tantrums, like a small silly child, and letting out her anger on the pillows. She screams out in irritation, "I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I can't believe that girl, stubborn as wood, is a mage, let alone a duchess." While grinding her teeth on the bed sheets, she speaks in anger. A duchess. The maid who was watching her throwing tantrums asks her to calm down and listen to her, which Rose does, and she was shocked to hear that the Count has called all of the sons back. Suddenly, a dangerous glint flashes in Rose's eyes, and she speaks in a mischievous tone. What a brilliant idea. I should be nice to the Duchess. The maid was a bit scared for Heian and speaks in a calming voice. I believe she wants to be addressed as Lady Heian instead of Duchess. We see Rose dancing and being all excited, and the reason for that is, if that's the case, I guess Dad won't bother with my marriage matters for a while. Right. I'm free, she keeps on jumping with delight and dancing in a rhythm. Heian has left her elven form and approached Isu, the demanding expression, hand over the bread. Isu was really tired from the long journey and wanted to rest but wasn't able to, thanks to Heian and her demands, and asks her to wait in her room. He then approaches Rose asking her permission for using the kitchen, which she says no. Isu was confused and asked her the reason, which she explains. The servants will receive punishment for not doing their job properly. Besides, a noble going in and out will only disturb them. Realizing Isu was getting sad and disappointed, she then replies in a jolly mood, however, we do have an extra kitchen. Wanna use there? Isu was relieved by this good news. Realizing Isu is gonna make something, she asks while drooling and a spark in her eyes, excited for his cooking. What are you going to make this time? Seeing her all excited and drooling like a small child, he couldn't help but chuckle and replies her in a nervous tone. First, could you please prepare the ingredients for me? Acting like an obedient child, she agrees and quickly prepared him a few ingredients, which he can make bread for Heron as per their agreement. She then asks, will this do? After analyzing the ingredients she brought, Isu nods and says in an energetic and happy tone, perfect. I'll get them made right away. We see Isu all ready for baking the most delicious bread. We see him whisk, pouring batter in small baking cups and placing other ingredients. After baking them to golden brown, it has a delicious scent and it covers the kitchen and escapes into the castle, making everyone know that something has been made up. After the cooling down, we see Rose all hungry and drooling for the bread made by Isu. She asks eagerly, is it ready? Can I have a bite? Isu agrees, but tells her to leave some for Heian, which she agrees and takes a bread and bites into it. A blast of flavors were running in her mouth and making her shriek and grin in a childish way as they have tasted something delicious. He asks her how it is, which she replies while jumping in air. It's delicious. This jumping and her excited shrieks somehow made Isu feel deja vu. He then takes the remaining two and says in a warm tone, I'll take these two to Heron. Rose replies, she's probably in the living room, so I'll tell the servants so deliver them to her. A young and passionate man comes into the private kitchen and introduces himself. Pardon me, Baron Bloom. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Lucas, Isu greets. There, Lucas then says, let me guide you to your room, sir. After walking for a while, they reach Isu's headroom and they enter. Lucas was smiling and replies energetically, yet remaining polite, it's an honor to serve you, sir. Seeing his enthusiasm, he was a bit taken aback, and when Lucas mentioned about helping him to change his clothes that made Isu a bit uncomfortable, he then replies, I can do that. Thanks. After removing his old clothes, he wore the suit brought to him by Lucas, and the fitting was amazing. It suited him very well. As he went down to meet Rose, she was a bit surprised and replies in a surprised tone, oh my, Isu, that outfit really makes you look like a noble. She was circling around Isu, admiring the noble look on him and quite impressed on how good he looks in it. Seeing this chaos, Isu was a bit uncomfortable and felt out of place. Seeing Isu's discomfort, the maid speaks up, my lady, please show some respect. As the chaotic Rose was analyzing Isu, we see Heian in a beautiful purple dress with a sparkling brochure on her neck. This dress actually elevates her beauty and makes her seem more like a royalty. After being called out by Heian, both of them calmed down, and Isu was in shock how beautiful Heian looked. Rose felt like Heian is showing off a little and speaks in a nonchalant manner. Come on, it's not that impressive. Isu walks towards Heian and bows gently to show her respect. He then asks her politely, did you enjoy the bread? To that Heron replies, wasn't too bad. Isu chuckles and replies, your plate shows otherwise. Rose pops out of nowhere and becomes overly polite to Heian while speaking. You sure seem to be enjoying your meal for someone who said it's not too bad. Irritated by her overly polite manner, Heian replies back in a slight irritation. Please mind your own business, Lady J. Rose. It was clear that Rose was trying to create some kind of blandder where Heian knows that she's being overly polite because she needs something or is being benefited by something. The sparks were running crazy between the ladies that made Isu fear for them and pulled both of them away from each other. Rose then calms down and speaks in a polite tone. I noticed that you're very close with Isu. How about we do the same, Lady Heian? After analyzing and understanding her demeanor, Harin replies, as you wish. Somehow, her cold reply made Rose angry, and she was ready to fight but calms down. But she's angry on Isu for not breaking the ice between the two of them. Isu was in a difficult situation, where he can't either run or hide from the problem. After this banter, Rose thinks for a minute, and then speaks up. Come to think of it, you need to take your etiquette here, right? Isu nods and agrees with her. He's excited and nervous about these lessons. After Rose's speaking of Isu's training, Lucas takes Isu to a room and asks him to wait for the instructor to arrive. Feeling all giddy and excited, he thinks, am I finally becoming a noble? He then feels a sense of relief washes over him, and he recalls his past memories. It's already been a year since I came over to this world, but I can't believe it. Whether it's due to greed or a challenge, I can always return if it doesn't work out. We can see him overthink his choices and his decisions and creating a plan if things don't work out for him. But still, he doesn't give up and promises to fulfill his goals and work harder for his life in the new world. But he feels a sense of relief too, thinking if everything works out fine for him, then he would be a noble, and if he falls in love with someone and marries them, then after marriage he might have kids and would settle in this world. This makes him realize that after all, his decision of living here is the best choice, and if he has a family, then this world will be his family, not Seoul. As Isu was deep in thinking, he was interrupted by Lucas stating, Sir, your instructor is here. Isu calls out, let him in. After his approval, a handsome man in his mid-50s appears and introduces himself. Allow me to introduce myself, Baron Bloom. I'm Beset, and I'll be in charge of your etiquette training. As he announced who he was, we can see him being formal, and his appearance, his stance, and even the manner of speaking shows how well he is trained, and some may also confuse him to be a royalty. After being flabbergasted by the instructor's demeanor, Isu smiles and replies in a warm tone, pleased to meet you. As their greetings were over, Bassett started preparing a few things for Isu to learn and keep his manners. He starts by saying, then, we will begin right away. Please take a seat at the dining table. After giving his clear instructions, he turns over to the maids and instructs them to place the utensils and glasses on the table for Isu's training. Noticing the maids placing different and unique types of cutlery, Isu was shocked by how fancy these utensils are that are used by the aristocrats. Noticing Isu playing with the fork, Bassett speaks up in a stern tone, yet remaining polite. Just now, you have committed 3 critical mistakes, sir. The sudden appearance of the instructor makes Isu jump a little, and then feels a bit confused by what his mistakes are. Bassett then starts lecturing Isu on the tableware etiquette. First, touching the tableware without washing your hands goes against etiquette. Second, nobles do not exclaim. Isu is feeling a bit overwhelmed by the instructions and the rules, so he takes the fork and starts playing with it. At that, Bassett notices it and speaks up. Third, leaning down to look at your fork is considered disgraceful for a noble. Overwhelmed by all of this, Isu speaks in a dazed form. You've got to be kidding me. Bassett notices the tone in Isu's dazed look. He then speaks up. Even the words you just uttered are not standard language, so please refrain from using them. After making his point, Bassett then lectures Isu on table manners. Before taking food from the center plate, you must always wash your hands. After wiping the moisture on the tablecloth, proceed to placing the food on the plate in front of you. Also, placing your elbows on the table is against proper etiquette. All these etiquettes and rules made Isu's mind go blank and pull him into the darkness, as his brain couldn't memorize all of the rules. And then, feeling way too overwhelmed, he spoke up in a frustrated tone. Hold on, how do you expect me to memorize all of that at once? Bassett remained calm, completely opposite to Isu, and speaks in a gentle tone. Don't worry, sir. We're going to repeat that 10 times until you learn it by heart. Realizing the graveness and the depth of this training and the amount of rules and the nature of this training, Isu faints and falls flat on the floor. After the training classes, his mind was heavy with information, and he looked completely dry out of life. He wished for some sugar or sweets to recharge his brain energy. Noticing that it's time for the ending of Isu's training, Rose comes to visit him and is completely shocked and confused to find Isu tired and spent. Noticing Rose rubbing her eyes, he quickly gets up and straightens his cloth and sits magnificently on the couch and speaks with such elegance that it makes Rose guess who he was. Noticing her confused look and then saying his name, he speaks up in a formal tone while masking his tiredness. "Did you take a good look around with Heian?" Rose replies with a warm tone. "Hara needed some rest halfway, so it took us a while." As she completes her sentence, Heian arrives at the training room with such elegance that it seems spring has arrived and replies to Rose in a cold yet polite manner. How inconsiderate. "I traveled a long way, so it's obvious I need a good rest." Feeling irritated by her reply, Rose speaks up. "You talk as if we begged you to come." Well, after this conversation, the girls were super angry, and we can see the fury in their eyes, and they both can fight each other at any time given, but Isu interrupts them and calms them down to stop their fight. Noticing the uneasy nature of the girls, he gets a brilliant idea and asks, "Oh right, have you girls tried creme brulee?" Hearing this weird name, the girls were confused and spoke in a confused tone. At the same time, creme brulee? Isu understands their confusion and starts explaining them with passion. "Yup. It's a simple custard creme dessert with sugar on top." He then adds, "I'll make one for both of you." A doubt had creeped up in his mind and he speaks, "By the way, are there any pastry chefs or pâtissiers here? How can you not know creme brulee?" The girls were completely confused by what nonsense he was speaking. And then Rose speaks in a cold tone. "Pastry chef, as in an expert in making pastries." Heian adds up in a cold tone. "We don't call someone who makes inedible things a skilled person." Noticing their cold expression and the lack of pâtissiers, Isu now knows why these girls haven't heard of creme brulee. The ingredients were prepared by the humble maids and butlers of the Meditai family. And then Isu starts cooking this new dessert by also explaining the procedure. First, we're going to make the base cream with egg yolks. Then scrape the vanilla bean seeds off the pod and add them to the milk. Isu then takes the vanilla bean and explains, "This is called a vanilla bean, and you'll be surprised at how useful it can be. You can make money by selling them as syrups or jams, you know." Listening to Isu explaining different uses of vanilla bean, Rose was a bit taken aback and asks him in a surprised tone, "How do you know all this stuff?" Scoffing a little, Heian adds with a proud demeanor, "Isu is the mage of bread. He knows everything." Rose was confused and said in a suspicious tone, "Bread." She then turns to Heian with a scary look and says in a deep and scary voice, "Don't tell me. Isu made bread for you." Isu was caught now and he feared for his dear life. Rose then speaks up with a proud smile and a prideful tone, "I bet you didn't know he made me potato pancakes last time." Heian then replies coldly, "I didn't like that." This little argument was enough to make these girls angry again and glare at each other. Meanwhile, Isu is scared to go in between them, as they might take their anger out on him. Even though he wasn't in middle, Rose spoke up in a furious tone, "Isu, don't just stand there. Start making something, will you?" Seeing the anger in the clenched fist that turned white, Isu agrees, and then starts focusing on his custard cream. After the custard cream was done, he showed it to the ladies. It was yellow, thick, and smelled really delicious that made both of them drool and curious to know the taste. Eventually, the curiosity got the better of them, and they started poking the custard as it was really springy and wobbly. Their fingers were covered a little in custard, and they both licked it off of their fingers. Rose speaks up in an exclaimed tone, "This is super tasty." The maid sighs and feels helpless as Rose showed her childish side. Isu then tells them that he needs to cool this, knowing he might need ice. She orders her maid, "Lucy, could you bring us some ice?" The maid nods and prepares herself to go fetch some ice. Isu is shocked to find that the Medici family has ice and was curious, so he asked Rose. She nods and explains, "Yes, we have a separate ice storage. It should last till May. We shave them to make ice dessert." Isu wonders whether their way of using ice is similar to the shaved ice with toppings that are found in his home world. As the maid arrives with a bowl full of ice, Isu then thanks her and places the custard bowl over the ice bowl to cool the custard. There were some egg whites left and Isu thought of using them. Then he thought of something delicious and says, with leftover egg white, we can make meringue white, we can make meringue cookies. He then has a superb idea which makes his task easy, and the girls can also let their frustration out. He then says his idea out loud. How about Heron and Jeja do a meringue whisking race? All you have to do is whisk the egg whites with all your might. I'll pour in the sugar from time to time. The girls agree, and they both have a bowl filled with egg whites, and Rose had a determined to win look on her face as Isu was counting down to start the race. After the race was officially started by Isu, Rose was pumped up and had immense energy while whisking the egg whites. Meanwhile, Heian was smart and used her magic to help herself. Meanwhile, Isu was happy that the girls were doing their best and said softly to them, let me know once the mix gets foamy. I'll add the sugar in then. After whisking for a long time, Rose peeks at Heian and sees her using magic to make her task easy. Makes Rose furious and she speaks up in a frustrated and irritated tone. Hey, no magic. That's cheating. Heian replies back with a cold attitude. I'm just using my abilities. This made Rose angry and raised her competitive spirit. Meanwhile, Isu is happy that his task is less, and after a long hard work from the girls, the meringue was done and dusted. It was really fluffy and white like a cloud, and it held peaks when formed. Setting their whisked meringue, Rose says with a pride grin and a fake tired look, no matter how you look at it. I'm the winner. Heian was shocked by her energy capacity and says in a sarcastic tone, you could whisk a few more bowls with that energy of yours. This comment raised the competitive and fighting spirit in Rose, and she glared at Heian, and spark lighting between them, and it was imminent that they both could fight. So Isu interfered and said, please calm down, both of you. As both the girls calmed down, he then begins his next step while explaining, now I'm going to squeeze this meringue into the piping bag. Filling the bag with the meringue, Isu gracefully let out the meringue in a beautiful rosebud shape. This intrigues both of them, and they rush to Isu to request him to try placing the meringue in the baking sheet using the piping bag. As the girls tried it for the first time, there was an excitement on their face and a sense of pride in them as they worked hard for it. Isu then picks up the baking tray and says with a bright smile, now we need to bake it in the oven at low heat. An old man wearing a white uniform, who was the head chef, was near the oven. So Isu asks him gently, can I put you in charge of this? The chef replied with a polite smile, yes, you can count on me, sir. As the baking tray is in the oven and the chef is taking care of it, Isu is being pulled by Rose, and she speaks in a warm and childish tone. Come on, let's quickly check on the cream brulee we made earlier. Noticing her excitement, Isu calms her down and then pulls out the cold cream custard out and places it softly in a container. This container made the custard look like an expensive dish and gave it a classy look to it. Rose and Heron were really excited, and Rose asks Isu for his permission to eat the custard, but Isu smiles and says no. He thinks that when it comes to tasty food, both of the girls act like twins. He then explained the main part of the dessert. We need to sprinkle sugar on top and use fire too. Speaking of fire, he then says it to himself that in this world, he doesn't have a blowtorch and wonders how he'll do this task. He then scurries around the kitchen to find something useful. That's when he finds a matchbox and he uses it to melt the sugar. And when the sugar melts, it forms a beautiful brown coating over the custard, giving it a delicious and aromatic appearance. Looking at the end product that all of them cooked, Rose looks at Isu with hungry eyes and a drooling mouth and asks, now can we dig in already? Seeing this cute reaction made Isu chuckle a little, and the maid calls out to Rose while sighing and saying, how about we eat this properly in the drawing room, my lady? Rose nods and agrees with the maid, and they all went to the drawing room to enjoy the delicious dessert. As they all seated down and took one of the cups filled with the custard and melted sugar, Isu then guides them by telling, you crack the caramelized sugar with your spoon, then scoop it up with the cream. Seeing this marvelous sight, everyone was shocked and delighted. They were all eager to try this too, and did exactly as Isu said. When Rose took the first bite, her mouth felt tingly with the sensation, and the custard and sugar gave it an overwhelming sweetness that she never tried before. Her eyes sparkled, and a red hue was on her cheeks as she savors the taste. She springs up from the couch and speaks in an excited tone. I should have hired you as our chef before you became a baron." Seeing her all excited and being close to him, Isu laughs nervously. Rose then turns a bit angry and starts shaking Isu violently while screaming out her frustration. "What's wrong with our family's patisserie? What's wrong with our family's patisserie? Why can't they come up with?" Meanwhile, Heian silently enjoyed her share of dessert and was delighted by the delicious taste of creme brulee. As Rose calms down and settles down, Isu speaks up nervously. "There's plenty of leftover custard, so should we share them around?" Rose finds Isu's idea good and says with a determined look, "Sounds good. Everyone must have a taste of this, including that pâtissier of ours." The pâtissier who was in the kitchen suddenly felt a cold shiver, which made him scared and nervous. Isu then turns to Heian and asks her nervously, "How was it, Haven? Did you like it?" Heian replies with a calm demeanor, "It wasn't bad." Even though she says in a nonchalant manner, Isu noticed her clean cup of her share of the dessert and gives her a warm smile. Rose then calls out her maid and says, "Lucy, tell the pâtissier to bring the cookies Isu asked him to bake earlier." Lucy agrees to Rose's orders and does as she was ordered to. After a while, the cookies were brought out. They were light golden in color and looked extremely fluffy like a cloud, which gave it a delicious and delightful look. Isu then explained, "You can consider these as simple sugar cookies. It goes particularly well with herb tea." After hearing his explanation and recommendation, the girls were eager to try the cookies, and both of them took one piece each and ate them in one swoop. As they bite into the cookies, an electric current runs down both of them. But suddenly, they both seemed really happy. It seems that their hatred for each other has toned down, and they became good friends. Rose then says with a bright smile, "From now on, this kitchen belongs to Isu. Give him all the ingredients he asks for." The maid agrees and felt a bit weird by her bright smile and happy tone. Rose then turned sharply to the pâtissier and said in a cold tone, "And you? Did you write down the recipe?" The pâtissier denies while being scared, but Rose says again with a cold tone, "What are you waiting for? Jot it down already." The pâtissier nods eagerly and does as he was ordered to. He felt that if he doesn't do it, he might be at risk of getting fired. Isu was a bit nervous and laughed softly to cover his self-embarrassment, and also felt really bad for the pâtissier. He then suddenly thinks to himself, "Come to think of it, I don't have any problem reading or speaking their language, but I still don't know how to write." He then turns towards the pâtissier and reassures him to tell his recipe again later. The pâtissier cried tears of relief and thanked Isu a lot. The maid then took few of the creme brulee to the count and countess. We see them seated together at a table and admiring the beautiful dessert made by Isu. The countess speaks up with some curiosity in her voice. "The dessert called creme brulee is really delicious, isn't it?" The count replies back with a thoughtful response after enjoying the dessert. "It's my first time trying it, and it tastes absolutely delightful." The countess then takes a spoonful and tastes it and analyzes the taste, but finds a mild yet sweet taste, which is different from milk, sugar, and eggs. She then speaks up. "It has peculiar aroma. I wonder what it is." After hearing her question, the count replies back with a gentle tone. "I heard he used the vanilla beans we brought in a while ago." The countess replies, "We should take note to keep some in the pantry." The count laughs softly and agrees with her. They both enjoyed the dessert and had a few good laughs together. As they were in the middle of the conversation, their butler interrupts them with a knock, which the count allows him to enter. The butler arrives and bows gently before saying, "I came with news of the young masters, my lord. Currently, the oldest master is traveling the southern region. Lately, he has been captivated by wine and is studying the art of wine making. As for the youngest master, who has entered the royal palace. As the butler was announcing, the count interrupted and asked him while sighing, "Enough of that for now. Just tell me how Jaja is doing." The butler laughs nervously and then speaks up. "Well, my lord, you see." He then explained the incidents that Rose and Harn had gone through and the banter that they do. This was enough to put a worry in both of their faces. The countess says while sighing, "I hope she hasn't torn out the Duchess's hair." The butler reassures her by saying, "Rest assured, madame. Thankfully, it's nothing to that extent. Lady Jaja has decided to become friends with the Duchess and Baron Bloom, disregarding all formalities. The Count and Countess laugh and agree that this is for the best, for both Rose and them, as she's the most notorious troublemaker of the family, and the most mischievous individual. It is a bit suspicious that she made friends with Hagen, but in the end it was better for them, as in this way they can learn more about Hagen and make their family stand out strong. Days pass by, and Isu's training for the nobility continues and his tiring hell days continue. Isu, who was on the path to becoming a noble, was late this day for his important meeting. Rose and Hagen were dressed elegantly, and both of them were irritated by his late arrival, and Rose speaks up in an irritated tone. "What took you so long?" Harin replies back with a cold and flat tone. Which country considers being late for an appointment to be good manners? Isu was embarrassed and laughed nervously while saying, "Sorry, I had some business to take care of." The real reason for his late arrival is his stomach ache and thinks that he should have brought his daily probiotics. As Isu calms down and catches his breath, he notices Hagen wearing the dress he bought for her when they went to Pussing City. Hagen says in a flat tone while flicking her hairs back over her shoulders, "I like this outfit. It's comfortable." She then says in an irritated tone, "Dresses here are so tight around the waist. It feels suffocating. I can't stand it." Listening to Hagen say this, Rose was shocked and then said, "You can easily untie the waistband when the maids are away." She then shows her in an elegant manner how she unties the waistband around her waist. Hagen agrees and decides to do that in future. Meanwhile, Rose's maid was in shock and flinches in terror at this sight. As they traveled out of the Medici city, the scenery that was seen by Isu was magnificent, beautiful, and the air that he felt on his face, the leaves fluttering in air, and the river flowing around the city was all too bewitching to him. Isu then asks Rose in a surprised tone, "Wow, is that a river?" Rose smiled and said in a gentle voice, "Yup, it's the Medici River." This flowing water and the air was all too stunning for Isu and thought, "It must be awesome to be rich enough to name a river and a city after your family name." Then, Isu gets a wild idea that if Hagen helps him and clears a path for his future estate, then the river that would flow will be named Bloom River. Isu then mesmerizes the scenery and admires the beauty of nature. After a while, he asks Rose in a happy tone, "Then there must be a lot of fish over there, right?" Rose was a bit confused by his happy demeanor and said in a flat tone, "I heard there are hardly any." This sentence was enough to burst the dreamy bubble of Isu. He thought, if the river had fishes, then he would go fishing and try making amazing dishes. But he then asks the reason for the decline in fish. Rose then says with a hint of sadness, "Yeah, these days, even if you farm, it's a poor harvest, so we're just expanding the farm." Isu was overwhelmed by this information and had a doubt, but before saying that he thinks raising livestock in the farm up there and cultivate crops in the farm down there, he thought this was an amazing idea. And then spoke his mind. "Then do you also make cheese?" Rose nods and says, "Of course. If there's a place you'd like to explore on your own, feel free to look around. We'll go back and wait for you." Isu was confused by Rose's words and asked her in a confused tone, "Oh, can I do that?" Both Hagen and Rose had a mischievous glint in their eyes, and both agreed to him go out and explore the city. Then they both opened the door of the carriage and looked around to stall time. As they found the horses, they both got up on them and started running away. The servants of the Medici family were in shock and terror when the girls started running away. They followed back after them and were really worried for them. Rose waves at Isu and says, "Then enjoy." Isu then guides the chauffeur to take him into the town, and he observes people making cheese. He thinks, "Looks like a lot of people are making cheese since it's spring." He was mesmerized by the method. They make cheese, and later he found a boy sitting on the footpath. He orders the chauffeur to halt and then calls out to the boy, "Hey, kid, come here for a sec." The boy feels he was called and walked nervously to the carriage and speaks in a shaky voice, "Do you need anything, sir?" Noticing the boy's nervousness and scared look, he rumbles in his bag and takes out the moringa cookies and hands him. The boy nervously takes the cookies and admires the shape of it before eating it. His eyes shine with a bright sparkle and he speaks in a gratitude tone, "This is delicious, sir. Thank you." Isu smiles and speaks with a warm tone, "I'm glad you like it. Now can I ask you a question?" He then asks the boy by pointing his finger over the other wagons present there. Where are those wagons over there going? The boy understands what Isu was talking about and then speaks up. They're transporting cheese to the Lord's fermentation chamber. Isu then glances at the wagons with an intense look, making the boy feel scared. After thinking for some time, Isu speaks in an intense tone which the boy mistakes as anger. You know the way that comes out after making cheese, right? Do you guys make ricotta cheese with that? Isu waits for the boy to understand his question, and the boy understands it finally and speaks. Yes, sir. The Lord has approved it too. The boy was so scared that his voice was shaky and his face was getting white due to fear. This scene made Isu realize that he was a bit harsh on the kid, and immediately softens up and smiles at him while saying, It's okay. I'm not trying to scold you. When you make ricotta cheese, do you add lemon juice and heat it? The boy relaxes a bit and answers, Yes, we do. Isu nods and gives the boy a warm smile. Then he says the chauffeur to take back to the MangaSee castle, as now there was an amazing idea running in his mind and he wants to try it out. Later, Isu rushes to the kitchen and makes an amazing cooling drink and serves it to the Count and his family. They were confused by the white drink in front of them, and the Count speaks up in a suspicious tone. Are you suggesting that this is the suggested solution to the harvest issues? Isu smiles and laughs nervously before saying, It might not be perfect, but it seems like it could provide some help. From what I heard from Jaja, there are no fish in the lake, and the harvest is poor for crops as well. Count understands what he's trying to say, but still a doubt crosses his mind and says yes. She's right. But how does this help with that? Isu nods and says in a polite and formal tone, I'll explain later, sir. He then says with a bright smile, but please try it first. The Count and his family nods and understands his intentions, and without giving it much thought, they try the drink in front of them. Rose completes her glass of the drink and says in an exaggerated happy sigh, This is my first time tasting it, and it's tangy and sweet. The Countess agrees with her daughter's thoughts and says, Yes, I enjoyed it too. What is this made of? Isu listens to the question, and then, after giving it some thought, he says, Normally, when we make ricotta cheese, we add lemon juice to the whey. But this time, I added milk instead. And depending on your preference, you can also add sugar or fruit. After recollecting his experience while roaming around the village, he says, While exploring the village, I saw people making ricotta cheese. And to make that, you need lemon juice. He waits for impact and makes them sink his answer to their mind. Later he says it seems that the lemon juice flowing from there is entering the farmland and the lake, causing contamination. But if we use the whey to make lassi, then there's no need to use lemon juice. It can solve the harvest issues. But he also adds while laughing nervously and scratching his side, however, we can't just stop the demand for cheese. And the cost of milk isn't cheap. The first one to speak after Isu's explanation is Rose, and she says in an understanding manner, Don't worry, we'll provide all the milk you want. Father, how about we provide small portion of fermented cheese to the ranchers? She then adds, while smiling, It may not be ricotta cheese, but at least the quality is enough to make it work. The Countess nods and agrees with her daughter's idea and says, Even if we lose profit from cheese, we can make that up once the harvest thrives. Isu was shocked by seeing how understanding the Medici family is, and realized why. They're being so respected by the people living in their city. The Countess then interrupts Isu by saying, By the way, you managed to find both the cause of poor harvest and its solution. No wonder our JJ praised you so much. She then adds while smiling, but the words coming from her aren't as sweet as she is. It looks like it wasn't a complete lie. This side of the Countess made both Rose and the Count speechless and confused by her behavior. Realizing their faces, Countess laughed softly while saying, What's wrong? If you can say it, I can say it too. Rose was concerned and decided to use her words appropriately from here on out. Isu then hears it and takes it like a champ, and understands where Rose gets her rough personality and character from. After the discussion between the family and the quick decisions taken by the Medici family, Isu was once again shown the wonders of the Medici family, and his respect for them grew even more. Isu then speaks up with a kind voice. Providing milk and cheese for free must have been a difficult decision. I can see why the people respect your family so much. The Countess smiles warmly at Isu and then speaks. Oh please, it's nothing. We're all doing it for our own good. Isu understood the meaning and felt relieved that the family he got acquainted with were good people and respected by the people. Isu then thinks to himself, I'm not sure if it's money that's making them generous, or if it's their generosity that's bringing them money. But anyway, the Medici family understands the virtue of giving. Medici family's selflessness and the thought of putting people over them made Isu warm-hearted, and he smiles and feels happy. In a faraway land, a beautiful castle had a room decorated with lots of luxurious paintings, ornaments, and decorations. In the living room, we see a few ladies gossiping about something. All of them look noble and have a prestigious aura circulating around them. Suddenly, a conversation pops up. Say, I heard that there will be an international market in Medici City. Is that correct? They all nod and have a gossip amongst each other. I heard the royal family approved of it for the first time. The other woman speaks up. It's their first participation, so they wonder how it will go. The lady that was heavily dressed spoke up in a very controlling demeanor. Surely not everyone is planning to go, right? The rest of the women tremble in fear and say, while sweating due to her nervousness and fear, of course not, Lady Pitt. The other woman joins. Why would we even go there? We don't fit in with a family that's all about money and lacks culture. After this heated conversation, a noble woman dressed in a brown elegant gown says, by the way, have you heard? I heard that the Medici family is expanding their farm again this time. They continue to monopolize the wool without any conscience, causing harm to the Pitt family. She said this all to praise the Lady Pitt, but she didn't realize that instead of making Lady Pitt happy, she made her angry and now was being glared at by Lady Pitt. She then gathers courage and speaks in a shaky voice. But there's a rumor going around that the Duke will make an appearance at that event. This rumor made Lady Pitt really interested in this festival, and the other woman who heard the rumor asked the lady that said, is that true? The woman sitting beside replies, I doubt it, my lady. I'm sure it's just a baseless rumor spread in case the Count's family rejects the invitation. The narrator explains, seeing the mage family is rare, unless it's an official event organized by the royal family. Mages stay out of sight unless their presence is mandatory, such as at royal events or occasions where their abilities are needed. That's why nobles, whenever they get the chance, always seek to establish a connection with the mage family. Few ladies are having a heated argument, whether this might be true or not, and few agree if it's true, then they should attend the festival whether they want to or not. Lady Pitt then clicks her tongue and speaks in an irritated tone. Well, I'm not too sure about that. Is it not a bit too much to travel all the way that far based solely on mere rumors? After this, the room went silent and everyone had their doubts whether to go or not. One lady speaks up with a trembling voice. Well, we're not going there because we like that family, you know. If the rumors are true, it's a great opportunity to form a connection with the Count's family. And if not, we can throw cold water on the Medici family. And if not, we can throw cold water on the Medici family, couldn't we? Everyone agrees to it and tries to convince Lady Pitt. She herself is giving it a long thought, whether to go or not. She then smirks after giving it a long thought, thinking about her vengeance and the mockery they faced due to the Medici family. She then thinks, those Medici bastards. How dare they claim to support the commoners and buy wool at exorbitant prices, making a mockery of our family. This was the start of something bad to happen. Lady Pitt in her anger were on the brink of bursting onto the Medici family. Back in the Medici city, it was a chaos and confusion amongst the workers over there. Their rushing footsteps and the loud orders from Rose showed how important this upcoming festival is. Rose orders, this dish lacks originality. The design is too old-fashioned. Please pay a bit more attention to the interior decor. You too, you're in charge of this area. The bustling and rushing sounds never died down, and the air of nervousness and excitement remains. Isu, who was an outsider, saw the people in a frenzy and smiled at them warmly to cheer them up. That's when he gets a tap on his shoulder by Rose. He turns to her and she says, Hey Isu, can I have a word with you? Isu agreed, and they both went out to the balcony, a bit far away from the hectic frenzy in the castle. As they walked out in the cool breeze, Isu noticed Rose's gloominess, and to cheer her up he spoke in a warm tone. I heard the international market is opening in your county this time. I bet you attended a lot of the previous ones that were held by other families, right? Rose was nervous and gloomy. She lacked her usual mischievous energy and spoke in a serious tone. A few times when I was a kid. Isu asked her why she doesn't go now. She then replied, I always left feeling bad every time I went, even though she was scared and nervous for this festival. She replies while smiling, nevertheless, since it's being held by our family this time. I'm trying to prepare diligently. It means our family has received approval from the royal family. She then has an idea and asks Isu, is there any way you could try to persuade Haran a bit? Isu was confused and couldn't understand why she was so insistent on persuading Heian. Noticing the confused look on Isu, she explains, one mage, we only need one mage at the banquet. It'll shut that lousy mouth of theirs. It was clear Rose was desperate and bursting with anger and vengeance that their family had to go through. Isu understood why Rose wanted Heian to come to the festival. After giving it some thought, he says, since that's really up to her to decide. Why don't you ask her nicely? Rose understands, but a doubt creeped into her mind and asks Isu, but I thought you two were friends. Isu nods and understands her desperation, but he speaks up in a warm and understanding tone. But this is your family's matter. Rose then chuckles and admits that if she wants Han to come, she has to do it herself. But she was a little angry at Isu and said while laughing, I should instruct the instructors to give you a more rigorous training. This was enough to crumble Isu and make him scatter on the floor like a like of dust. Rose did what she said, and the instructor went full hard on Isu, drilling him with more and more lectures and classes on nobility. As Isu arrives at his room after the instructor's hard regiment, he flops on the bed and growls like a whining child. According to him, the instructor was like a devil, but that made him go through a hellish regimen of nobility. Isu, tired from the regiment, speaks up to himself in a whining tone. Jaja, is this how you get your revenge? I can't keep up with it anymore. After this hellish class, he was starving and missed his world's comforting food, grilled pork belly and kimchi. As he was reminiscing about it, he flops up from the bed and decides to head to Rotterdam right now. He orders Lucas to prepare a carriage for him, and that they're traveling back to Rotterdam. After a long and hard journey, they reached Rotterdam. It still looked beautiful and had the comforting scent of grass from his first arrival. As he took his first step out of the carriage, he felt a nostalgia hit and reminisced about his experience. Then he turns to Lucas and says, take the carriage and go to Rushin. Come pick me up after 3 days. Lucas nods and does as he was ordered. As he saw Lucas leave, he rushed to his cottage for the portal. As he found the portal, he went through it and reached back to his home, Seoul. He then dresses normally and goes down his apartment to the street. He cried tears of happiness and relief as he made it back home. As he went strolling to find his favorite restaurant, he watches people with happy eyes enjoying themselves and wandering around the city. This makes him happy and feel delighted. As he was strolling further, he stumbled upon his favorites, the Yanam pork barbecue. After his arrival back to his home, Isu walks down the familiar streets, crying tears of relief and happiness from escaping the hellish, rigorous regiment from Barrett. Also seeing the familiar language, speaking people made him a bit emotional. As he walked down even further, he reached his favorite restaurants. He entered the restaurant and sat on the bar table. He then calls the staff, excuse me, 3 portions of pork belly and a bottle of soju, please. The staff nods and says, great choice. Coming right up, sir. Isu smiles and thanks the staff, waiting for his food's arrival. Later his food arrives and the sparkle in his eyes showed how much he liked the Korean food and for how long he's been away from his home. Isu then speaks to himself in an excited tone. It's been so long since I had Korean food. Examining the old familiar food, and the smell of his food made him drool. The shiny eyes and the gaping mouth from where the drool falls. That clearly states his admiration and desire for the food. Seeing people enjoy their food in the lightened mood of people due to alcohol and food was a beautiful scene. He then takes up his chopsticks and readies himself to take the bite. As he took the bite and chewed on it, the flavors rushed in his mouth and in his imagination. This was so delicious that he started waving the national flag of Korea while crying tears of relief and comfort. He speaks in his mind, it's so delicious I'm gonna cry. While chewing in it, he sniffles in few tears of appreciation for this tasty meal. He then pours himself a glass of soju, a Korean spirit that is the partner of the adults in Korea. Taking the shot, which was filled with the alcohol, he was mesmerized by the usual and comforting taste. He let out a satisfying sound As he enjoyed the taste and the nostalgia, he was interrupted by the staff and was served his pork belly. Isu thanks the staff and then appreciates the food in front of him. He then picks the belly and starts grilling on the hot grill in front of him, enjoying the sizzling sounds and the delicious smell. He then thinks, I'm definitely taking kimchi with me this time. His wide grin and smile shows how happy he is, and after grilling the belly, there was a golden brown color showing it's cooked. Isu then carefully places it on his plate carefully. After admiring this beauty, he blows on it softly and takes a bite of it. There was a wide grin on his face, and he then drinks the shot of the soju. As Isu enjoyed the food and the time in the restaurant, he was called out by someone he was acquainted with. Yo, Isu. Isu then waves back at the man and says, Hey, what's up? The man then speaks in a happy tone. How have you been? Isu then says in his mind, my former colleague who I was close to at work. He then gestures his colleague to sit down and asks with a smile, Did you just get off work? The man replies with a tired groan. Yeah, I felt a bit awkward speaking in his native language, that's Korean. The man then adds, by the way, why haven't you been responding to my texts lately? Isu laughs nervously and replies about his reality. Oh, I was busy traveling. The man understands and asks, where did you go? Isu then pours a glass for his acquaintance with soju. The man guessed his destination, but Isu didn't reply, and then with a sigh, the man replies, I should have traveled around more before I started to work. I'm kinda jealous, man. He then gossips about the office. Oh, and if you haven't heard, but Park switched to Nisian. Isu was shocked and couldn't believe it. Knowing that shocked response, the man adds up. Things are so much better without him around. Isu was shocked that after his exit from the company. The man then says excitedly, also, our in-house smartphone has been getting good reviews too. Somehow this conversation made Isu realize how left out he felt. He couldn't either speak about the world he currently resides, or talk about the world he used to live in that other world. All of this loneliness and the feeling of left out finally hits him, and he turned silent. The true feeling of being left out and not being able to speak openly was eating him from deep within. After being silent for a long time and drinking silently, he speaks in a flat tone. Anyway, if there's no reply, just assume that I'm traveling. The man was energetic and happy to meet Isu after a long time. The genuine smile and the happy tone was evident on his face. He then speaks up with a smile. Okay, let me know when you're back. He then walks back home, waving back at his friend, and then walks back home, his head low and deep in thinking whether what he was doing is okay or not. He reaches his apartment, unlocks the door, and flops on his bed in frustration and tiredness. He groans in pillow and turns sideways and speaks up. I'm starting to feel more and more disconnected from this world. He turns in his bed, stares at the ceiling, thinking about something, and then spoke up. Come to think of it, I remember they said many nobles will be at the International Market Festival. I want to make use of this opportunity. The empty house apart from his there felt really weird and sad to Isu, and he was determined to make use of every chance he got in the new world. He then thinks, anyway, since I've already set my mind on becoming a count, the success of this event by the Medici family will be helpful for me too. He keeps staring at the ceiling and thinking and planning his steps to become a count. The loneliness and detachment from his original world is a bit too overwhelming for him. The progress of his company and the changes brought by the transfer of his ex-chief was a bit saddening. After thinking for long about this world, he shakes his head and turns back to his life in the new world and continues thinking. The current Araman Empire has opened up opportunities for social advancement to wealthy commoners, and I too will walk a similar path, so in order not to be looked down on, he then thinks for a long time in how he'll make his life easier. After a long thinking, he gets an amazing idea. That is, an influencer. He explains properly, I need to make the Medici family an influencer in the Araman Empire, from food and fashion to artifacts. The Medici family is already renowned in various fields. He then gives this idea some more thought and then speaks up. You could say that the trends in the Araman Empire often start with the Medici family. He then pops up from the bed and takes his laptop, turns it on, then connects it to the internet for research. He then thinks, with the help of modern knowledge, I can make the Medici family an influencer in no time. He then thinks of some other ways to make the Medici family. After a long time of thinking and trying the trial and error method on his ideas, he also thinks, and on top of that, I can establish a stronger bond with the Medici family as well. Now for what to promote and establish the dominance of the influence of the Medici family. He thinks of many ideas and tried their rough sketches in his mind. But after this to and fro of these ideas, he ends up choosing spices as the base of the Medici family's influence. Cloves, nutmeg, vinegar, and many other spices were his ideas, but he couldn't find the right one. He also thought, since the Medici family already has a hold on pepper, I shouldn't meddle with that. Isu was right, as the Medici family's dominance of pepper market reigns. There is no way to overthrow them. After a long time of thinking, he speaks up. How about red pepper powder? Isu's eyes sparked up with this idea and thinks of a plan. I'm sure it wouldn't be too hard to introduce red pepper powder to the villagers. This was a brilliant idea too. Introducing a new spice and increasing the influence, it was a win-win situation for him. Also, a small victory for him, because with this introduction he can make kimchi and enjoy it over there. As this was his next step, he springs up and plans out. Alright, let's start packing the things I'll take with me from the kitchen. This was a brilliant idea by Isu. Isu then later breaks the fourth wall and talks to us, you see. Viewers might be thinking, kimchi? Not again. Well, he's kinda right. We all thought about this too, that why kimchi again, and couldn't he have a better idea? Isu then breaks the fourth wall again and speaks to us. Once you're in my shoes, you'll find yourself doing the same thing. Well, that's an amazing thing, Isu said. If we're all stuck in his situation, we would also try to make things that's really close to our heart and do anything possible to make it available in that other world. After his 3 days in his old world, it was his time to go back to the Medici city. As soon as he arrived in the Medici castle, he was surrounded by the two ladies, Rose and Heian. Rose speaks in a lecturing time while being angry at Isu. You skipped classes off to Rodarin, right? Heian then adds up in a cold and furious tone. How do you think you'll become a count by being so lazy like that? Guilty as charged, Isu was in a pinch of trouble, and now being surrounded by these furious and beautiful girls, he was in for a deep trouble. He laughs nervously and says, "Whoa! Calm down, you guys." Instead of calming, the girls get more furious, and Rose spoke up with an intimidating tone. "Did you eat Maggie's food all by yourself?" Heian adds up in her nonchalant yet furious tone. "Don't tell me you baked bread and ate it all by yourself." This series of questions and glares were too much for Isu, and he knows the trouble he's in for. He slowly accepts his fate and gives up on survival. He then notices the dress that both Haran and Rose wore. It was a bit odd, and a doubt popped in his mind. To clear his mind, he said in a doubtful expression, "By the way, you two, I see you two are wearing similar outfits. Have you finally decided to become friends?" The girls were a bit confused at the start, and then realizing his question, they both gave a disgusted look to him. Rose said in an irritated tone, "You, nonsense." Heian was irritated and furious at this comment, and said, "Watch your mouth," at this comment, and said, "Watch your mouth," as there was a heated discussion among them. Isu thought this was a great time to run away and run to his room. Noticing this, Rose and Heian also ran after him, but they lost his sight after a few while. Isu, who reached his room, was panting and catching his breath. As he catches his breath, he says in a confused tone, "When did those two become so close?" This sudden closeness of the girls was really confusing to Isu. According to him, they both make a dangerous pair, which can make his life hell. After settling down in his room and taking some rest, he activates his storage and says, "Anyway, I'll just unpack the stuff I brought." After taking out all of the stuff he brought from his original world, he starts formulating plans on how to make it seem like it's all grown in this world. After a long time of processing and thinking, he comes up with various ideas. Let's store the kimchi in the jar I brought over last time, and let's store the red pepper powder and baking powder deep inside a box. After packing the kimchi in the jar and packing the red chili powder in the wooden box, he calls out for Lucas. After a short while, Lucas arrives and says in a formal tone, "You called for me, sir." After nodding and smiling at Lucas, he speaks up in a questioning and kind tone, "Is the Count in his study?" Lucas nods and replies, "Yes, he is, sir." Lucas then talks over to the Count's personal butler. The butler understands and knocks before saying, "My Lord Baron Bloom is here to see you." The Count lifts his head from the books, and after listening to the butler's announcement, he agrees to let Isu come in. As soon as Isu comes in, he gently bows in front of the Count and speaks up in a formal tone. "Good evening, sir." The Count nods and smiles at him before speaking up in a serious tone. "What brings you here, Baron?" Isu nods and smiles at him. After some break, he speaks up with a smile and a confident tone. "I'm here to further discuss the solutions for soil acidification caused by the lemon juice." Isu waits for some time to let Count understand his words. After giving it some thought on it, the Count speaks up. "I see. Please have a seat." Isu smiles and thanks the Count for his offer. After thinking for a little time, Isu speaks up in a confident tone. The family farmland is currently contaminated with acidic compounds that have seeped in over a long period. Of course, it will gradually improve once the lemon juice stops seeping in, but it will take a long time to recover. Understanding what Isu wants to say and imagining the time that will be needed for the soil to recover makes the Count a bit uncomfortable, and a doubt creeps in his mind. So, do you have a solution to this problem? Isu then takes his time before formulating his words, and after some time he speaks up, "Yes, sir. Pouring lime powder over the land should do the trick." He then adds up in a questioning tone, "Does Romania have lime powder?" Count understands the question and replies back with a warm smile, "Of course we have plenty. But are you sure that it will work?" Isu takes his time to understand the question and then forms his answer, "Yes, it will certainly help." He also adds up in a warning tone and making sure that he has Count's attention. However, it can be dangerous if it comes into contact with humans or animals, so it needs to be handled with care. The Count smiles at him and reassures him by saying, "Rest assured, Baron, my people have used lime powder before. I'll leave the task to those who are familiar with the material." After analyzing his answer, Isu nods and appreciates the Count for his brilliant thinking. The Count is happy by Isu and his solutions. He is genuinely happy with Isu and feels indebted to him. After spending some time thinking about this brilliant idea that was introduced by Isu, he smirks and then asks Isu in a warm and gentle tone, "Have you found a suitable land for your estate yet, Baron Bloom?" Isu laughs nervously and says in an embarrassed tone, "Not yet, sir. Besides, it's only been a month since I received my title." The Count chuckles and feels a bit awestruck by this cute behavior from Isu, and after relaxing he speaks up with a light chuckle, "Excellent. Would it be all right if I find a suitable land for you then?" Isu was a bit taken aback by this kind gesture and then speaks in a shaky voice, "I would. Really appreciate that, sir." This was kind of weird for him, and he thinks to himself, he's being very nice to me for some reason. This was very kind of Count, and Isu is really happy that the Count wishes to help him. The Count smiles and speaks in a warm and gentle tone, "Splendid. Let's talk again soon then." Isu nods and replies, "Of course. Thank you, sir." He then gets up from the couch and bows gently in front of the Count and excuses himself out. Later, he was called out by Rose and Haitian for a conversation. He gives them a visit in the living room, only to find Rise in a very intimidating posture. A bit intimidated by Rose, Isu speaks up in a bubbly tone, "What's with that look? Do you have something to tell us?" Rose then lets out a sigh of frustration, and then gathers her intimidating look before saying, "I need to come up with something spectacular for the International Market Festival, so that other nobles won't look down on us." Confused by this demeanor, Isu asks her in a confused tone, "I thought things were going smoothly." Rose agrees but replies in a defeated tone, "True, but I need something impactful that can be a punch in their faces." This sentence alone is enough to clear our doubts. Also, this shows the conflicts between the Medici family and the Pitt family. Kinda like rivalry where they try their best to make the other family red due to embarrassment. Rose was determined to shut the other noble's mouth and feel victorious, even if it's this once. After giving it a long thought on what he can do to impress the other nobles and enhance the reputation of the Medici family in front of other nobles, he comes up with a good idea that can impress all of them. Rose was delighted to know and was eager to know what this amazing idea was. Isu grins to himself and gets up and calls a maid nearby to provide him the required ingredients. The maid agrees and starts preparing the ingredients that Isu asked for. This confused both the girls. Why was he asking for these ingredients? After some time, the maid arrives with the ingredients that Isu asked and asks him, milk, sugar, salt, vanilla beans, and raspberries. Will that be all? He nods and thanks the maid for her hard work. After noticing the ingredients in front of them, Rose spoke up. "Are you thinking of making a nice dessert?" Isu was a bit taken back and was confused by what she was saying and asks her, "What's that?" Noticing the confused look, Rose speaks up, "We have iced desserts here too, by the way." This intrigued Isu's interest and asks, "How do you make it?" Maybe this might be a new dessert that he never thought of and was excited to know about it. Rose, understanding his question, replies back, "We crush the ice finely and then mix it fruit or honey." Hearing this, Isu thought of something resembling this exact same dish and thinks to himself, sounds similar to the shaved ice with toppings back home. This was an interesting part and made Isu want to know more, so he asks Heian, "Have you tried it too, Heian?" Heian replies with a strong no, as that didn't suit her palate. Rose speaks up in a nervous and informative tone, Ice may be rare, but it's not that hard to come by among the nobles, and it's not particularly unique. Isu grins and reassures Rose by saying in a prideful manner, "No worries. What I'm about to repeat is completely different. It's called a gelato." Hearing this weird name for the first time, both of the girls were confused and said in a confused tone, "Gelato, what's that?" Isu then tells them to wait, and that they'll soon know the wonders of the tasty gelato, he announced, before starting to boil milk. "I'm going to make 2 flavors, vanilla and strawberry, not knowing what it's gonna be. But if it's Isu's cooking, it's bound to be tasty." He then starts explaining how he's cooking. First, put sugar, vanilla beans, and separately whisked egg yolks into the milk and let it simmer. When the aroma is strong enough, put the mixture into 2 separate bowls. He then explained, add crushed raspberries into one of them and mix them with the milk. As he left the bowls to cool down a bit and let the flavors be absorbed, he then moves on to next step. Next, prepare a silver bowl filled with ice. Here, you mix salt with ice in a 1:1 ratio. Seeing this blunder, Rose speaks up in a worried tone, Why you add salt into an ice dessert? Annoyed by her questioning and disturbing him, he replies back in a sassy tone, "Hold on, I'm not done yet." He then calms himself down and continues to explain. "Now, I'm going to put what we made earlier into this ice bowl and mix it." Although it might seem that Ishu knows what he does, but the truth is that he found this recipe on the internet and hopes that it turns out good. The looks from both of the girls was a bit scary and disheartening, because it showed their mistrust in him due to his addition of salt in the ice. As Ishu kept stirring and checking on how this gelato was doing, it eventually started freezing. Seeing this, Rose speaks up in an amazed voice, "Incredible, it's gradually freezing. Isu, are you a mage too?" Heian replies back to Rose with a prideful tone. "What did I tell you? He's the bread mage." Listening to this, Rose agrees and admits that Isu is a bread mage. Listening to this conversation, Isu laughs nervously and continues to explain the procedure of gelato. Once it's frozen to some extent, add some air to achieve a chewy texture while stirring, and repeat this process 2 or 3 more times. After this continuation procedure of scooping and making it fluffier, it was finally ready, and he scooped some and served it in a crystal clear bowl and garnished it with some mint leaves. As it was ready, he asks both of them to try. He then speaks with a confident tone. "Oh, I've only made a small amount for now, but I'll need to make more for the huge crowd at the International Market Festival. So I was thinking if Haran could help out with the ice." Suddenly, the girls take a scoop of the gelato, and they both start shivering, and their mouth full of gelato. He was worried and asked, "Hafen, JJ?" This was a bit confusing for him, to why the girls were trembling and lifting their spoons in the air, like they have some kind of battle or have completed some race. Both Heian and Rose had tasted the bite of this amazing dessert, and as soon as they took a bite, they were frozen and their bodies trembled. Confused by this action, Isu called out to them, but they didn't answer him. After some time passes, both of them stop trembling, and Rose is the first one to speak up with an excited and childish tone. "What's this? It's so delicious. Did you say it's delicious? Did you say it's gelato?" This sudden burst of energy made Isu a bit shocked and nodded after understanding her question. Rose then speaks up with a delighted tone. "I've never had an ice dessert this creamy and delicious before, not to mention its chewy texture." This amazing response by Rose was enough for Isu to know that what he created was amazing and would definitely work its magic in the international festival market. He then asks Rose in a calm tone, "How is it? Do you think nobles would like it?" Rose shouts back in an excited tone, "Of course." Heian then adds up with a rare expression of excitement. "It's so soft that one might mistake it cream." Isu was a bit taken aback by Heian's rare sight of energy and emotions, but this also makes him relieved. If Heian agrees to the taste and likes it, then it means it's a suited dish to be served in the festival. Feeling relieved and happy, he watches both of the girls digging on the ice cream again and again. Then the time arrives when Rose, due to her energetic scooping of gelato, gets a brain freeze. She then speaks up in a pain-bearing voice while pressing her forehead with her hand. "Ow, my head is hurting from eating cold food in a rush." Although having a brain freeze and the sensation painful, she yearns for more and says, "This is so good, I want it all to myself." Heian, the Ice Queen, who doesn't show much emotion, speaks up. "I usually don't like cold food, but this isn't too bad." Seeing this reaction, Rose speaks up in an irritated tone. "Nonsense. I saw you devouring it. Give it to me if you don't want it." This infuriated Haran, and she says in a cold tone, "No." This was enough to spark the inner wild beasts within them. The fight over the last cup of gelato was gonna be intense. When Isu steps up and calms them down, he thinks to himself, "I'm glad that at least they both enjoyed it. After calming them down completely, he turns to Rose and asks her, then why don't you go and get the final permission from your parents? Even after being taken far from Heian, she was gritting her teeth, but after listening to Isu, she grins and replies in her usual energetic tone, fine, make me 2 more. I'll bring it to them to let them taste it. She then turns to Heian, and after giving some thought, she speaks up, by the way, Heian. Heian doesn't reply, but looks at Rose. Rose then replies, have you been to the International Market Festival before? After understanding her question, Haran replies with a nonchalant manner, no, never. My so-called father would leave me behind and take his new wife and her bastard of a son instead. Realizing the dark turn of this situation, both Isu and Rose turn silent. After some time, Rose speaks up in a heavy feeling, oh, I see. She then nudges Isu to convince Heian to come to the International Market Festival. Noticing the look and the nudge, Isu was a bit confused as to why she was doing that, and then remembers the thing they both talked about. Isu then asks, Heian, hey Heian! Heian replies in a suspicious tone, what? Noticing the questioning glare and the suspicious tone from Heian, he laughs nervously and asks, want some bread? Rose then slips out of the room with the 2 bowls of gelato that was prepared by Isu to her parents for the approval. After a few days, and the approval of the count for the gelato, Isu calls for the head chef to his personal headquarters. The head chef was a bit scared and confused to why he was called, but he abides by the request and heads to Isu's room and knocks softly on his door. Isu then allows him to enter. The head chef enters the room, and with a confused and nervous tone, he asks, you called for me, sir. Isu nods and gives him a warm smile. He then says with a gentle tone, please have a seat. I have something to discuss with you. The chef understands it and head towards the couch. He was a bit hesitant before sitting down on it. Noticing the nervous and tired look on his face, Isu offers, here, have some herb tea, and please just relax. Noticing the gentle demeanor and the kindness, the chef was a bit confused and dumbfounded, so he asks again in a confused tone, thank you, sir. If I may ask, why have you called for me, sir? Isu then speaks with a warm and gentle tone, and his expression showing empathy towards the chef. I'm sure you're stressed over coming up with new menu items. Am I right? The chef speaks up in denial and disagreeing with Isu. Of course not. Sir, I'm just doing my job, that's all. He then continues with a tired tone, with many important guests expected to attend the festival. I have to think day and night about how to enhance the experience. Nevertheless, my ideas are nowhere near yours, sir. He ends his talk with a light, nervous chuckle. Isu nods and understands. After some time, he speaks up, back from where I come from. Baking is a big part of our culture. My mother was also passionate about baking as well. The chef nods in understanding. Isu then continues to explain his idea. Spices like ginger and cinnamon are particularly inexpensive and readily available. So my point is, if it's all right with you, I would like to pass on my mother's recipe to you. After hearing Isu willing to share his family's secret recipe, there was shock written all over the head chef's face. Isu was a bit taken aback and says in a warm tone, I'm not necessarily insisting that you use my recipe, but by referring to it, you might come up with even better ideas. The head chef was in tears due to Isu's kindness and selflessness, and speaks in a grateful tone. I don't know how to thank you, sir. In fact, and was quite stressed about developing new menu items, so I truly appreciate your understanding. Feeling overwhelmed by the tears and grateful tone of the head chef, he speaks up in a comforting tone. It's okay. Let's set aside the emotions for now and start writing down the recipe. The head chef nods and starts jotting down the recipes that Isu gave. Isu then explains to us, I gave him a total of 3 recipes, churros, butter cookies, and lemon ginger tea. The head chef, after jotting the recipes, says in an astonished tone, sir, your ideas are simply extraordinary. Isu then says, in a gentle demeanor, I already asked to have the ingredients ready, so go ahead and make them now. The chef then adds in a curious tone, oh, can I also bring out the creme brulee by any chance? Isu then replies in a gentle tone, of course. How about making your own version by adding toppings of your choice? This kind gesture was enough to make the head chef cry again and reply in a gratitude, of course, sir. Please share more recipes in the future. I'm always open to learning new recipes. The head chef then gets up and bows in gratitude and leaves the room with new profound ideas. Isu was grateful to see this and was excited to see what new recipes will be formed. and given for tasting before the International Market Festival by the head chef. After a while, Lucas comes and knocks on the door, announcing himself. Isu lets him in and then awaits to what Lucas has to say. Lucas then says in a calm and gentle tone, "Sir, Mr. Streve and his son have arrived at the Southern Inn." Nods and asks the direction to the Southern Inn. After some time, he leaves the Medici castle and walks down the road on the Medici city. He was still confused to where it was located and remember the address. After a bit of walking, he spots the Southern Inn and knocks on the door. A familiar young boy's voice comes. "Who is it?" Isu calls out his name, and then the door opens up with the boy smiling brightly and warmly at him. He then says, "Baron Bloom, I heard you finally earned your title," he then says in an excited tone. "Goodness, I knew it. So was selling mirrors more like a side business? Where is your estate located? Are you not going to visit Aramania City anymore?" Feeling overwhelmed by the amount of questions, Isu asks him to limit to one question at a time. He then asks him, "Are you alone?" The young boy laughs heartedly while answering, "Yes, my father is away attending to a business." Isu understands and then asks him, "Then, would you care to join me for a walk?" The boy agrees and they go to a park nearby the inn. The boy asks Isu about how the lessons are going. Isu replies with an honest answer that they are very boring. The boy was happy about Isu's honesty. Isu then asks the boy, "By the way, you know the International Market Festival is being held here, right?" The boy nods eagerly and speaks, "Of course. We're planning to stay for about a week during the festival period since it's on our way back and forth." Isu smiles and nods in agreement. Then he says his idea about what he wants from him. The boy understood and nods in agreement before confirming. "So you want us to spread the word once we return to the city after the festival. Is that it?" Isu then replies with a nod. "Yup. Could you do that for me?" The boy smiles widely and replies, "I have a knack for spreading rumors like nobody else." He then speaks with a mischievous glint in his eyes and rubbing his hands together like a merchant. "But you know that there's no such thing as a free lunch, eh?" Isu smiles nervously before replying, "Certainly. What do you want in return?" He lowers his grin and then smiles widely before saying it loud proudly. "One would be to provide us with lodging we can stay in for 7 days. The other is a guarantee of a prime spot at the festival." Isu then thinks, both of them don't seem easy, but still for the stuff he wants to do, this is a small price, and assures the boy to talk it about to Rose. This boy then says if we had to choose one of the two requests, it would be the prime spot at the festival. Isu understands his requirements and assures him. The boy turns sideways to watch something. This confused Isu to what he was looking at. He follows the gaze of the young boy to look at a carriage standing behind them. The boy says in an amazed tone, "What a magnificent carriage. I wonder who's in it." Isu then thinks, there's still quite a lot of time left until the festival, so I doubt it's one of the noble guests. After staring at the carriage for a bit, Isu remembers he's a bit busy and says to the boy, "I should get going. I'll come back later in the evening if I'm available." The boy nods and waves goodbye to Isu as he rushed towards the Medici castle. A young man in his 20s comes out of the carriage while wobbling. The man screams out while being intoxicated in alcohol, "Father, it is I, your son, Plague Medici, has arrived." Isu was shocked to see the young man all tipsy and causing a ruckus in the Medici castle's front yard. He then goes closer to the head chef, who seemed a bit worried, and asks, "Who is that?" By the sudden voice of Isu, the chef jumps a little and speaks up in a surprised tone. "Oh, Sir Bloom. He's Sir Clegg, the Count's eldest son." Everyone was running after Clegg and trying to stop him from causing any more trouble. Seeing this young man causing ruckus and making every servant of the Medici family worried for him, he thinks, Count's eldest son. He's totally wasted. After calming down Clay and taking him back to his room, there was peace at last. After some time, he meets up with Rose and asks, "So, Sir Clegg is your older brother?" Rose nods and answers back, "Yes, he's been learning how to make wine recently." Before saying something else, she scrunches her face in irritation and speaks up, and he seems completely obsessed with it. Sometimes he forgets that he's the heir of the Medici family. Listening to this, Isu was a bit concerned about the relationship between the siblings and asked, "Are you not on good terms with him?" Rose shakes her head and replies in a solemn tone, No, it's not that. I'm just worried about my family. That's all." Suddenly, she looked sad while saying, "To be honest, our family hasn't fully established itself in the world of nobility yet." Isu remains silent and keeps listening. After giving some time to Rose to calm down, he asks, "I see. By the way, can I ask you a favor?" Rose stops being gloomy and gives Isu a smile while saying, "Sure. How about we go somewhere and chat while enjoying the scenery?" Isu was confused and asked, "Where should we go?" Rose then takes him to her hideout, a special place where she escapes from the day-to-day troubles and gives time to herself. After settling down and relaxing a bit, Rise asks Isu with a a serious tone. So what's the favor you're asking for? A bit intimidated by her serious demeanor, he speaks in a formal and gentle tone. Could you possibly help me with booking accommodation during the International Market Festival? And also, securing a good spot for a stall? After listening to Isu's requests, Rose speaks up in a formal and serious tone. Is this for a merchant, you know? Isu chuckles nervously and replies to Rose. Yup, I asked for a little favor too. Dumbfounded by this, Rose asked. So, is this in return for the favor? Isu nods, and that's enough for her. She then asks Isu while patting her chest and in a concerning yet questioning manner, what's in it for me if I do that? Isu then takes his time to form a good and responsible answer for Rose's question. Well, if things go according to my plan, it could increase your family's reputation. Rose was a bit confused as to why Isu is doing all of this for her family. She then contemplates a bit and asks him in a confused tone, I appreciate your sentiment, but why are you concerned about our family's reputation? Isu replies with a mock-sad tone, while putting a hand in his chest to show his sadness. Well, that's a bit hurtful. Rose's face turns pale and asks for forgiveness as soon as possible. Oh, I'm sorry if it sounded that, but it's just that I'm worried. Isu was confused and asked her, worried about what? She then replies in a sad and gloomy tone, getting involved with my family might lead you to being rejected by the high-ranking nobles. With your abilities, you could easily blend in with them, I guess. Her low confidence and self-loathing was clearly showing that they don't have a good reputation among the other nobles. Isu then speaks up in a gentle and comforting tone with a confused expression. Don't you think that's undermining you and your family too much? Rose speaks up in an angry tone, then calms down. No, that's not what I meant. Even though it may seem like we can just live well among ourselves, eventually we'll end up crossing paths with those people somehow. Meeting other nobles might change your perspective too. Isu sighs and asks her in a gentle tone, and what will you do if my perspective changes? Rose snaps and says in an intimidating voice, there's nothing but death waiting for traitors. You heard about what happened to the Fanchi household, right? Isu chuckles nervously while saying, I have no intention of betraying. After some time and calming Rose down, he then speaks up with a curiosity. Oh, by the way, have you heard rumors that the Mage family will be visiting during the festival? I don't think Haran will attend, but do you know anything about them? Rose asks in a serious tone. Where have you heard about this? Isu thinks for some time before replying. I overheard what the merchants from the city were saying. Isu then thinks if Rose is quiet about this, then this might be an act to degrade the MangaSee family by someone. Rose stays silent for a long time and then grits her teeth before standing up and speaking in an angry tone. I should go talk to my father about this. He watches Rose leaving her hideout in a rush, and anger on her face clearly visible. After some time, his instructor arrives and attends the classes till evening. Tired and exhausted from the classes, Isu lays down and tries to relax. That's when he jumps up and covers his ears to stop hurting it from the vomiting sounds from Clay. He then speaks up in an irritated tone. Gosh, how long is he going to keep up with this? He then thinks to himself while being irritated and gritting his teeth, drunk all day, every day, then vomiting non-stop. He sighs and thinks in a tired tone, I can't even do anything about it since he's JJ's brother. At least he could stop the vomiting. Suddenly an idea sparks up in his brain and he calls for Lucas, ordering him to go with him to the prep kitchen. After spending some time in the prep kitchen and making a drink that's good for a hangover, he explains, nothing like a nice honey water for hangovers. He then asks Lucas to bring it to Sir Clegg, which Lucas follows as quickly as possible. He then thinks to himself, I hope that does the trick. I'm already exhausted because of all those lessons. I don't need more stress in my life. He then speaks to himself while stretching. Anyway, I should get ready for the swordsmanship training tomorrow. Then, the next morning arrives, and Isu is busy with his sword training master and practicing the sword skills while participating in a mock duel. Sir Clegg, who was free from the hangover, calls out to Isu. Isu turns around to who calls him. That's when he gets struck by his instructor, and he yells in pain. Clegg then asks for forgiveness for his bad timing. The swordmaster greets Clay, and then turns to Isu with serious expression. Baron Bloom, you have been stabbed 894 times so far. Please focus. Isu yells in protest while clarifying himself. Hey, Sir Clegg was calling me. How can I ignore him? Noticing this misbehavior, the instructor says we need to go over your manners again too. After seeing how tired Isu is, the swordmaster declares enough for today and takes his leave. Isu then realized something. Should have just bought that certificate for 1,000 gold. The training to be a count is extremely hard. Isu then sighs and turns to Clegg with a gentle smile. Clegg smiles back and reaches for his hand before saying in a gentle tone, "Pleasure to meet you, Baron Blue." Isu was happy to see that Clegg wasn't in a hangover and now feels sober. He then replies back with gratitude, "Yes, nice to meet you." Then he replies in a questioning tone, "But may I ask what brings you here?" Clegg then replies back with a gratitude and happy tone, "That honey water last night, I heard it was your idea." Isu replies back, "Oh that, yes it was. Are you feeling better now?" Clegg replies back in a jolly mood, "It was the perfect remedy for my hangover." Isu smiles and feels relaxed that it helped him and says in a worried tone, "I advise you to cut down on the drinking. It's not good for your health." Clegg then replies with a mock disappointed tone, "It seems like nobody is on my side." Isu replies with his worried tone and might smile, "Everyone is worried about you, sir." Clegg then responds by sighing in disappointment, "Oh please, their distress is nowhere near that of this incompetent heir of the family." Clegg then replies in a nervous tone while chuckling in a nervous tone, "Please don't look at me that way, sir. It was just a joke." Isu laughs awkwardly and then with a sigh of sadness he replies, "In fact, I also once lived a life fueled by alcohol." Noticing the sadness of Isu and felt that he's gone through something heavy. Noticing the heavy air around them, he replies in an awkward laugh, "I drank honey water not to ease my hangover but to prevent my throat from hurting when I'm vomiting." Clegg smiles and replies with a soft smile, "I would love to hear more about your story, Baron Bloom. Come join me for a meal." Hugh agrees with him. Meanwhile, in Count's personal library, his personal butler arrives and says in a panicked tone, "Sir, rumors are spreading that the Mage family will visit the International Market Festival this time." The Count replies in a stern voice, "Yes, I've heard about it from Gigi." Butler replies in a worried tone, "So, it seems like there will be more customers than expected." The Count nods and agrees while saying, "From what I've heard, a total of 20 families have opened portals and passed through Mount Knots. This was a bit too much for the MangaSee family, and the rumors that have been spreading can cause more downfall of the MangaSee family. As the royal families from all over the Aromanian Empire are arriving in the MangaSee city, the nervousness and the upcoming challenge is becoming heavier. To impress these families, a huge workload has been put on the MangaSee family's servants, and a huge misunderstanding is the reason for all of this." The Count explains the reason for these families' arrival. There is only one mage who can open portals in the Aroman Empire. However, portals can only be opened in 2 locations simultaneously, so the cost of opening portals can be very expensive. Therefore, portals are usually opened only when the Imperial family needs to travel. This was a huge headache to the Count, and he let out a sigh in discomfort. He then clenched his head while saying and sighing, "This is absurd." Because of rumors of the Mage household visiting, they're coming in large numbers through the portal. The Count then thinks for a time before saying, "They must be planning to use this opportunity to humiliate us." The butler understands his heaviness and replies in a worried tone, "A large crowd like that must have cost around 10,000 to open the portal." The butler then replies in a comforting yet concerning tone, "We're doing our best to take measures, but things aren't looking too bright, sir." The Count reassures him of this situation. The butler nods in agreement and takes his leave, worried for what's to come in the future. Meanwhile, Isu, Rose and Heian in the living room were enjoying themselves, and then Isu introduced, "Da. This is the game I mentioned before, called Jenga. I asked the carpenters to make it for me." Confused by this game and not understanding the significance of this pulling blocks game, Heian asks in an uncertain tone, "What's so fun about pulling out wooden blocks?" Rose agrees and says, "That's what I'm saying." She then continues with a complicated look, strategic thinking, and dice throwing. Understanding their misunderstandings, and then he claps before smiling and replies, Now, you don't know until you try it for yourself. Besides, anyone can play this game. People will love it at the festival." With a spark in his eyes and a dangerous glint, he speaks in a mischievous tone. And "The one who makes the towers fall will get a finger flick on the forehead." The girls were a bit confused and asked him in a confused and dumbfounded look, "A finger flick?" He knows no matter how much he would try explaining it to them, they won't understand, so he says, "Go ahead and play it to find out." Rose exclaims in happiness and replies, "Alrighty, this should be easy." But she couldn't do it, and her bratty personality and pride wouldn't accept the defeat. So all of them played again and again, where all the times Rose was the loser and got the most finger flicked on her head. She then screams out in anger and frustration, "No fair. This doesn't make sense. How can I lose every single round?" She then points towards Haran and speaks in an irritated tone. Especially you, Heian speaks in a nonchalant tone. What about me? Rose's anger sparks up and her fighting spirit rose while saying, your finger flick hurts the most, you know that. Let me give you a taste of my flick too. Seeing this turning to a dispute, Isu interjects. How about we wrap it up and go eat? Noticing how Rose's knuckles turning white, he knew she wouldn't settle for a finger flick. Rose then speaks up in an irritated tone while throwing a tantrum. I'm pretty good at playing chess. Let's play that after our meal. Isu then replies to her, I don't know how to play it. To Heian, chess was boring and she wasn't interested in playing. This only infuriated Rose and was going to throw even more tantrums when the Count's personal butler calls for her. She then goes towards him and asks him what happened. The butler asks her to whisper it into her ears. There's something I must discuss with you. This caught Isu's attention and he tries to have a conversation, but was requested to leave as this was a personal matter of the MangaSee Count. Understanding this privacy matters, he smiles and takes his leave. He was then taken by Lucas to an establishment near the county. He then appreciates the beautiful room given by the MangaSee family and feels even more respect and gratitude for them. He then thinks to himself, for once, I can be alone. He then turns towards Lucas and says in a merry tone, you may return to the county, Lucas. This terrified Lucas, and he overthinks the situation of him being incapable of being helpful to Isu. He then speaks in a scared tone. Did I make a mistake? Sir, Isu replies in a comforting tone. No, relax. I just want to spend the next 2 or 3 days meditating alone. Understanding the reason of his departure to the Count, he nods and then speaks up. Oh, in that case, I'll instruct the servants to prepare the servants to prepare the servants to prepare the bathwater, sir. Isu nods and allows Lucas to do as he please. As soon as Lucas leaves the room and Isu is alone, he thinks to himself in an excited tone, alrighty, off to the kitchen. Today's dinner is kimchi stew. He then prepares the ingredients he needs and puts the rice to cook while he chops vegetables and meat for the kimchi stew. Unfortunately, the ingredients were only enough for a single person. After cooking it for a while, a familiar scent arose from the stew and Isu says while being nostalgic, yum, I miss the smell of this. While cooking, he was disturbed by some knocking. Confused by this, he thinks to himself, who could that be? There's nobody to visit me at this hour. The intensity increased of the knocking and he hurriedly washes his hands and runs towards the door. While hurriedly opening the door, he asks, who is it? There stood a handsome man in his 20s and with a beautiful smile. Confused by his sudden arrival, he asks, what brings you here at this hour? Seeing Clegg all alone, he was a bit worried for his safety. Clegg then replies in a gentle and polite tone, I bought some cheese and wine. Oh, not for me, of course. It's a gift for you. Here you go. He laughs nervously and hands the package to Isu. He smiles, and then a tasty scent reaches to his nose. He then turns to Isu and asks him in a curious tone, say, are you cooking Baron Bloom? Isu then turns to Clegg and invites him to join him for dinner. Clegg nods and then enters Isu's establishment and notices the kimchi stew. Quite interested in it, he asks. Smells quite peculiar. What is this dish called? Isu laughs nervously and then replies after thinking for some time, it's pork stew with kimchi, a specialty from my hometown. He then thinks to himself, gotta act natural in situations like this. He then says, looks like the rice is ready as well. Please have a seat and I'll bring them to you. Clegg understands and then speaks. That's all right. I'll help you carry the bowls downstairs. After settling down with utensils and bowls, Isu then brings the rice and the stew to the dining table. Watching the house stew and the rice served to his bowl, he speaks in an intrigued tone. This looks appetizing, Baron Bloom. After taking a spoonful bite of the stew and rice, Isu was hoping that Clegg liked it. After chewing the rice and stew and analyzing the flavors for a while, Clegg then speaks up in a very refined manner. Indeed, it has a very unique taste. The harmony of cabbage, pork belly, and shallots. I can see you've seasoned it with garlic, ginger, and pepper as well. After giving it some thought, he speaks up. I can taste the flavor of fish sauce as well. Noticing the in-depth explanation, Isu thinks to himself, wow, he must be one of those super tasters. Clegg then speaks up. Clegg then speaks up after completed analysis. How about, we have wine with this? Isu agreed, and then brings the wine glass to the table. After drinking and enjoying the food together, both of the men were in a jolly mood. Seeing Isu act all goofy and having fun, Clegg laughs a bit and says in a comforting tone, I'm glad you like the wine. Isu nods and replies in an eager tone, yet fascinated. Yes, it's It's delicious. But how did you know all the ingredients that went into the dish earlier? That was impressive. Clegg blushes softly and replies in a defeated tone, oh please. It's a talent most useless when managing a county. After listening to his answer, Isu speaks up in an intrigued tone. Harmon, does that mean you're willing to carry on the family name? Sir Clegg? Clegg then replies in a tipsy tone, even if I don't like it. There's no choice. There's nothing more humiliating than the eldest son not taking over the family name. Everyone will point fingers at me. Isu, who was drunk and tipsy, replies, so you're not inclined to it? After giving some thought of Clegg's hesitation, he asks, what kind of life do you dream of beyond your family business, sir? Clegg replies in a drunk and happy tone, living in the countryside, raising livestock, doing some farming and cooking meals with family. Something like that, you know. Isu then speaks up after giving it a thought. So, it's a matter of happiness or reputation. Clegg replies with a sigh. Yes, it's quite the dilemma indeed. The day finally arrives, when the festival begins. The bustling street filled with nobles' carriage, and the merchants screaming and fixing their shops up for the upcoming festival. Isu explains to the readers, on the first day of the International Market Festival, families from various places exchange welcome greeting. On the second day, there is a banquet for the nobles. And on the third day, the castle is open to the public, and the entire village enjoys the festival. And I am currently preparing to attend the welcome ceremony. He was excited, nervous, and scared to meet the nobles, but he was determined to join them and experience this amazing event. Isu, in his room, was trying out some outfits prepared for him by the Medici family. Feeling uncomfortable, he says, wow, this feels way too tight. Lucas then speaks up with a pride. Full tone, sir. That was made by the tailor who stitched every thread with the utmost care. Feeling lectured by Lucas and being uncomfortable, Isu speaks out in defeat. All right, I get it. This friendly banter between Lucas and Isu was good. After noticing Isu in this dress, Lucas speaks up. By the way, that color blue suits you very well, sir. Isu blushes a bit and then coughs a little to clear his throat before speaking. All I have to do is just greet them and leave, right? Lucas then replies, yes, sir. He then replies with a warm smile and a polite yet gentle tone. The banquet is tomorrow evening, and today we'll have a short welcome ceremony, sir. Lady Jage and Lady Hayen are waiting in the waiting room, so let us proceed there. Yu nods and agrees with him, as he said, of course, let's hurry. Lucas nods and they both go together out of Isu's room. As they went out and reached the location of the banquet, Isu was shocked to see the decorations and the money put by the Medici family in this banquet. A beautiful yet elegant lady playing the kanubi with a beautiful and gentle grace. Seeing Isu being distracted by this banquet's decoration and called out to Isu, the waiting room is this way. Baron Bloom. Isu nods and walks toward the waiting room. Two beautiful young girls, all dresses in their formal dresses. Rose speaks out in an excited tone. Oh, Isu. I mean, Baron Bloom, welcome. Feeling a bit uncomfortable with this formal demeanor, he speaks up after bowing in front of both of them. Thank you, Lady Jage. It sure does feel awkward to treat each other so formally. Rose nods and chuckles politely. Yes, indeed. He then turns towards Hayen and speaks in a formal tone. And how about you, Duchess Silverwood? What made you change your mind to participate in the welcoming ceremony? Isu nods and replies in her usual cold and nonchalant tone. The Count and I had a discussion. Isu was dumbfounded by this, and Rose speaks up with curiosity. Ooh, you did, but Father didn't tell me anything. Isu then thinks to himself, concerned for Hachen. Is she sure about this? Or does she feel comfortable revealing that she's an elf? Isu then explains to us, the mage family is inevitably entwined with the royal family. I wonder if Hayen is mentally prepared right now. Once she reveals her identity, not only will she be expected to make public appearances, but she will also face pressure due to the marriage issue. After giving it some thought, Hayen wanted to say something that troubled her or wished to tell, but due to her status, she couldn't, and then turns her head sideways and replies to both of them, nonchalantly, there's no need for you to know the details. As they all were in a bit of a frenzy and enjoying their time together, a butler approaches the group and speaks up in a formal tone. Lady JJ. Everyone is waiting for your greeting. Rose nods and agrees, as both Isu and Hayen were gonna get up. The butler speaks up. Baron Bloom and Lady Hayen, please wait just a little while. Both of them stood there while the butler and Rose left the room. As soon as the door shuts and the sound of the horse comes to this waiting room, Isu jumps up excitedly and rushes to the balcony. Isu admires the carriage down and appreciates the noble look on them. Meanwhile, Hayen walks up to the balcony and speaks up in an unimpressed tone. What's so impressive about that? It looks petty compared to my carriage. Finding this is a perfect opportunity, Isu gives out a fake laughter while teasing Hayen, says the person who doesn't have a carriage anymore. No house or money either. This infuriated Heian and made her so angry that she started chanting a magic spell to threaten Isu. A sharp and cold icicle pointed on throat made Isu really scared, and he speaks up in a shaky voice. Stop it. This threatening thing is going too far. Got it. Heian then calms down and lowers her icicle and disintegrates the icicle. They both calm down and then seated in the couches available in the waiting room. Isu had a doubt creep in his mind, speaks up by the way. What are you planning to do after revealing yourself to the public? Heian feeling his question genuine, she replies. I'm going back to Aramania City to get back what's mine. This confused Isu, and as he was going to ask her for more details, he hears a voice called out, Baron Bloom. It's time. Isu nods to himself and gets up. He then turns to the seated Heian and asks, let's go, Heian. Heian replies in a nonchalant manner. The protagonist always makes the last appearance. Isu waves his hand and leaves the room. Isu then walks out of the perimeter of the waiting room onto the banquet hall, which was filled with nobles greeting each other. Watching this scene, he speaks out loud. Looks like a lot of people have gathered. He then hears a familiar voice call out to him. It was Rose. He then replies, Jaja, I mean my lady, why are you alone? Rose speaks up in a tired tone. The family I'm close to hasn't arrived yet. Thanks to that, I'm spending time quite lonely by myself. Feeling bad for Rose, Isu then speaks up. I'll wait with you. The bright sun shines on the families that have arrived, and their lively chatters die down slowly as the sun rains on them. Few of them begin to complain. Woo, I'm sweating buckets. I could use a good bath. Listening to all of this complain and chatters, Isu thinks. Everyone's complaining. Suddenly he eyes at the entrance of the banquet and watches the staff bring out the iced dessert that he introduced to the Medici family. Strawberry and vanilla gelato, a dessert with a rich and smooth texture that brings out the bursting flavor of fresh ingredients. As the gelato was served to all of the noble families present in the banquet, the Count comes up and with a warm smile and speaks up to all the honored guests who have come from afar. These are iced desserts, specially prepared for all of you. Please, I insist you try it. Few of the nobles were confused by this weird dessert present in front of them, and one of them speaks up. Ma, I've never seen this before. What can this possibly be? Another of them criticizes Tesk. I wonder where they learned to make such a bizarre recipe. The Medici family certainly lacks class. Lady Pitt, who was also present, said, let's try it first. As soon as she took a scoop and placed it in her mouth, a refreshing flavor hit her and made her squeal like a child. She then clears her throat and speaks in a nonchalant manner while covering her smile. Well, it doesn't seem incredibly impressive. The kids from the Pitt family enjoyed it and screamed out loud in joy. It's absolutely delicious. Few of them asked for second time, and it seemed everyone enjoyed this dessert. One of the noblemen asked in a curious tone, I've never tasted anything quite like it before. What did you put in it? The Countess replies with a polite smile. It's called gelato made with vanilla beans. I heard the Krunoman family monopolized the vanilla bean trade. You must have a great eye to acquire such a delectable spice. Lady Krunoman speaks up in a fascinated tone. This is really refreshing and sweet. It feels like all of my fatigue is disappearing. She then asks his husband in a happy tone. Don't you agree, my dear? The Lord Krunoman replies, my dear, you're quite right. Noticing the smiles and happiness on these nobles, Isu thinks to himself, once the recipe for making such delicious ice cream becomes known, making money is just a matter of time. Rose calls out to Isu and asks him in a curious tone, are you planning to spread this recipe through that merchant? Isu nods and replies in a delightful tone, yeah, I'm gonna spread the Medici family's ultimate recipe. What do you think? Rose understands and gives an approving nod. Isu then thinks to himself, only the creme brulee, that is. I'll keep the ice cream one for myself. Lady Pitt, who notices the nobles having fun and enjoying this delicious treat, speaks up. I have to admit, the taste isn't bad, just as Lady Kruneman said. I'm sure it wasn't easy to store this much ice in this scorching weather. Could it be that a mage has visited? After pausing for a while, she speaks up in a smirking manner. Because you've been promoting it so diligently, everyone has high expectations. Isn't that right, everyone? This tone and the villainous smirk ruined the jolly vibe of the banquet and made everyone feel uncomfortable, reminding everyone their original intention of why they were visiting the Medici family. She speaks up in a curious and mischievous tone. Go on, I'm listening. The Count then speaks up after a while of understanding Lady Pitt's question. I don't recall making such an announcement. It's a mystery how that rumor came about. This made all of the nobles a bit intrigued, and they had a chat among themselves. Lady Pitt then speaks up. Well, I did hear that a mage was attending. Otherwise, why would we all be waiting out here under this scorching sun? Agreeing with Lady Pitt, many of the nobles got reminded of their original intention. One of them speaks up. She's right. Did you intentionally allow the false rumor spread, knowing about it? So this was all a baseless rumor. Other nobles stand up up to the Medici family not agreeing to this rumor. Many of them opposed them and started being rude to them. That's when the Count replies in a gentle manner, "Of course not." Then, an elegant lady, dressed in white and blue, with long silver hair, makes her appearance. The Count continues to explain, "I ignored it, as there was no need to do anything about it." After taking a breath to calm his nerves and gather up a large amount of energy in his voice, he speaks up, "Dear guests, allow me to present you Duchess Heian Silverwood." After her introduction, the Lady Pitt was in a dilemma and shocked to see a mage present in the living quarters of the Medici family. Seeing Lady Pitt shut her mouth and be surprised, Izu and Rose both cling their wine glasses to each other while giving a prideful smile. Heian waits for people to calm down, and then she speaks up, "Pleased to meet you. My name is Heian Silverwood, Duchess of the Silverwood family." After waiting for some time for people to take this information, she speaks up, "You must all be exhausted out here, so please get some rest, and let us gather again tomorrow at the banquet." Few of the nobles quickly get up and one of them speaks up, "It's an honor to meet you, my lady." They all bow in front of her in respect. She nods at them and turns towards Rose and asks her, "Lady JJ, would you like to go for a walk?" Rose smiles brightly and with a polite laugh walks towards Heian, while speaking, of course, Duchess. They both then come closer and Rose then recommends, "How about a round of your favorite game, Jenga, after the walk?" Hafen agrees. "Sounds great." Rose then adds up with some creme brulee, of course. Seeing both of the ladies having a fun conversation, the nobles were dumbfounded by this scene, and they whispered to themselves, appreciating the Medici family to connect themselves with the dukes. Meanwhile, Isu speaks to himself. One would think they're besties. Then a doubt creeps out in his mind and asks, "By the way, where's Clay? I haven't seen him around." He then walks towards Clegg's room and knocks at his door and speaks up, "Lord Clay, are you in there?" The door creaks open, and a butler opens up while speaking in a questioning, "Who is it?" The butler was a bit shocked and spoke up, "Oh, Baron Bloom, what brings you here?" Isu then asks the butler standing on the door, "Where's Lord Clay?" The butler sighs in defeat and speaks, "Well, I'm afraid he's still in bed, sir." Isu then asks politely, "May I come in?" The butler then speaks up, "Of course, sir." As soon as the butler allows Isu to step in, Isu enters the room and was shocked to find Clay still asleep in his bed and not ready for this grand event. Isu then notices the slow movements and slight trembling from under the covers, and this made him realize that he's faking sleep. He then shakes the bed while saying in an irritated tone, "Don't fool me. I know you're awake. Wake up. You should be at the welcoming party." As Isu shakes Clegg, and he groans in denial. Arsh. The Count's eldest son didn't get up and didn't try to avoid it. Seeing this, Isu finally gave up and stared down at Clegg. Seeing this demeanor, Clegg speaks up in a nervous tone, "What for? I'm the least welcomed person there, and besides, everyone ignores me. I'll attend the banquet tomorrow." Seeing this timid and scared version of Clegg, he was confused, and then he speaks up in an irritated tone, "Do you dislike showing your face that much?" Seeing his glare, and then replying in a nervous tone, "Precisely." Seeing his timid version, he got angry and flanked Clegg out of his blanket and said in an irritated tone, "Then at least get out of bed so we can take a look around the market. Come on." After making Clegg get up and forcing him to be ready. After being ready, Isu pulls him out of his room and then talks him to being comfortable, ready to show his face. After walking down the roads of the Medici city and seeing the city bustling with people, Isu then comforts in a gentle tone while supporting Clegg, "Now that we're out here, let's have some fun." Isu then comforts Clegg by saying, "Do you need to buy anything, Lord Clegg?" Noticing Isu trying to comfort him, he speaks up in a comforting tone, "Yes, I would like to take a look at the food stall." Isu then speaks up in a bright smile and joyful tone, "Good thinking. Let's head over there." Isu then asks him in a gentle tone, "Are you going to cook something?" Clegg then replies in a gentle and polite tone, "I have to take a look to decide." After listening to his reply, Isu then replies back to him in a gentle tone, "If that's the case, I'll join you for dinner." Clegg chuckles and speaks in a welcoming tone, "Oh please, at least give me some time to experiment." "How about tomorrow's dinner?" Isu then replies in a very excited tone, "I'm down for it." Clegg was confused and asked him in a curious tone, "You're down?" Isu realizes his use of expression from his original world. He then calms down and explains, "It's an expression of positivity. Understanding the tone and expression of the sentence." Clegg replies, "I see. Then I'm down for it too." This friendly banter livened up the surroundings and made Clegg cheer up from his timid and low self-esteem. Isu, noticing the happiness and smile around Clegg's face, he then thinks to himself, judging by what he showed earlier, I'm sure he has a natural talent for cooking. He just hasn't had the opportunity to prove himself. and this might be that very chance for him to gain back confidence. Then, both of them roamed around the city and tried all types of weird and intriguing food. Both of them enjoyed the stalls and had an amazing feast together. The next day was the second day of the International Market Festival. Rose, who was energetic, she came to his room and started knocking and screaming, "Baron Bloom, open the door. Baron Bloom." She then bangs on the door really hard and screams in an excitement tone, "This is an order." Isu, who was behind the door, is readying himself for the second day. Isu then speaks to himself in a tired tone, "Sheesh, does she ever calm down?" He then gets tired of this knocking and asks Lucas, "Open the door, Lucas." Lucas nods and opens the door. As soon as the door opened and Rose, who was excited and energetic, speaks up, "I've got some cool news," feeling embarrassed by her use of the word that he taught her, and then speaks up in a tired tone, "Don't use cool around Lucy. She'll tease me for teaching that word." Rose then waves his hand and neglects his words before saying in an excited tone, "That's not the point here. The gelato and creme brulee. Everyone's begging me for the recipe, you know?" Isu, seeing her excited and cute, he asks, "So, you made friends?" Rose, who was acting like a child, replies in a cute manner, "Especially people from the Krunoman family. They've been so polite and even approached me first." Seeing this cute demeanor in her wiggly eyes made Isu think to himself, "I must admit, she does get kind of cute, like right now." Isu then waits for a while for Rise to calm down and then speaks up, "So where is the banquet held today?" Rose then speaks up in a gentle tone, "The elders will dine in the reception room, and the rest of us will be using the garden." Isu nods and then says to Rose, "Let's get going." Then, later, they both walk together towards the garden, where the young adults from noble families were seated and having a fun chat with each other. One of the group's nobles' young adults speaks, "So, was there anyone who was a suitable candidate for Duchess Silverwood's groom? Everyone believed she was dead after she eloped as a child. I highly doubt it. Besides, nobody would be willing to marry her at this point." The other nobleman then speaks up, "I saw Kokoro for the first time in a while, and she seemed quite pretty, didn't she?" Gary Pitt then speaks up in an arrogant tone, "Yeah, but who cares? She's a redhead. Such a jerk." A young man from the northern noble family speaks up, "Hey, watch it. Red hair is considered a part of a noble lineage for us northerners." Gary Pitt then speaks up in a curious tone, by the way, "Who was the man that was with G.J. yesterday?" The other nobleman in the table speaks up. His name was either Balloon or Bloom, but he's just one of those commoners who purchased their title. The other man joins in to tarnish the reputation of Isu. "I must admit, these ridiculous policies are tarnishing the reputation of nobles." Gary Pitt then speaks up in an irritated tone, "And the Medici family is at the center of all that, so birds of a feather flock together." The other nobleman speaks up, "Do you happen to be jealous?" Gary Pitt then speaks up, "Jealous? Me? Why would you say that?" The man beside Gary Pitt speaks up, "Last time you were thrashed by the younger Medici son at a debate tournament." Gary Pitt was a bit arrogant and angry. He spoke up, "What do you mean by thrashed? It was just that my condition wasn't good that day. Besides, what's the use of the younger son being exceptionally talented when the good, for nothing eldest son will inherit the family?" The youngest son of the Medici family joins the conversation and speaks up in an imposing tone, "Mind if I join your conversation? How about another debate round after dinner since you feel better now?" Gary Pitt, who was a bit scared and angry in him, speaks up in an ignoring tone, "I don't waste time on such things." Rose then laughs at this matter and walks towards the stage of the banquet, where the young son stands proud and strong. Then he speaks up with a prideful and strong tone, "Welcome, I'm Mark Medici, the second son of the Medici family. On behalf of my father, I extend my gratitude to all of you who have come from afar. Without further ado, let's proceed. Let's begin the banquet to celebrate the very first International Market Festival hosted by the Medici family." Rose then turns to Isu and whispers to him in a questioning tone, "The first dish was your idea, right?" Isu nods and thinks to himself, "I hope it's all right. The dessert was a success, but I hope the dumpling soup isn't too ordinary for the nobles." Then the narrator explains us what the dish is called, King Dumpling Soup, a rich and flavorful dumpling soup filled with meat and shrimp. After having the king dumplings served in front of the nobles, all of them were surprised and dumbfounded by this odd and delicious-looking dish. As Rose takes a dumpling from her serving, she was a bit thrilled to see the steaming dumplings served with soup. She then speaks up in a delightful and excitement-filled tone, "Let's see." As soon as the dumpling entered her mouth and she took a bite, she found her mouth filled with the juices in the dumpling, which complemented the soup. Surprised by this, she speaks up to Isu, "Isu, this thing. I mean, what is this dish called? Seeing the wide smile and pleased look from Rose, the nobles were really excited and they chatted with themselves. The filling is a mix of shrimp and pork, I think. Nobles from other tables speak up. A burst of succulence inside a thin sheet of dough. The nobles were really excited and enjoyed the dish. They gossiped among themselves and appreciated this delicacy. Seeing the delighted expressions on their faces made Isu really happy, and he thinks to himself, looks like it's a success. As Clegg Medici took a bite of the king dumpling, after chewing on it and tasting the delicious flavor, he speaks up in an astonished tone. Wow, you must have been a royal chef in your past life, Isa. Clegg then continues with an admiring tone. Otherwise, how do you come up with such incredible dishes every time? The lovely winds blew over the banquet, and the chatter among the nobles were an exquisite scene, never seen before. Isu, who enjoyed the company of the Medici youngsters, smiled and spoke up in an excited tone. And then, what happened was, he continues to explain the situation that he got into and made all of them laugh and enjoy. Clegg then speaks up with a hearty laugh. You really did that. As they were enjoying and having heart laughter among themselves, a tall and malice-filled man walked over to the group. After reaching close to them, the man speaks up in a prideful and sarcastic tone. Clegg, I enjoyed the feast. Noticing the familiar man standing behind him, he turns to him and becomes a bit cautious. He speaks up in a guarded tone. I'm glad you liked it. The man who was behind Clegg was none other than Gary Pitt. He then speaks up in a bratty tone. The food wasn't bad, especially that soup in the beginning. He acts almighty and prideful. The way he speaks and the way he puts his hand over Clegg was a bit domineering and showing how he's trying to make Clegg's reputation down. Gary Pitt then speaks up in an arrogant tone. Although I can't tell which city it originated from. I heard you were studying culinary while traveling. Listening to this arrogant tone, Clegg remains low and doesn't speak up. Seeing the disrespectful tone and Clegg's silence, Isu then thinks with a worried tone, things aren't looking too good. Gary Pitt then continues to speak up in a really demeaning manner. Must have learned it from one of those boondocks, eh? Don't you think it's about time you start acting more like a noble, rather than spending time learning food from those peasants? Isu then got a bit irritated and spoke to himself in anger and irritation. Man, this guy has an attitude problem. What's all the fuss after a nice meal? Realizing that the brat from the Pitt family is pulling down Clegg and his reputation to tarnishes, Isu finally gives up and speaks up to himself. That's it. I've had it. After gathering courage to speak up, he raises his hand and speaks up. Actually, I'm the one who came up with the menu. Realizing that Clegg wasn't the creator of the dishes served in the banquet, Gary Pitt then turns to Isu and speaks in a formal tone. Ah, you're Isu Bloom, right? The new Baron. He then shifts his tone into a mocking, sarcastic tone. You must be a man of great finesse to buy a title. Pity for Clegg. Too bad he can't hire a Baron as a chef. His anger, and he clenched his hands into fist. As soon as Gary finished his sentence, he springed up and then spoke in an irritated tone. That's enough, Gary. I am done with your insolence. As soon as they were going to argue, the Count and Countess arrived at the scene and spoke up in a curious way. What's all this commotion? Mark Medici spoke up, Father. As they were coming closer, Clegg's attention turned towards them. Gary Pitt notices the manner and the protective tone from the Count and speaks up in a polite manner. Sorry, I didn't mean to cause a disturbance. I only offered a few words of advice to Clegg out of concern, that's all. The Count was curious to know the measures given by Gary and was eager to know why Mark was really angry. Is that so? Care to explain to us this concern of yours? The Count was really eager to know those reasons. Lady Pitt then walks over to their commotion while fanning to herself and speaks up in a taunting manner. There now, Count Medici. It's nothing to scold about. Besides, I think everyone here knows what he means by concern. Don't you think? She then waits a bit of time to let her words sink deeper in their mind. She then speaks up in a sarcastic tone. I heard Clegg is too busy with traveling for culinary pursuits than making efforts to become the heir. However, it seems that those travels didn't help much, unfortunately. While seeing this obnoxious behavior of the Pitt family towards the Medici family, Isu thinks to himself in a disgusted manner. Wow, what trashy people. Lady Pitt then continues in her sarcastic and taunting manner as he put a baron of questionable background in charge of this important banquet. Lady Krunoman then interjects Lady Pitt by saying, does that mean the food didn't suit your taste, Lady Pitt? Lady Pitt then replies in a nonchalant manner. No, I didn't mean that. It wasn't as horrible as its presentation. I assume the food was to your taste perfectly, Lady Krunoman. Lady Krunoman replies in a gentle and cheerful manner. Of course, It was amazing, so amazing that right now, it seems as if you're refusing to yield. Listening to these words from Lady Chronoman, Lady Pitt jumps back and shouts in a flustered and angry tone. Not refusing! How dare you! That doesn't change the fact that the food wasn't made by the heir of the Medici family, does it? As soon as this was said out loud by Lady Pitt, the nobles were all in a dilemma and shocked to know that this wasn't created by the heir of the Medici family. A few of them started chatting with each other and started to question the authority of the Medici family. Lady Pitt then turns away in anger and calls her son to leave the banquet as soon as possible. Her son was a bit hesitant, but left the banquet with his mother. Seeing them leave, Ishu had a wide grin and a smirk on his face while thinking, ignore them. Clegg. He then speaks up in an irritated tone. Serves them right. He then continues in his sarcastic tone. That family is a bunch of clowns. He then thinks to himself in an angry tone, those people are really rude. While Isu was speaking in a comforting tone, Clegg was sulking deeper and deeper. He then spoke up in a depressed tone. No, they're right. Just as they said, I'm not good at anything. Noticing the soothing mood and depressed tone of Clegg, he quickly turns to Clay and speaks up in a comforting tone. Don't let their words get to you. But this wasn't enough to uplift Clegg's mood, and he thinks to himself, soon, his head is going to drop the floor. After a long time of silence, suddenly a thought ran down his head, and he spoke up in a comforting tone. Oh right, come to think of it, we went to the market yesterday, didn't we? How about you cook with the ingredients we bought there and serve it to our guests tomorrow? Clegg then turns a bit pale, and his voice turns a bit shaky and nervous while saying, but. During all of this, Rose's anger was boiling, and seeing his brother's nervous and timid look, a dangerous anger glint in her eyes, and she bangs the table with a loud thud. She springs up and speaks up in a loud voice, Father. This startled both of the brothers and made them turn their head towards her. Rose speaks up in an angry tone to commemorate the last day of the International Market Festival. Clegg insists on cooking for our guests. Listening to this absurd idea, Clegg speaks up in an astonished manner. What are you saying, Jaja? Rose then turns to Clegg and speaks up in an angry tone and a scary look. Right, dear brother. Seeing the furious look in her eyes and the angry tone which was hidden by a smile, Clegg then slouches a little in fear and says, yeah. Isu looks at this little banter created by Rose, and then thinks to himself in a nervous tone. Gigi looks furious. Her eyes are rolled back. The Count then speaks up in a curious tone and asks Clegg, is that true? Clegg, listening to the curious and stern tone from his father, Clegg speaks up in a nervous tone. Well, Isu, who was watching this nervous and awkward interaction, Isu turns to Clegg and whispers in a confident tone while clenching his hand tightly. Lord Clegg, now's your chance. It's time to prove yourself. Clegg gulps nervously and thinks on how he's going to create a dish that suits the noble's palate. While Rose was furious and determined to shut the dirty traps of the nobles that questioned their family and demeaned their respect, Clegg, after calming his nerves a little, he speaks up in a shaky voice. Yes, it's true, Father. I'll prepare the feast for tomorrow's banquet. As the day ends and the night arrives after the busy and bustling energy dies down, the day was both a memorable one for Isu and the Medici family. Isu then walks to Clegg's room and knocks on his door. Lord Clegg. He then thinks to himself in a worried tone, I did stop by because I was worried, but... After a few moments that passed by, Clegg's soft voice comes from the door. Come in. Isu gathers his courage and enters the door while saying, pardon me. As soon as he entered the room, a scent filled his nose, and he took a few deep breaths to enjoy the flavorful scent. He then speaks up in a curious tone to himself. This smell. After the eventful day, Clegg was deeply immersed in his cooking, and as Isu disturbed Clegg and entered his personal room, he was hit with a flavorful smell and made him remember a dish from his old world. Clegg then speaks up in a loud voice. Please, on the first floor. I'll be down in a minute. There's some time while rustling in the upstairs, Clegg rushes down with loud footsteps and speaks up in a nervous tone. Sorry for keeping you waiting. Isu shakes his head and smiles at him warmly, while saying kindly, not at all. That was fast. Clegg laughs softly and places the pot gently on the table. He then says in a gentle form, try this. This dish is called the chicken soup of the East. Isu then admires the dish in front of him and takes a whiff of it. His mouth starts drooling and speaks in an excited tone. Looks delicious. Are you going to serve this to the guests tomorrow? Clegg replies in a bit of a nervous tone. Yes, that's my plan, but since you're the culinary expert, I wanted you to be the first to try it. Listening to this dramatic stretching of issues cooking made issues cooking made issue feel a bit weird and awkward. He laughs in an awkward way and replies hesitantly, calling me an expert would be a stretch, but he then scoops up the chicken soup and politely continues. Don't mind if I do. As soon as the soup enters his mouth, it fills his tongue with extravagant flavors and also reminds him of his original world. He then speaks in his mind in a delighted tone. This is it. I could tell from the smell, but this is almost exactly like curry. Isu then speaks up in a very delighted and happy tone to Clegg. I've had something similar before, but this is even more delicious than that. Hearing Isu had already tried something similar, this made Clegg a bit worried, and he asked him in a defeated tone, "You've had something similar before?" Noticing the gloomy and defeated look on Clegg's face, Isu replies in a slight shaky voice, "Oh, as you know, I used to be a voyager, so I've tasted various foods from different regions, but I swear I haven't seen or tasted anything like this in the Rumanian Empire yet." Clegg started overthinking and went into a cycle of depression and self-loathe. He then spoke up in a bit of a hurtful tone, "Perhaps I should prepare something else." This situation was getting out of Isu's hands, and he spoke up in a bit nervous and shaky voice, trying to comfort him. "No, don't. Trust me. This is quite innovative, Lord Clegg, and it tastes even better when eaten with the bread you brought." Clegg replies in a bit of a mock happiness tone, while still being doubtful of his dish. "Thank you for your kind words." Taking a piece of bread and dipping in the soup, it soaked all of the soup's flavor in it. After having the bite, mesmerized by the flavors, he asks, in a curious tone. "No, but seriously, it has a more sophisticated taste than anything I've ever tried." After munching down a bit on the bread, Isu asks in a contemplated manner, "The ingredients you bought from the market again?" After listening to the doubt from Isu, he replies after a thoughtful time, "Let's see. Turmeric powder, nutmeg, cloves, fennel, ginger, cinnamon, and pepper." As soon as Clegg finished explaining the ingredients he bought, Isu was overwhelmed with the hefty prices on these ingredients. After having some time to collect himself and calm his nerves, Isu speaks up in an excited voice. "This will be a total success among the nobles." Listening to the kind words from Isu, Clegg was happy that someone appreciated his cooking, and he replied in a warm tone, "That would be great, but my parents would be very disappointed to find out their heir's only talent is cooking some food." Seeing the degrading tone from Clegg, Isu then speaks up in a bold and confident voice. "Don't say that. The entire world needs to taste this recipe." Clegg replies in a doubtful expression, "Yeah, you really think so?" Isu then replies in a warm and comforting tone, "If you weren't born a noble, you would have surely become an excellent chef." Seeing Isu trying his best to comfort him and assuring him, Clegg smiles warmly at him and replies in a warm tone, "Thank you for your genuine words. I deeply appreciate it. Your praise alone would have been enough to thrill me. If it weren't for my status, as a matter of fact, I might have even opened a restaurant in the capital, you know." As the third day of the festival arrives, nobles from distant nations gathered for the banquet. The chattering and laughter filled the banquet. Clegg, who was excited and nervous to show his dishes to the world, he walks towards the center and speaks up in a confident tone, "Good evening, everyone. I'm Clegg Mediti, the eldest son of the MangaSee family." He then continues with a gentle demeanor, "Today, I had promised to treat you all to a dish I made. Please enjoy it, and I hope it suits your taste. The chicken soup from the east." As soon as the dishes were served to the nobles, they were really taken aback and chatted with each other. Lady Pitt speaks up in a bit of a fed-up tone, "Not soup again. Do they ever get tired of the same old thing?" Realizing that Lady Pitt was unhappy with the dish, Clegg replies in a gentle and warm tone, "Oh, if the dish doesn't suit your taste, I will prepare a different meal for you, Lady Pitt." Lady Pitt was a bit flustered by this and replied in a frustrated tone, "Does it look like I'm throwing a fit about the food right now, Lord Clegg?" Realizing the flustered expression from Lady Pitt, Clegg then replies in a warm tone with a smile, "Well then, I hope everyone enjoys their meal." Seeing Clegg really confident and proud of his dish, Isu then speaks to himself in a relieved tone, "Looking good. That curry from last night should be impressive enough for everyone." As the nobles take a bit of the bread and dip it in the soup, the bread soaked all of the flavors and rock. A nobleman speaks up in an intrigued and excited tone, "This tastes exquisite." Another nobleman agrees and speaks up in a delightful tone, "I agree. It also has a remarkable texture." Clegg was shocked and overjoyed to see that everyone loved his cooking. A noble couple were having a conversation, and the lady speaks up in a curious way. It has various spice flavors, but the aroma isn't too strong, and it's smooth. Do you suppose he added milk? The man doesn't have any answers, but he speaks up in an exciting manner. It's delicious even when eaten with bread. Seeing the nobles enjoy it, Isu speaks to himself in an exciting manner. I knew it. They love it. With this, everyone has to acknowledge Clegg's cooking skill. Then, he will surely gain confidence as well. Isu then turns towards Clegg, but he is confused as to why Clegg was silent. He speaks in a concerning tone. What's wrong, Lord Clegg? Clegg was a bit deep in thoughts, and after gathering some courage, he speaks up in a loud tone. Everyone, I apologize for interrupting your meal, but I have an announcement to make. Isu was a bit confused to what and why Clegg was speaking like this. Clegg then gathers his courage once again, and he spoke after some time. I am well aware that I don't have what it takes to lead this family. Therefore, I, Clegg Medicai, hereby renounce all rights as the eldest son of the Medicai family from today onwards. After his declaration, all of the nobles were in shock and murmured to each other. Rose, who was enjoying her meal, dropped her spoon in shock. She spoke up. Really? Mark Medici was also shocked and questioned. What did you say? The Countess was the most shocked and spoke up in a considerate voice. Clay, what is the meaning of this? Dear, say something, please. Dear? The Count took some time to process what his son said and what he wished for. The Count then speaks up after giving some thoughts. Clay acknowledged his shortcomings in front of many people. He even gave up the wealth and glory that lay before him. He steps forward and supports Clegg's decision, and after speaking his mind, the Count speaks up in a prideful and warm tone. As his father, I admire his courage and support his decision. Seeing his father supporting his decision and not scolding him for this choice, although the Medici family were in support with Clegg's choice, the adults from the noble families were disappointed and angry on this foolish decision. One of the old men speaks up. He's giving up his position as the eldest son so easily. The other nobleman speaks up in an irritated tone. Unbelievable. It's a shame that the Count gave in to such a cowardly statement. Other nobleman joins in the conversation and speaks in a sarcastic tone. It's obvious how he'll live from now on. Seeing the disappointed look and frustration of the nobles, Clay grit his teeth and made his resolve even stronger. Among this chaos, a sound was heard, it seems, as someone was clapping. A handsome and kind-looking young man speaks up in a supportive tone with a bright smile. Such a brave decision, don't you think? Seeing this support warmed Clegg's heart and made him smile warmly. Listening to the young man and his support to the Medici family, rest of the nobles join him and starts clapping with him and cheered for Clay. One of the supporting noblemen speaks up in a cheerful tone. He's right. It must have been a tough choice to make. Another nobleman agrees and cheerfully spoke out loud. We support you, Lord Clegg. Seeing all of the nobles support him, this made Clegg really happy and overwhelmed with gratitude and warmth in his heart. Clegg then speaks up in a kind and soft tone while wiping his tears off. Thank you, everyone. After the banquet was done and the nobles left, Rose and Isu left the banquet together and roamed around the city. After walking some time in the road and exploring the festival, Isu then speaks up in a hesitant and curious way. So, how are things going with Lord Clay? Rose then speaks up in a tired and shocked tone. Whoa, don't mention it. Father offered him the position of a baron and a small estate, but he decided to opt for a small house and a shop in the capital instead. Listening to this, Isu was a bit shocked, and then his chest filled with guilt. He then thinks to himself, now that makes me feel guilty for encouraging him. Rose then shakes his head and speaks up in a leisurely tone. Well, it's all for better, I guess. Plus, with Mark as the heir, things will be much easier. She then gets a bit sad and disappointed due to not being free. She then spoke in a sad tone while smiling to hide her pain. Lucky Clay. He's free to do whatever he wants now. Noticing the evident sadness in Rose's eyes and face, Isu felt a bit sad too, and he calls out to Rose. JJ. Noticing the heavy environment around them, Rose then jumps up and turns to him with a bright smile and spoke in her cheerful tone. With that aside, I have a surprise gift for you. Isu was confused by this and stared at Rose with confusion-filled eyes. Rose then turns towards the gate with excitement and speaks up in a cheerful tone. Oh, there they come. Isu turned towards the gate to see who is coming. While the people came a bit closer, Isu heard a familiar voice calling him out. It was Hans from the Ruderin village. He wasn't alone. Along with Hans, village chief, and Humphrey tagged along to surprise Isu. The surprise that was created by Rose, that was the arrival of Isu's friends, made Isu really happy and emotional, as Ruderin village is his first home in this world. Issue then turns to Rose and asks her in a curious and excited tone, "Hands, how did everyone get her ear?" Rose was really happy to see Issue smiling and being cheerful, so she replied in a warm and happy tone, "I invited them." Hans, who was close to Issue, was a bit taken aback by what Issue was wearing, so he asked in a questioning and slight curious tone, "By the way, Issue, your outfit." Realizing what Hans meant, Issue smiles politely and replies, "Oh, this. I've become a baron." Rose confirms it and speaks up in a cheerful manner. "He's Baron Bloom from now on." This was really shocking to Hans, and he screams in shock and happiness, "Who? Really?" After calming down from the excitement and adrenaline rush, Hans went into overthinking mode and questions Issue in a hesitant manner. Then, "Do I call you Sir Baron Issue Bloom?" Noticing the tense behavior and awkwardness of Hans, Issue replies in a relaxing tone, "Relax, Hans. Just call me like you did before." Hearing this reassuring tone from Issue, Hans was really happy and he jumped, hugging Issue tightly. Meanwhile, Rose was excited to see Humphrey, so she ran towards her. After the heartwarming reunion and hugs, Issue asks in a gentle manner, "How do you like the International Market Festival?" Hans replies in a chaotic and exciting tone, "I love it. So many new things to see, new people to meet, and a lot of fun things to do." Hans was a bit sad and continued to speak. "Not that I don't like Rotterdam, but it really feels like the countryside there. Only me and the doggies. I didn't want to miss the opportunity, so I came as fast as I could. But now that I'm here, I feel reluctant to go back." Realizing the sadness and the gloomy look on Hans, Issue speaks up in an exciting tone. If you're done exploring the market, want to take a look at where I'm staying?" Hans was a bit confused and asked him in a questioning tone, "Really?" Issue then speaks in a polite and proud tone, "Sure, you came all the way here, so I should serve you well." Issue then takes Hans to his living quarters. They both roamed around the city, enjoyed the people having fun, and getting lost in this excitement. As they reach Issue's temporary living quarters, Issue opens the door for Hans. Seeing the magnificent and beautifully decorated house, Hans speaks up in an excited tone, "Wow. Do you really live here, Issue?" Issue laughs nervously and replies, "It's temporary, but..." Hans was really interested in this house and was amazed by it. He speaks up in a shocked and amazed tone, "This temporary place feels like a palace compared to my house." Hans then starts looking around the house, exploring new artifacts and paintings in the room. Meanwhile, Issue had a bright smile and enjoyed Hans being excited like a small child. He then turns around and calls Lucas. He appears within a few seconds and speaks in a formal tone, "Yes, sir." Issue then asks him politely, "We still have that gelato from last time, right? Could you bring me a bowl of that?" Lucas nods and rushes back in the kitchen. After some time, Lucas arrives with a bowl of 2 flavors of gelato, vanilla and strawberry. He served it to Hans and gently bowed and took his leave. Issue then turns to Hans and politely offers, "Try it, Hans. It's a nice dessert called gelato." Hans was a bit perplexed by this dish and asks Issue in a curious and gentle manner, Issue then replies after giving some thoughts, "Yup. I was able to get ice." Listening to Issue say that ice was available to him, Hans was shocked. Hans then replies in a shocked manner, "They have ice here. That's unimaginable in Rotterdam." Hans then takes a scoop of the gelato and speaks in a grateful tone, "Then mind if I do." As soon as gelato settles in his mouth and he chews on it for a little while, he goes silent and doesn't speak for some time. Seeing Hans not replying or speaking, Issue got a bit worried and asked Hans in a worried tone, Hans?" Issue then got a bit more worried and spoke in his mind, "What's wrong? Did he get a brain freeze from trying cold food for the first time?" He couldn't bear seeing this anymore and yelled in a worried tone, "Are you okay, Hans?" Suddenly tears were dropping from Hans' face. He was a bit tensed and thought to himself, "Is he crying?" Hans then wiped his tears away and spoke in a grateful tone, "Oh, sorry to startle you. It's just that I've never eaten anything like this before." Boy, I was surprised. He laughs a little at this embarrassed thing and then speaks up in a grateful tone, "The taste is so fascinating. It's so squishy and chewy, and yet it's also smooth like the clouds, and sweeter than honey." He couldn't control his tears and kept crying while appreciating this dish. "It's simply so scrumptious." Issue then relaxed a bit, and then thought to himself in a relieved tone, "Aw, he nearly scared me there. Of course he would be shocked if it's his first time eating ice cream." After enjoying the gelato, Hans speaks up in a slight nervous tone, Isu was a bit confused as to why Hans was a bit serious. After collecting his thoughts and relaxing his nerves, Hans speaks up, "Could I travel with you?" Isu was a bit taken aback by Hans' request. After giving some time to this thought, he asks in a worried tone, "Why do you ask all of a sudden? Did something happen?" Hans then calms his nerves a bit and speaks up, "No, everything's fine. It's just that if I stayed in Rodarin, I wouldn't have experienced something like this in my lifetime, nor would I have had a chance to enjoy this festival with so many people. I also want to explore a bigger world, experience different things. I simply can't do it alone. But I have a feeling I can do all that if I'm with you." After listening to Hans' explanation and needs, Isu smiles softly and looks at him. Isu then spoke in a comforting tone, "Hans." Hans then gets a bit scared and then quickly speaks up in a nervous and shaky voice, "Of course, I'm not saying just take me along without any consideration. I can do pretty much anything with my strength and muscles, and I'm pretty smart from working at the library." He then stands up from his seat and spoke in an almost begging tone, "So please, take me with you." Isu then takes his time and thinks for a long time, but a doubt creeps in his mind and he asks Hans, "That's fine with me, but did you ask your parents?" Seeing Isu agreeing with Hans, Lucas speaks up in a scared and shaky voice, "But, sir," he then continues to speak in a gloomy and depressed tone. "Yeah, you have me serving right now. I can also do pretty much anything you ask for. Are you planning to get rid of me?" Lucas falls down and starts crying, regretting and punishing himself to not be a better butler for Isu. Lucas was slowly going into depression. He was getting scared to be replaced by Hans. Isu then realized that Lucas was getting into depression, and he was crying. He then walked over to him and comforted him, although his voice was shaky. "No nonsense. Calm down, Lucas." Realizing that this blunder was getting out of his control, Isu then speaks up after thinking, "Both of you can help me out." Lucas and Hans had a bit of stare down at each other, and they were a little sparks against each other. This shows a conflict rising between the two men. After a bit of a staring contest, Lucas then turns around and avoids looking at Hans. Noticing the contest and angry glares among each other, Isu then speaks up after taking some time for thoughts. "Then how about we discuss this again after Hans talks to his parents about it, and Lucas can help me clean the table." Lucas understands this solution and agrees with Isu. Hans then takes his leave after hugging Isu and saying goodbye to him. As soon as Hans leaves his living quarters, Isu flops down on the couch and speaks in a tired tone, "Woo, finally, I can get some rest." After relaxing for a bit, Isu thinks about what Hans said and then speaks up, "But I didn't expect Hans to have such thoughts." Well, he did say he was bored without peers his age. But first, let's get some rest. As Isu was taking his break, he heard a knocking and spoke in his mind in an irritated tone, "Oh, come on, can a guy get a break already?" Isu then relaxed his tired form and then spoke out loud, "Who is it?" As soon as the door opened, Rose and Heian were standing, and they entered his living room. Isu was confused and asked them in a curious way, "What are you two doing here at this hour?" Rose then calms her nerves and speaks up in a cheerful tone, "Today's the last day of the festival. Join us in enjoying the night view." Isu was a bit tired and spoke in a tired manner, "Oh, I'm feeling a bit tired today. How about you two go ahead and enjoy without me?" Rose and Hagen didn't listen to Isu's words and dragged him out to the festival. Rose then spoke up while dragging him out, "Okay, let's go." The last day of the festival was a more peaceful and calm night. Three of them were walking around the perimeter of the castle. Rose then spoke up in a gentle and warm tone while Isu was gazing at the village. "Did you enjoy your first international market festival?" Isu then thinks for some time before replying, "Sure. But overall, I had a great time. It's all thanks to both of you, Jaja and Heian." Heian and Rose both were a bit flustered and shocked when Isu was complimenting them. Rose then smacks his back while being flustered and her voice flustered, "Yui, why are you being so cringy?" Rose then stops smacking his back and speaks genuinely happy. "Thanks for your contribution too. By the way, you're a man full of talent. How come you're traveling around the world as a voyager?" Listening to this question, Isu got a bit gloomy and started to think about the things he had to go through in his old world. Rose saw Isu being sad and gloomy. She calls out, "Isu?" Isu then collects his thoughts and speaks up in a sad and gloomy tone, "Heian might already know this since I told her, but both of my parents have passed away.